Welcome, welcome. Chat, press 1 if you're looking forward to Tom Homan personally arresting Gavin Newsom. Yes, that is going to be our main story today. But also we'll be talking about the breakup between Trump and Elon, which happened a few days ago. I did mean to stream on one of the recent days, but something else came up, so I didn't. But here we are. So, how are we all doing then? The news today is going to focus mostly on the US, I think. There's a couple of big deals. This image features as today's thumbnail, and I rather like it. Let's begin with some memes, shall we? I'll see if I can dig some up. I think we did all the memes in there. What was... Oh, yeah. Okay. First, an announcement from the President of the US.
My fellow Americans, it is with overwhelming enthusiasm that I am declaring that anyone who protests or interferes with ICE and their operations is officially gay, big time. With that being said, go ahead and call your dads, tell them about your alternative lifestyle as a gay communist, and then, who knows, maybe eat a lollipop. I don't know what flamers do with their time, but I'd imagine it's something along those lines. Maybe decorate a bathroom, who knows? In either case, this is who you are now, and everybody knows it. Cat's out of the bag. Cat is out of the bag.
Cat, can you confirm that you're out of the bag? Thank you, Trump. Chat, press 1 if you completely agree with the message presented here from Trump himself. In the kitchen. Ah, I see. Right, so yeah, there's that. These are quite good. They've been coming up quite a lot recently. There's that one. Let's see what else we've got. Apparently Hassan Piker got flashbanged. That's good. Apparently he's live at the Los Angeles event. We'll get to that later. What else we got? Oh, yes. It's time to escalate. Resist, resist, resist. Wow, Giga Chat, I didn't know you supported burn LA to the ground, burn LA to the ground, which is what's happening. This is remarkable. The leftists, when they're upset, they always just burn their own shit down. Or like the shit of their next door neighbors, and they come home and realize, oh, my shit was burned down. How could this have happened to me? 15-second North American pavement tapes. Someone says Sam Hyde has the chance to do the funniest thing in the world right now. Who's Sam Hyde? Anyway, next meme. Ah, yes. The Mexicans' home base, apparently, is a Home Depot, which I expect is a US store, a shop store, whatever, known for hiring illegals, which is not that uncommon, unfortunately, in the US. And the police are staging under a giant donut. The whole thing is a fantastic pantomime for our entertainment. And I say this as someone that's not even in the same land mass. But those of you that are in the US and don't happen to be in LA, let alone in California, just enjoy the show. Now, we'll get on to later about the relative morality of the police cracking down on protesters. But as with many things, it comes down to how justified the protest is and how justified the violence is. Being upset that Trump man bad, or whatever it is exactly he's doing, enforcing laws that every nation has and enforces, that does not justify violence. However, an election being manifestly and evidentially rigged does. In the book of, well, let's say, at least say the founding fathers, they would have been stacking bodies, as the expression goes. And January 6th was a small isolated incident that was egged on by federal operatives, at least it seems that way. And meanwhile, this is an entire city siege. So let's not get into any sort of moral hypocrisy arguments here, because there's really no comparison. Atruck's going to get some milk. I assume he's going to involve Di in that process. Next thing. Oh yeah, this is kind of cruel, actually. Like, I'm not going to come down too hard on the police for like messing up like this, and I would say the same thing regardless who they'd shot. They should be more careful, but in a melee like this, it really is hard to tell sometimes. In this case, it's less excusable, but let's watch this clip.
Moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters moving them on through the heart of LA.
You just shut the fuck up. You okay?
I'm good.
Now, on the one hand, unnecessary violence against a bystander. On the other hand, journalist. Chat, press 1 if you side more with the unnecessary violence on a bystander angle. And press 2 if you side more with the journalist angle. Really immoral actions from chat here. Let's watch that again. Just so that we understand how bad it was, let's just watch it a few more times. I don't know why he did that. If he was trying to clear the way, if he was trying to, like, this area is off limits, we've warned you, get out the area. I don't know. Maybe there's some justification for it, but I don't think we can do 50% speed on Twitter, can we? Oh, we can. Fantastic. Let's watch it very slowly. And there you have it. I don't know what a justification would be for him doing that. It seemed like a callous overuse of power, but maybe there is something. I mean, it's a pretty chaotic situation. I don't know if there's more going on behind the camera, perhaps. Maybe he wasn't even aiming at the journo. As Iwata says, tad bit fucked. Yeah. So I assure you, it was extremely necessary. The actions of the individual actions of the police may well be unjustified, and I'm happy to criticize them when they are. In this case, it seems like it probably was. But the overall actions of the police, the reason they're there, is justified. It was a journo, and they're present to fan the flames, says Somnus. Did Reese just ask where's live chat in live chat? Reese, are you okay? Are you having trouble, Reese? You somehow didn't realize. How do I open Discord? Uncle Rucksack here, Busak, says he definitely was aiming at the journo. It looked like it, yeah. Yeah, it did look like it. Let's see what we got next. So this is Trump's statement on the riots. He says, a once great American... I believe this is real as well. I don't think it's false, but tell me if I've fucked up here, chat. He says, a once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now, violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, generally, not a bad statement. A few things in there sound sort of classic authoritarian, but which may give you pause if this is all you knew. But it is not enforcement of an unjust law. This is enforcement of some of the most basic laws every nation has and should enforce for its own safety. This has gone on far too fucking long. Los Angeles is a cell of, not terrorists necessarily, or there's plenty of them there, but it's a cell of a really, truly anti-American intent. And not just America as its, federal instance, but America, the principles. America as a nation, America as an ethnicity, as a concept. So California, and it's remarkable it's California. Like, this could have been happening in Washington or what's the other one? Portland or one of the other lefty states. But no, specifically California, the big, bright, glowing problem state that everyone recognizes is the main source of the problem, with the exception of DC. That's good, Daddy Bill. And Oregon, as Puck says, yeah. That is sad, Zero. Washington. Matthias says it's strongman language. Authoritarianism is the misuse of strongman language and power. Sure, we can word it that way. I'm not disagreeing with that. Trump is right. Little, like, if it was me, I would be putting in a lot of effort to make it sound not authoritarian. But in this situation, that's going to be tough either way. Minor criticism, I think Trump is in the right. Should have given the Pacific states to the Japanese. Well, maybe. Someone says sometimes exerting authority is just the correct shot. Agreed. And that is the case here. You be careful with that, very careful with that. But in this case, it's correct. It may be that whoever follows in Trump's footsteps later misuses it, and we'll have to be vigilant for that. But at the moment, this is the right call. Revelant says it's real restoration of order versus pretense of the authoritarian. Yes, agreed. And I'm not saying he's wrong, just that the language smells a bit wrong. But I know that it's for a good reason. Next thing. Oh, yeah. Sorry, we're flitting between stories. We do that here. Announcing Relooted, an African futurist heist game where you reclaim real African looted artifacts from Western museums. Wishlist it now. Thoughts? Chat. Will you be playing this African futurist heist game? I have quite a few things to say about this. Chat, what is the biggest cope in the world? Because there's many good answers, I expect. The one, maybe we have to limit it within the realms of, like, in Western pop culture, the biggest cope in the world, for what I'm going to say to make sense. But I think it's Wakanda. I think it's Wakanda, the biggest cope in the world. It's not only the idea that Africans can independently build a functioning society, but the idea that they can build one that's significantly better than Western societies. It's just not true. And there's quite a lot of Africans that believe it, unfortunately. The African race is not universally incapable of civilization, but just broadly. There are plenty of individuals who can participate in civilization, but broadly taken as an average of the entire world's population of African-originated people, they don't build civilization. They're not prone to do so. And so Wakanda is a level of cope that I just find hilarious and very sad. Anything African futurist is the same. Now, if we're talking like Asian futurist, Anglo-futurist, all these things, there's at least something to base that on. But with African futurist, again, with plenty of exceptions of African people who do integrate into society properly, it becomes civilized. African society, African civilization, African futurism is just based on what they have taken from other cultures that have been nice enough to pull them along. And that is also probably the case here. Now, that's the cope aspect. So African futurist, the only future there is contingent. But as to the artifacts, do you remember a few years ago when ISIS was doing its thing? And there were those artifacts in, I think it was Iraq, maybe in Syria, where there was video of ISIS just smashing these artifacts, thousands of years old, historical treasures, in a museum in Syria. I think it was Syria. The reason these artifacts were moved to civilized countries is to preserve them. Not theft, is for the good of the artifacts. And the reason that African people want them back is for racial supremacy. Again, the motives, the actions could correspond with different motives, but those are the actual reasons that these are happening. It's essentially racial ego is why they want them back. And they will be destroyed within a few years of them being moved back to wherever they go, unless it's somewhere where the West has enough power to keep the peace. London is by no means the most peaceful place on earth, but as far as capital cities go, and throughout the last few hundred years, it's been bloody stable compared to everywhere else. And that's why artifacts are moved there for their own protection. And in return, we get a small visitors fee from the people that come to the museum, which are often are free. You know, the state sometimes pays for them, whatever. That's all. What the West are doing by quote unquote stealing these artifacts is a favor to all of humanity and all future humans. What Africans and Indians are doing about whining that they've been taken is in the interest of their own personal racial ego against the interest of the human species. And there you have it. That's my opinion on this game. The game itself could be good. It could even be fun. But the premise, it's problems. And I'm going to go ahead and guess, based on the premise, unless the premise is ironic, the game will suck. Press 1 if you reckon that's probably true. G7 says, there was a news story of a black activist stealing East Asian artifacts donated to the museum because he thought they were stolen African artifacts. Yes, and there's plenty of other angles you can take this as well. Indeed, that one, just the retardation of their knowledge of history as well, of course, as you say. Twisted says, a hollow branch with a piece of leather stretched over it being called an artifact is one hell of a stretch. Fair enough. Destroyed your soul for drug money, exactly, Melchizedek, yeah. Next up, this person is saying, you voted for journalists to be shot? Yes. For my sake, now there's some of you that will disagree, for my sake, shot non-lethally if they're engaging in riots. And possibly, you know, engaged in violence if there's no other choice, if it's defensive. But don't let them get away with it. Don't let them get away with committing crimes. The one that we just saw shot, that may not have been justified, but others possibly were. But there are plenty of people in the US, and I completely understand this, who just want to see journalists suffer the way they've made everyone else suffer. Not even to anywhere near the degree, because to compile the suffering they've caused through lies over the years into an act of violence would be a cruelty beyond the imagining of almost any person. But to have them suffer some physical violence for what they have done as a class, a lot of people feel that's completely justified. And I can't say they're wrong. I personally don't feel that sort of vindictiveness, but I understand it. Someone says, it's a journo in LA, it deserves what happens until proven otherwise. It's an understandable sentiment. Quantra says, I have lost a lot as a result of shitty journos. Never forget how evil they are. Absolutely. Yep. Right. Let's now switch to the breakup. Elon Musk deletes anti-Trump posts from X, including one claiming the president is in the Epstein files. So there's a lot to talk about here. When the thing was just starting up. So let's start from here. Elon left Doge. It's not his choice nor Trump's choice. As far as I understood it, there's a limit to how long they're allowed to be in a government department, I think. So him leaving was always known to be coming. It wasn't him being fired or let go. But even if it was, it's sort of, you know, explained by later actions or potentially. Shortly thereafter, he went on Twitter and said, I can't take it anymore. I've got to say it. The big, beautiful bill is bad. It's too much money, you know, wasting money, ignoring the Doge cuts, all this stuff. And many agreed. And I was understanding where he was coming from because I was disappointed with how big the bill was initially. I looked into it more later and I'm more okay with it now, given what's in it. Like, it's just a litany of good stuff in there. But then Elon took it further and he said, all right, fuck it. I'm just going to say it. The reason that Trump won't release the Epstein files is because he's in them. Something we all knew. He's in the Epstein files, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he did any pedophilia. We know already, because it was released, I think the press even reported on it, that he lent Epstein a plane long before he knew Epstein was a pedophile, that Trump is well known to have cut off contact with Epstein when it was publicly revealed that he was a pedophile. Is not just a pedophile, obviously way more than that. And there was also something else someone said earlier about Trump being in some way in contact with him, but completely innocuous. Like, it's all, as far as we know, and I'm not saying it's not impossible, but as far as we know, it's all innocuous stuff. And I find it unlikely that that's why Trump is not releasing it. I think Elon's just incorrect about that, mistaken. And I think he was just having a fucking moment. Like, when I first saw it, I thought, shit, that's actually, like, that would explain why the Epstein files don't appear to have been released yet. And I agree with Elon about the big, beautiful bill. It is quite big. But, like, once you break those two things down separately, it becomes a bit more of a picture of Elon just kind of losing it, and now he's retracted them. Now, the thing that I realized that really kind of sold it to me that it's pretty safe to side with Trump in this one if you have to pick a side is this is not the first time Elon's done this. Do you remember the submarine? Yes. The incident where Elon accused someone who had just committed a significant public good of being a pedophile, the pedo guy. Now, if he had been a pedo, then I would support Elon making that public. But Elon was just mistaken. He just thought of a different guy. He was just mistaken for someone else. And he retracted it and apologized, I think. But not for a while. He was stubborn for quite a while. And now here he is again. He had a little freak out. Because I think apparently, well, to read more about this, but apparently for what seems like a personal reason, but that may not be the reason, and lashed out at Trump, accused him of being a pedo. I would like to bring to your attention, though without intending to go too deep into it, we have had recent experience with people that have made false pedo accusations, and we did the right thing in dealing with them. And I have to say, viewed in that light, rather disgusted with Elon, actually. Rather disgusted with him. The retraction helps, but it doesn't absolve the issue. So, that said, I don't regret any of my former positions. Elon being part of the movement has been helpful, and him now crashing out has done very little damage to Trump as far as I can see. So I think everything I've supported in the past regarding Elon is still good. Like I reckon, did good work in Doge, and those changes may be implemented. They have to be implemented by Congress, I think. I don't doubt that Trump believes they're good work, or, at least he may want to review them now, but yeah, I don't regret Elon's involvement, but maybe it's better that he's not anymore. If he's going to go this far, I don't know. Maybe his work all needs to be checked. Anyway, we'll read a bit more, but let me respond to some comments first. Ravelon says other way around. Epstein lent him a plane for a flight between two cities. Fair enough, my mistake. Ghost says we know that he rode in Epstein's other plane, not the one that went to the island. Yeah, that's important. There's no evidence Trump was ever on the island as far as I know. Somnus says, wasn't Trump one of the first to give the FBI evidence on Epstein that got the ball rolling on his exposure and arrest? That rings a vague bell. I can't remember if that's the case, but I know that Trump disassociated with Epstein when he found out about the pedophile stuff. He was also aiding the FBI in 2009 to build a case against Epstein. If that's the case, my trust and respect for Trump just keeps going up. Yes, G-Conservator, I have the Maxine Waters video. Very funny. We'll get to that soon. Ginger says, remember, Elon microdoses ketamine on the regular. Wouldn't surprise me if he was having a drug-induced lack of judgment. I would always be very reluctant to ascribe someone's behavior to drugs in much the same way that I'm very reluctant to ascribe people's behavior to the lust for money. But sometimes I am forced to, and I'm willing to. It may well be the case with Elon, but I'd be slow to assume it. Pug says, there is no way anyone would let Elon near the Epstein files because he would instantly publish it. Possibly true. G7 says, so you remember him crashing out on Asmongold because Elon was caught cheating in video games? No, I didn't follow that drama, but I did hear that Elon had essentially been, yes, caught either faking knowledge of or cheating in video games. That's one of the saddest things. That's Hillary Clinton coming out and saying, Pokemon go to the polls. That was extremely cringe and very sad. Elon saying, oh yeah, I'm an expert in Path of Exile 2, rattling off, it was that game specifically, but there may have been others too, rattling off a bunch of of discussion or terms about the game. And then it turns out later he doesn't know shit about it, had to cheat to pretend to have the account that he had. That's what I gather. If I'm wrong, please correct me, chat. But if that's the case, I think that's worse than Pokemon Go to the polls. Why was Elon so desperate to appeal to gamers? It's a strange thing to do. Out of nowhere. J7 says also refutes the claim Elon is a shadow president. Sure does. Yeah, it puts things back into it turns out it was just kind of normal human interactions behind the scenes, and all that's being hidden is boring procedural stuff and maybe some classified stuff that is not something that can be published. Yeah, I probably can trust the institution a bit more at this point. I'm not saying that's the sensible perspective, but we're a bit more in that direction. I think that there's been the hypothesis that Elon is deliberately going out and bad-mouthing Trump to save his reputation. I don't think Trump would be too happy with it. Yes, part of the plan is you will publicly refer to me as a pedophile, and I will say nothing against this. You will have, plausible reason for people to believe you. No, I don't think Trump's going for that. I think that's too much. Someone says, remember that time when Elon Musk had an affair with Amber Heard during her marriage with Johnny Depp and made her dress up as Mercy? Very slightly based. That was him acting the role of Simon of Cyrene, helping Johnny bear the cross that was Amber Heard by taking that burden on himself for a short time. That's so selfless. Unbelievable selflessness. I can't believe I had misjudged Elon, basically Jesus too. I mean, come on. Chat, press 1 if you too would spend a single night with Amber Heard if she was chained up and couldn't fuck on shit in your bed, just in order to help out a friend. Especially if she was dressed as Mercy or your favorite character otherwise. Matthias says, Trump disavowed him when he found him acting inappropriately with one of his workers' 16-year-old daughter before the pedophile stuff came out the first time. Fucking fair enough. Good job, Trump, in that case. So Trump said the following. I think this is a edit, but it's funny. He said, it's sad it's come to this, but the truth must be known. I was the one that gave Elon that black eye. He got sassy and I had to put him in check. Also, I know I told you Teslas are cool, but they're actually quite girly cars. Wouldn't be caught dead in one. Very gay. Indistinguishable from a real Trump tweet. Trump says, Elon is a mega autist. He sure is, but I don't think that's enough to explain his behavior on its own. It still baffles me that he's the richest man in the world. He seems so unstable. Such a child. Ghost says, trust the plan, Oozaloo. Even if the plan's made up as it goes along, it's still a good plan. Elon Musk, or Mediocre Musk, is constantly high on ketamine. Is this real? Did he actually tweet this? Always making promises he can't keep. Not to be trusted. He wants to go to Mars. How about you go back to Africa? Gonna go ahead and say that probably isn't true, but funny. She should have picked Mercy. Says Ghost. Ginger says, if I had to guess, Elon likes the game, wanted to be good at it, but wanted to skip to the end game. He paid people to play for him to the end game and then didn't have the skills to play at the end game and then got caught out as soon as he actually streamed himself playing. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's still cheating. That's still pretty much what I said. Someone says, not Jesus, just the guy who helped him carry the cross. That's it. Am I forgetting part of the story? Didn't Jesus carry it himself? Or did someone help him? I may be forgetting. Jennifer says, if she stopped being an anorexic skank, sure. Well, actually, not that I would have an opinion on this, not that I'd be permitted to, but speaking purely for other people, that picture of her as Mercy, she didn't look anorexic in that picture. Ginger said, once a turd, always a turd. Besides, she probably carries AIDS. Fair. I suppose we're talking about like an idealistic situation where she's not going to shit on your bed. She's not going to throw bottles at you. She's not going to sue you for defamation when she's in the wrong. And she doesn't have AIDS. And she's tied up. And she's dressed as Mercy. In that case, still should wear protection. Joseph says, he truthed it. Ah, of course. Yeah, thank you, Pug, for posting that picture. Yeah, this is not a bad cosplay. Someone says, Simon of Cyrene helped Jesus carry the cross. Okay, fair enough. Part of the distance. Okay, understood. She will punch you and give you a black eye. Not if she's tied up. Reese, our new member, who definitely is not a Fed, says, Elon Musk's liked history proves he liked cross-dressing men and feet. Goodness sake. He also roleplays as a baby on an alternative account. He is a perverted, mentally ill weirdo. You know what? Not even going to call you a Fed for that one. That was a good comment, assuming that's true. The alternate account thing, I have never heard that before, but I'm willing to believe it. I assume that's something that isn't proven, but is like, yeah, the patterns match up. It seems to be him. You know, he accidentally liked something between the two accounts at some point. Like, there's strong implication that it's him, but we don't know for sure. But is that the case? Someone tell me. I haven't heard that before. I find it funny that as soon as he realized, oh wait, people can see that I'm liking weird fetish shit. Likes are no longer public on Twitter. This is what I said, by the way, when he took over Twitter. Like, I know that I have a shitty memory as well, and it's very easy to just condense people's opinions into the simplest form. And I won't blame anyone for this, but just to remind you, I said when he acquired Twitter, I am cautious about one person running the whole thing and being capricious, because at least the previous guys, though they were ideological censorship, whatever, that's true, and that is better now, they at least acted professional. Professional censors, but they at least acted professional. They weren't going to make whimsical decisions about the policy. It was always to maintain a sort of front of professionalism, while censoring, and I'm glad that's gone. It's a better trade-off now. It's better now. But him being capricious, him being potentially ketaminified, him being very reactive, it does mean you're going to get like random fucking 15-second pavement ape decisions on Twitter policy like this. It's better now. I will repeat as many times as it takes. It is better now than it was before. I much prefer it now. But it has that problem now and didn't have that problem before. Atronach wants to take niggers. Understandable. Someone says, I think the whimsical decisions are funny. Oh, sure, they're funny. Yeah. If I'm pointing towards, I want the platform to be stable and usable and good for humanity, sure. But if I want it to be funny, yeah, definitely this is better. Absolutely. I didn't know that, Reese. Reese says autistic people are up to 3 times more likely to produce gay offspring. I'd never heard that either. Yeah, this is interesting, Reese. You should say things that your handler approves more often, so that we can learn, as long as they're actually true. No solutions, only trade-offs. I'll take whimsy over censorship any day of the week. Absolutely. And as I said, it's way better, but the free speech is still a little out of reach on that platform. As is sort of stable and free. Right now we have a little bit stable and mostly free. What we had before was pretty stable, but nowhere near free enough. And yes, free is more important. Beyond a certain minimum level of stability, which they both are. Anyway, let's read the article, shall we? He offered no explanation for the apparent retractions. Elon Musk deleted several posts from his social media feud with Donald Trump, including one in which the former Doge chief claimed the president will not release the Epstein files because his name is on the list. Quote, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, Musk said in his next post, deleted sometime Friday night. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. He wrote on Thursday. So this is a slightly older news chat, but I'm just getting to it now. Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out, Musk added, which he later retracted. If you're going to use fucking big language like this, don't fuck up. As reminds me of the expression, if you're going to go after the king, don't miss, which Musk did here. He's lucky he's the richest man in the world, isn't he? Musk deleted both posts along with another in which he responded yes to a message that read Trump should be impeached and JD Vance should replace him. Musk did not offer any evidence to support his claim. What a surprise, we've encountered that before. Nor did he provide any explanation for why his posts were deleted. The messages were part of an extremely public dispute, that's one way of putting it, yeah, between the two men who were only recently within the calendar year friends united under the banner of Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. Musk has also claimed Trump could not have won the 2024 election without him, which he hasn't taken down apparently. Now that's quite a lot more debatable. Do we think, okay, press 1 if you think Musk improved Trump's chances of winning the election, and press 2 if you think he actually reduced Trump's chances of winning the election. Because I would say a marginal 1, mildly 1, yeah, exactly, as Ronald says, improved but not integral. Post the fucking picture, chap. You know the one where Musk is doing that stupid fucking jump behind Trump, and Trump's just like, ugh. That is the relationship. That picture, to me, sums up the relationship. Musk was there because of his money. I don't want to paint Trump as too shallow, especially because he wins, but Musk was there because of his money. You put up with the personality because you need his money and influence. You put up with him. I bet he was fucking awkward to get along with. I bet Trump had to really put in the effort to get along with this child. Stop at that. But he managed it. And I was saying similar things before. this is not new. I've not turned on Elon saying similar things before, but it's stronger now that he's made these accusations and then retracted them. Like, retracting them is, yes, you're admitting I shouldn't have done that. It's not quite an apology, but it's at least admitting you shouldn't have done that. But it's also admitting they were false. Supposedly, not certainly, but yeah. Yes, I'm aware of what the GIF does. It's very good. I've seen this before. Yeah, the Stalin where he removes Elon. He's not unpersoned, Elon. Then again, he wouldn't have the power to. Maybe he would if he could. I don't think Trump is authoritarian-minded. South African fatigue, yeah. Elon's the kind of guy who peaked in high school and never moved past that frame of mind, says Quattro. Maybe. I think, you know what, Quattro, we know someone else who has regularly told us about how insane their mother is and then lied about someone being a pedophile. Elon, have you seen Elon's mother? He's not Italian, though. Trump speaks on Elon coming out against the BBB. Let's watch this video from Trump.
We've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up in campaign for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor from Minnesota, he's a sick puppy, that guy. That poor guy, I feel sorry for him. But
I forgot about this. Yeah. Chat, press 1 for sick puppy mention. Is sick puppy here, actually? Go ahead and ping him, actually. Because everyone was talking about this in Meme Shrine and whatnot when this happened. But it's the first time I'm mentioning it. So there you go. Thank you for mentioning him. You're on the news. You are on the news, Sick Puppy. Sick Puppy, governor of Pennsylvania. That's him. That's the one. Wakey, wakey. You've been described.
they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody else, I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania. I won it by a lot. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem. And he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions of dollars. And it really is unfair.
See, that's what I'm saying. Now, we're hearing one side of the story here. I'm inclined to believe him. It kind of works with what else has been going on. Trump's narrative is plausible here, for sure. The bill, and I can't remember who was saying this earlier, but thank you for this insight. The bill is big. Like, we read a summary, but Elon, it would have taken him time to read it. And it may well be that there wasn't time to get the full details to him that included the EV mandate being cut, to give him time enough to read it before it was being voted on. And maybe that was tactical by Trump. To be honest, can't really blame him. Assuming his narrative is true, making sure that Elon didn't know that was happening before it happened so that he couldn't have a massive public freakout. Maybe it was the wrong decision because it was just going to incur him to have one later, which happened. But I don't know, maybe that was the tactical decision. But maybe they didn't have a choice. I mean, they were working on this bill pretty hard, and it's only just very narrowly passed. I feel like they were probably making revisions to it quite frequently. But even still, like, if Elon felt betrayed about the something being in there that would affect him that he wasn't aware of, then okay, I understand that. The crash out was still excessive given that, but if he was simply annoyed that he was no longer getting Gibbs, is he African or something? Are we seeing some correlating lines here? Oh dear. Matthias says, let it be mentioned that Elon in the past said he was fine with EV subsidies being cut because he didn't need them, but also wanted other subsidies cut as well. If that's true, then he really has no leg to stand on, does he? Great shame. That's good, Atronach. Yeah, if we had to choose between the, like, to refer to the H-1B thing that Ghost is talking about, the guy that was on Twitter publicly defending importing not 1 trillion Jeets, but too many Jeets, and Trump, who didn't weigh in and seems to be neutral, if anything, on the topic, and maybe, probably, I would guess, more so against. Yeah, I'm glad we ended up with Trump. If one is too many, says Quattro. At the moment, for most, if not all Western countries, yeah, a moratorium on immigration, I think, is necessary. Let's continue listening to Trump.
We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have all. We want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, he became a little bit different, and I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody, and he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. President, did he, I just want to clarify, did he raise any of these concerns with you privately before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard and he did a good job. And I'll be honest,
I was speculating earlier that the work he actually did at Doge is probably good. Trump may want to have someone check over it again just to make sure, now that we know that Elon's a little unstable. But I imagine the work is good. And as I understand it, the cuts are unenforceable except by Congress, or that's the process they're going through anyway. So that's why they haven't actually come into effect yet. But they are at least planned. But yeah, I would say I bet the actual work was good. So Trump being proper here and magnanimous to the reasonable extent really helps his side of the story, doesn't it? Like him being stable and reasonable and Elon going on Twitter and having a freak out really helps Trump to look like the adult in the room.
I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he's got nice offices too. But
Chad, do you see what I mean about Reese being a Fed? The betrayal of the white working class shall never be forgiven. They will pay for what they did, fellow racist. Anyone going to commit any federal crimes anytime soon? You want to report anything to me? No, just kidding, just wondering. Hey, anyone want to drill a third hole in their rifle? No, I'm just kidding, I'm just wondering. Thank you, Reese. Zen-Man says, bear in mind, Reese, Zen-Man is Argentinian. What is the correct way of saying that? English is his second language, I think, and he still figured out you sound like a Ved. Reese, I think the reality is that Reese is just young and naive and doesn't know what we mean by you sound like a Fed. He'll figure it out. Argentinian. Yeah, that makes sense. Atronach, you didn't miss a lot. We skimmed over some of the basics. Getting grazed by a miracle bullet earns you friendship with the world's richest man for almost 11 months. Hey, that's an interesting false correlation to have drawn. Matthias is saying Scots aren't white. With all due respect, Matthias, I think if you were to say which current group of people is the most white, like Norwegians and Scots would probably be the top of the list. Ghost says, oh, that's easy, Africans. Okay.
But there's something about this one. I was telling the Chancellor, this is where it is. People come in here, even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office, and it's just a special place. It's, World War I, it started and it ended here, and World War II, and so many other things. Everything big comes right from this beautiful space. It's now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago. A lot of good things are happening in this room, and I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us, and then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it, but we have it with others too. They leave and they wake up in the morning and the glamour's gone, the whole world is different, and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it and you'll let us know. Yeah.
It's very interesting insight. It's completely believable. Inclined to side with Trump here in this breakup. Strongly inclined. Read a bit more. He says, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we will anymore. Trump told White House reporters Thursday, I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot. Trump also said he would have won the election with or without Musk, which I think is probably true. Musk has further taken issue with Trump's planned Big Beautiful Bill. I think this was before it was enacted, because I think it has been enacted now. Trump has suggested the tech entrepreneur is upset because of the proposed cutting of the federal electric vehicle tax credit. Elon knew the inner workings of the bill better than almost anyone sitting here. He only developed the problem when he found out we're going to have to cut the EV mandate. So I would be dubious as to that being the main thing, but I'm pretty inclined to side with Trump on this one, to just believe what he's saying. Open to alternatives, but several markers of behavior indicate that Trump does not appear to be lying. What do you reckon, chat? Press 1 if you're siding with the father, Trump, and press 2 if you're siding with the mother, Elon. I don't think there's going to be many twos. Elon Musk pulls back on threat to withdraw Dragon spacecraft. This is one thing I was very disappointed in initially, especially when I didn't know who was in the right, was Elon's not just a rich guy who owns Twitter and helped Trump out. He's the guy that owns the rocket company that is the most advanced in the world by a considerable margin. As a sci-fi enthusiast myself, that was very disappointing, especially when he said, well, you can't use my rockets anymore then. But now he's withdrawn that threat, which is lucky. Let's have a quick read of this. As Trump and Elon argued on social media on Thursday, the world's richest man threatened to decommission a space capsule used to take astronauts and supplies to the International Space Station. Now that sounds like sour grapes, to be honest, and especially the way he said it. It's like, oh, well, we can't play anymore, so I'm going to destroy my toys. Toys that are to the great benefit of humanity if you can continue to develop them. A few hours later, Musk said he wouldn't follow through on the threat. After Trump threatened to cut government contracts given to Musk's SpaceX rocket company and his Starlink internet satellite services, Musk responded via X that SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. It was unclear how serious Musk's threat was, but several hours later, in a reply to another X user, he said he wouldn't do it. The capsule, developed with the help of government contracts, is an important part of keeping the space station running. NASA also relies heavily on SpaceX for other programs, including launching science missions and, later this decade, returning astronauts to the surface of the moon. Good. Elon, stop. Just focus on the science. SpaceX is good. Satellite, whatever it's called. Starlink is good. Tesla is good-ish. X is good-ish. Keep those things going. That's your calling. Oh, boo-hoo. Like Trump talking about, the luster is gone once they leave the administration. Elon has 200 billion net worth. And he has 4 big, cool tech companies to run. He has no excuse. Get on with it, Elon. Next up, Israel has literally never done anything wrong because Israel is the nexus of morality. Whether it's good is simply based on whether Israel does it. If Israel does it, it's good. Says Tim Pool. Tim Pool is joking. I will give him this much credit. I'm not a huge fan of Tim Pool, but he is using ironic humor here. To which you can say, if you know what he means, he is, of course, correct. Eric says, excellent bait, 10 out of 10. Is it even bait? Who the fuck saw this and thought, I knew it! I knew he loved Israel! What? Like, who actually thought he was serious? Oh, Sick Puppy? I do. Sick Puppy? Yeah, I don't know if he did. He might have done. Sarah Link, yeah. The first reply. Yeah, they might be being ironic as well, though. Oh, okay, this guy says this is actually your opinion, but he's got parody in his name. Like, I think they all, okay, here's the thing, right? A lot of these people might be thinking Elon Musk, it's like in the last story, Tim Pool actually does believe basically this. So either way, he's owned by Israel. And he's just saying this to make it seem like he doesn't. What would you call it? Misdirection or a double reverse psychology, I think. So like pretends to think they're really moral in an exaggerated way so that people think his real opinion is that they're not moral, but his real opinion is he doesn't care how moral they are, he just likes their money. Like, that's definitely possible. So the people replying and saying, you're sucking Israel's boot, this shit, they might be right. Him saying this doesn't change the argument of him being a puppet of Netanyahu, but it also doesn't confirm it. I think that's all I wanted to say on this one. All right. Next up. It's 1992. There's a riot in LA. It's 2013. There's a riot in LA. It's 2020. There's a riot in LA. It's 2025. There's a riot in LA. Chat. I've identified the common factor. And so burning LA to the ground in retaliation for Trump trying to rescue LA seems surprisingly fitting. Hello, Di. Tell every stupid people saw it, says Eric. Yeah. Sick Puppy has noticed. LA is an insurrectionist state. It's bloody close. We'll get to something in a minute that will help with that. Good news, chap. Black Panther's white. It's actually happening. Apparently, Marvel found beg for Ryan Gosling to lead Black Panther 3 after white version of superhero revealed. Now, I have a few criticisms of the title. One, they're not Marvel fans. They are, if anything, huge Marvel critics, but for good fucking reason. They may have at one point been Marvel fans. We, chat, have been watching through the Marvel Cinematic Universe. We watched Iron Man 1. We've just watched that one so far, but we'll get to the other one soon. Good movies. I'd say up until the last Thanos movie, they started petering off at the end, but most of them are good. Most of them are good. And I don't believe that there's some, but not a huge amount of like hero fatigue. There is some, but I think it's mostly that just Marvel movies became shit. And DC wasn't much better. Or it was worse, actually. It's not fatigue of cape shit. It's fatigue of shit. There you go. What a fucking miracle. We figured it out again. Yes, the secret recipe that made Lord of the Rings so great. It wasn't any like wry formula. It wasn't, we figured out a cheap tactic or a trick or a shortcut like Hollywood seems determined to do exclusively. No, it was incredible passion and talent applied consistently over the course of years. And we got possibly the 3 best movies ever made, or possibly the best, definitely the best trilogy ever made. For 300 million in that day's money, about 600 million today's money, which is a 6/10 of Rings of Power. It cost 6/10 of the cost of Rings of Power Series 1 to make the Lord of the Rings movies. That's the result of talent and passion and consistent effort. Like, people wore their fingerprints smooth, handcrafting chainmail. You don't get cheap wins in big talent industry. You put in the effort. So yeah, that's my point, and it's not cape shit fatigue, it's shit fatigue. Beg for Ryan Gosling. It's memes. I wouldn't put beg as the term. I think male is trying to be a bit diminutive to them here. It's the wrong word. Demeaning, sorry, to them here, but still. White version of superhero revealed. As I understand, it is like only the version in the comics is white. I'm not sure about that, but I'm about to find out. Marvel fans wasted no time putting Ryan Gosling at the top of their dream cast list for Black Panther 3 after the latest comic storyline introduced a white version of the iconic superhero. I can't understand why the comic authors did that. Is it like, I've heard of a phenomenon where people get like into really weird, freaky porn, and then they end up snapping right back around to vanilla stuff and finding that hot again. Is that what's happening here with the DEI-obsessed Hollywood? Like, have they come to the point where, like, yeah, We want to look for someone that we've never used before, someone really, really out there, a really rare ethnicity to include in media. Well, these days, that's whites. We've never done that before. So let's use whites. Is it that? Is it snapping back around to that being normal? Or is it Marvel changing course? That's the least likely, though they probably will change course eventually. I wouldn't put my money on that. It's interesting, though. It's very unexpected. Because I understand he's the son of the original Black Panther, but he's white. Maybe they'll explain that. Or maybe they won't, because race realism is bad. I'm only going to watch the movie if it's Ryan Gosling as Ken as Black Panther. Yeah, that's good. The premiere issue of Marvel Knights The World to Come, which dropped Wednesday, dropped like anyone cares, introduces a new character named Katima, the son of T'Challa, which I believe is the normal Black Panther, Prince of Wakanda, 2 mentions in one day, and the original Black Panther. In a dramatic twist, Katima grows to resent his father and eventually challenges him for the throne. After defeating T'Challa, they let the white guy beat the black guy and run Wakanda. Who's writing this? What fucking accidental base Chad have they got to write this? In battle, Katima removes his mask, revealing blonde hair, blue eyes, and distinctly Caucasian features. Di, would you like to join the stream to talk about the Aryan champion? And obviously lots of other stories too. I mean, says Di. How about, Di, if we bring on Atronach as well? Are you up for Atronach? All right, we'll just keep an eye on who leaves now. I'm available, he says. Oh, I love it when they say that. Welcome.
Open for business.
Thank you, Di. You can finish that thought if you'd like. I don't care.
Nice.
Dude, it's White Boy Summer. We're so back.
I knew he was
White Boy
white.
Summer in Wakanda.
I knew he was white, dude. He was the only competent one. Of course, he was white.
Dude, we was Wakandans
I've never actually seen Black Panther, so I'm just chatting shit. So
I think I saw the first movie. It was fine. Melchizedek says they intend to make the white guy the bad guy, then the nigger faggot returns to make him go away. That's probably true, unfortunately, yes.
Mm-hmm.
They let the white guy beat
all I
the
know
black
about
woman.
Wakanda,
Wow, Jesus.
all I know about that is that all the black people were like, let's go back to Wakanda like it was a real place.
There were some that really believed it. Yeah, that was quite funny.
That's all I remember.
At the cybersmith level of reasoning. Not that you'd know that.
Stream.
What about stream?
I can't see the screen.
Oh, I apologize. One moment. There you go.
Thank you.
Reese Jampiece asks, why is there a microphone thingy on your beard? Reese, what most people don't usually know is that it's a microphone. The fact that you know it's a microphone makes the question kind of silly. However, I shall do a demonstration for you anyway. Remember how it sounds while it's on my beard, right? And now, here's how it sounds when it's on my shirt, the normal place that you'd put it. Are we seeing a difference? Are we seeing why I tend to have it on the beard?
That's so funny, the difference.
It is remarkable, isn't it? Ghost says it's better on your shirt. I don't think so.
Okay, he's just lying.
That's fucking awful.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly. See?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
He's a professional hater. He's trying to sabotage.
I think I need to do noise dampening control on the room. Because my voice goes straight into the wall that's about a meter ahead of me and then straight back into the mic, so it gets instant reverb, and most of the other walls are blank as well. Though I've got a big green screen behind me, should absorb some of it, but it's just too much. So I'll fix that. But you don't need to sound control your room. Yes, Ronald, I would get those. You don't need to sound control your room if you put the mic close enough to your mouth, because then the original source of the sound is loud enough
it uncomfortable?
that it cancels it out. A little bit.
Does it hurt?
Little bit. When I move my mouth, it sort of tugs a little bit on the hairs, but it's not too bad.
I see.
Someone says, why is Reese asking about the microphone? He's a Fed. They know what a wire looks like. Well, yeah, that's how he could identify that it was a microphone.
No wonder they all sound shit. They if you thought that sounded good, it's starting to make sense.
Chat, Reese is insisting that he's not a Fed.
That's exactly what a fucking Fed would say.
That was what I was going to say. Press 1 if that's exactly what a Fed would say. And throw him a glowy react as well.
There we go. It's a glowy reaction.
My glowy reaction used to be a lot higher on my
Glory?
frequent.
That's crazy.
Glowy on my frequently used list, but it's since dropped.
Ronald says
Damn,
GCHQ isn't sending their best. Reese says, no, Glory reacting.
Can you tell them to send us a check, man, already? Fucking hell. Been doing their job for a long time now.
Send us a check?
Yeah. You know, white nationalists, don't they all get paid to be at rallies and shit?
I guess. Spooner
I'm doing
says,
work for free, man.
we need to have a bid to do the bid. Yes, Spooner. This is the main reason that I haven't gone back to Captain Price, because I'd have to have the mic like here. It wouldn't work very well.
Send me your government issued AR-15 with the serial number filed off, please.
Mm-hmm.
I would like that very much. Thank you.
Hey, Reese appears to be engaging with the meme. He says, hope not hate's budget is incredibly low, lads. I'm all they can afford.
Dude, that's crazy.
Mm.
Yeah, but how much have you donated to Israel?
Exactly. Probably way too much.
Eric says, Die
But he
admits to
hasn't
also
died for
being a
them
Fed
yet, so.
live. I mean, that's something.
I fucking, bro, like I said, they don't pay me, so I'm not.
Chat, press 1 if you would happily be paid to just chill in Cabal like normal. Just occasionally blog about what's going on in it. You're paid for that.
What do you mean
Ronald says,
again?
fuck, a big honeypot again.
Do I look like a Janie to you?
Your complexion does kind of, you know.
No, that's Janissary.
You say I absolutely glow. Thank you. That's so nice of you.
That's not
My
what
complexion is bright and white. So true. So true,
If your
Bessie.
complexion is bright, is your
Bro.
complexion also verdant?
No. I mean, they are.
But they're the same person, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck! I didn't think of that. I'm bright, but I'm also green. I'm unlucky.
Hey, you're glowing green, bro. Well, you used to
Dude.
be until you betrayed the glowy green color.
I still have it. I'm just more pumpkin than.
Yeah. You
than
can stay a
green.
pumpkin.
I am the pumpest.
That should be your pet name for him, Die.
Oh, goodness. God. Oh, no.
Ronald says, Atronach, my Filipino maid I hired off a Facebook marketplace is whiter than you.
Oh, I thought you were calling me your Filipino maid.
Yeah, I
was saying,
No, Atronach is my Mexican
how
maid.
much.
That appears
It
to be
should
the
be quite
sound
cheap
of
if
a
he's a Mexican man.
car just beeping all the way down the road. If Reese makes it into the Hall of Fame from glowy emotes, I'll laugh. It's definitely possible. Yeah, it might well happen.
Bro, we're just going. The dude comes in, yeah, I'm a Fed, and gets put at level 3. Like, not even a fight.
Die, would you be more disappointed in someone that is obviously a Fed being made level 3 behind your back, or someone who is a woman being made level 3 behind your back?
Oh, definitely the Foyd.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's not even a contention there. Like,
Okay, hold on a second. Reese.
The drama we'd have to deal with a woman versus a Fed, like, nah, bro.
Yeah,
the Fed would be way chill.
The follow-up would be way worse when she eventually PMSs half the server into oblivion.
Reese, I can understand you saying it's not true, but saying it's not funny, that's
Doth
just not true.
protest too much.
That's also the case, but that's just not true. It is funny. Why do you think it's not funny, Reese?
No, he loves it. He loves the attention. He's a
He
drama
probably
whore.
does. He probably does.
Yeah, look. He loves this. He loves this. Look at this.
He loves it. Look at that.
He loves it,
7 messages just trying to get attention. Chat, Global react every single one of those messages.
Are we sure he's not a woman?
I've heard him in voice. The voice is quite
Okay.
feminine, but male.
Oh, he's just gay. Great. And why is there so many? Why do they just keep appearing?
Okay,
I
Reese,
just don't get it.
if you had to
It's
admit
Ted's
to either
fault.
being gay
Ted's
or a
fault.
Fed, Reese, which one will you take?
Why we make it so unwelcoming? Why are they here?
Everybody ping Ted and call him a nigger.
No, that's tranny. You're gay. Unfortunately, you guys stick it out for a long time.
All right. Do I have something for this? I might have a particular role that might help with this.
He used perish instead of like die, so he's definitely a Fed. Or he grew up on TikTok.
I don't think I have one specifically for a Fed, but I do have something close. There you go. Enjoy your new icon, Reese.
Yeah. Gay means he's also Jewish. True. So true.
He loves it. He loves it.
He's so happy. I'm
He
you
is.
know what? I'm happy.
Yeah. You know what, Reese? Do a /roll 100, and if you hit 100, then we'll consider that you're not a Fed.
Imagine he rolls a 1.
Oh, he didn't even type it properly.
Bruh. The
You wanna
Feds
try
really
again,
are
Reese?
not sending their best, man. Holy shit.
No. That's a D6,
That's
you idiot.
still not it. He's dude. No. Oh my
I'm counting
god.
that as a fail. Yeah. It has a space. The harvest has
Guys.
it. Oh, that was actually.
Pug.
Oh, no.
Pug.
Sorry, it's 1D100 you got to type. I
He
maybe
got
should
it.
change that.
What /roll 100 worked? He got a 5, so he's definitely a fucking Fed.
No, but that was a 1D6.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, he got a 30. Sorry, Reese, you're a Fed.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, 54. I got what's his age? Nice.
No, 54 was the secret result that makes you my
Oh
boyfriend.
shit.
I mean,
Pam,
wait a minute.
with the one.
Nothing's,
No.
wait a minute.
Damn.
Nothing's different.
Okay, now everyone's testing the fucking roll.
Oh, somebody got a
You're
69.
gay.
You got a 69 though.
So they did.
Can we overload the Uzabot? Let's try.
It will. Hello, Dr. Allegedly on Twitter. Sorry, on Twitch. No, I'm not even saying. Honestly, the same policy applies as any time. If there's a Fed in Cabal,
hate all Feds. Fucking kill yourself, Doc.
Nigger, why
if there's
the
a
fuck
Fed
are
in
you
Cabal,
using
I won't
Twitch?
ban you even if I find out. I won't even tell anyone if I find out. Probably.
I
maybe.
just want to cut, bro.
It's just interesting.
Why are you using the fucking Hamas Piker website? the
Website?
He's a
terrorist
Fed. He's
sympathizer
literally a
website.
Fed. Why are you? What? Of course he's using Twitch.
Did someone say website? Chat. I found a
my
cool
God.
website recently. If you all head on over to
Westward11.com.
where'sy11.com,
My favorite website. Yeah. Let's go. White boy summer.
Cabal prevails.
Oh, goodness me.
I plan to put more onto this website. But do you know what? I have a lot of other things on my plate. I'm working on a lot of code. I really wanted to code today instead of this. I got streams. I got Wizards in Space. I got real life stuff. I got lots of stuff going on.
You have to roll 420.
Maybe I'm just too distracted to expand this website. Add all the evidence, write it out, get it. Put it on Google. SEO. Nothing defamatory and nothing real life. All just online stuff and all evidenced. But still, I'd be happy to do that. But, I'm kind of distracted. I got a lot of other things on my mind. It's just, if I happen to see him stick his head above the trench like he doesn't still owe the world an apology, then maybe, I'll be thinking about him as, oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, I should work on that website, shouldn't I? However, if he were to do the right thing and either apologize or disappear forever, then I probably wouldn't think about him again. Anyway, moving on to other news.
Christ.
It was neat to see him back after his 6 months of absentia.
Absentia. I fucking hate that word.
Neat, spelt N-E-E-T, of course. In a dramatic twist, Katima grows to resent his father and eventually challenges... Yeah, we're talking about this still. Challenges him for his throne. After defeating T'Challa in battle, Katima removes his mask, revealing blonde hair, blue eyes, and distinctly Caucasian features. The role of T'Challa was... Thank you, Di. Was famous... Oh, you mean him. Was famously portrayed by the late Chadwick Boseman in the first 2 Black Panther films. Now, with Black Panther 3 reportedly in development and the character's legacy evolving in the comics, fans have taken to social media to suggest Gosling, best known as Barbie's Ken, is that really what he's best known as a potential successor.
He's best known from Drive, dude.
I love how it's just like from Ken from Barbie.
Chat, post your best Drive memes. All right, post your best Drive memes.
Ryan Gosling, best known as Ronald's profile picture. Oh look, there's Ryan Gosling again.
He's really tan in that one.
Yeah, he is. Here's some fantastic artwork.
How mad have the blacks been about this?
Oh, dude,
probably
it's been really funny because watching so many of them fucking seethe about this on social media, and then there was like a small subsection of them were like, see, we're not actually mad about this. We're having a civil conversation about it. You know, why are you guys going to be so mad about The Little Mermaid and Ironheart and all this other stuff?
Meanwhile, 98% of them are telling everyone to kill themselves and that they're going to blow everything up.
80% of fucking nigs are just like, he's black. Why is it supposed to be black? He's Black Panther. It's amazing.
Look, Harvest, I know that there's people dying in LA right now, but we got to talk about a white boy wearing a black superhero
God is
outfit.
real. God is real.
Also, fucking all the really annoying the black comic book fans were like, well, why didn't they just introduce the White Wolf? There's a character called White Wolf that's a white guy. It does the Wakandan stuff. Why didn't they just do that? It's like, oh, no, you know how your favorite things get ruined.
I would be sympathetic.
Truly, it's 2025.
But at this point,
the white
I don't
man's
fucking
coming
care.
back.
It's comic books, and they've taken it too far.
I mean, no, it's their own logic, Moreau. They've been saying so long it shouldn't matter what the race of the character is, and so what if they change it to black people? So it should be the exact same the other way around, and they shouldn't have a problem with it.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point.
Fuck 'em.
Someone says, is best known from Lars and the Real Girl while he plays an autist in Love of a Sex Doll. I haven't seen that or heard of it.
I haven't seen it either. Same.
Wankander forever, says Pug. Got him.
A wanker.
Yes. Speaking of which, chat, I'd like to remind you that people appear to care about the House Wars again. Currently, Cauldron is behind, but not by an insurmountable amount by any means. And whichever house is at the back, by the end of the stream, the house at the front will get to give them an icon of their choice. Yesterday, Cauldron received the toilet. And if the house in last place changes, I will, especially off stream, I'll generally give whoever changed
Amulet for life,
the ability to choose it. Yeah, unfortunately, Amulet is not too high up the list right now.
Damn, I'm disappointed in you.
No, Reese, it's not a crypto thing.
I can't believe we were divided by house wars. We need to unify the houses.
We do.
Let me go find a shiny stone. Shiny
Ronald
rock.
says, dies massive mummy milkers in my face. Oh yeah, Amuleth too.
Jesus
She's not denying it though. As it turns out, Ronald was very fortunate to have been assigned into the same house as Di. Actually, is it so over?
It's never been more Jover.
That's what Jover did. It's Jover.
Reese, I think I'm beginning to believe your quote where you say your IQ is double digits.
Wait, who?
Reese is just, I don't know why he's so loud, but he's so oblivious. Like,
what did he do now?
You'll figure it out.
Return?
Reese, like, it's a server currency.
He's just not paying attention.
Yeah, it's a server
No,
currency.
Can't figure out.
It's called Coin. It's based on real life contributions. And if you'd like some Coin, you can contribute via tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net. Converting them into Coin requires the accounts to be linked. Good doing it through Subscribestar is the easiest way because it's easy to link the accounts. You can, though, link the accounts through Stream Elements, but you have to be using the same email as you're using on Subscribestar. So best I can do, unfortunately. I'm going to be improving
Elon
it later.
cleaned house. Why are these
Reese-
retards still there?
Reese,
So it's crypto then? No, it's far more useless.
Do you know what? Thank you. Do you know what crypto is, Reese? It's not just a digital currency because you can have a number next to a name
He said no.
easily.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be crypto. No, crypto is. I can explain basically. Uses a technology through encryption, which makes it
Is he putting it out for
removes the
anyone
need
else,
for
or
a
is it just
single
mine?
authority to track its authenticity.
I hear it.
Which is very useful. I'm sorry. What were you guys talking about? Me behind my back?
Yes, always. It sounds like you're cutting out a little bit here and there.
Yeah, you're freezing on my end.
Just a little bit.
That's odd. Are you hearing that, chat? Oh, they are hearing that. Let me swap mics here.
I thought it was my internet. No, but it's like your
It's a
camera's
video.
freezing as well.
Yeah,
Oh.
like the whole thing like kind of freezes for a
You
second.
cut out
then
and
comes
we
back.
can't hear you and it freezes. Yeah.
Maybe if you just switch the server hosting thing, it'll fix itself.
It seems
It
like an
might-
internet issue, maybe.
It
It
might be
might
a
not
Discord
be.
issue.
It might not be internet. It might be local.
Dude, the Fed's getting mad that we're calling him dumb. He's throttling you.
Well, you have to realize, you forget that this is a 18-year-old Scottish femboy. So
So they're all cooked, man. They're all fucking cooked, dude. God, I bet their ancestors fucking rolling in the grave.
Eric says Coins are about as useful as video game currency in a single player title. Not true. You can embarrass other players. But basically, I could just let people contribute and give them nothing in return. Instead, I give them double their money effectively by giving them the same number of Coins they can spend again. So it's gratis. So yes, it's useless. You can't buy groceries with
Damn
it.
omelette.
But I
Can't
could just do
believe this.
nothing. Oh no! Amulet's behind. Because Matthias
Damn,
decided
dude.
it should be.
I decided.
dude.
But it's not behind by much. It could
All right, post the meme.
change.
Post the meme. Where's Triple? Post the meme.
What, the houses comic that she did?
No, the one where it's Matthias. Yeah, there it is. That's equals Matthias. There it is.
Tell you what, the glowy emoji is moving up my list.
Wait, you don't need to tell us, Reese. We know. We know.
Well,
Okay,
take an
hold on.
IQ test. I'll see if
we
you're
go.
more retarded than Jack.
Atrodok, if Reese said that right now, what he's just typed, what would you say immediately in response?
True.
Thank you, my
So
friend.
true. Take the IQ
Ronald.
test. We got to determine your retardation.
Ronald says, cheer 420, die using my face as a chair, Amuleth. Thank you, Spooner, who's contributed and says, Cauldron is the alcoholic groundwork of this server. Still keep the toilet as our symbol because that is how we respect the real Slav craftsmanship. I don't think you're going to be able to own the toilet, to be honest, Spooner.
Wait, what is this one?
Oh, new comic from Triple.
This does look new.
Alert, new comic from Triple.
All right, let's
Women
let's read
culture
this.
documentary. Chat, if you give me $5 more, I'll move my ass closer to the camera. In some cultures, women get on all fours and twerk while throwing gang signs. Women culture documentary. In Irish culture, women dance through the forest like angels. Oh no, Uzlu, please don't do this to me. Not like this. You can't stay inside all the time, lady die. You have to be a
Of
free
course,
spirit
dude.
and play like a pretty fairy in the woods.
Out the forest, that's where all the monsters are.
Dude, the perfect time to drop it.
I am the only monster you need to worry about. The RCMP will never catch me.
Can't believe he killed his fucking girlfriend and left her in the woods, man. And he just got away with it. He cleaned his apartment and he's just been moving ever since.
I am on the run, even though I did nothing wrong.
Every time they find him, they're like, "All right, we'll come back," and he moves. Every time.
The RCNP will never catch me.
Why do they just keep, when they find him, why do they just keep letting him go? Like, I don't get it.
I'm a sweet talker, as you have surely learned, Lady Di. He probably did kill his wife or girlfriend, whatever she was.
Probably. He fucking 100% did, dude. Oh,
John Wick, she likes the he. What to Sariel? How dare you accuse me of killing my wife who I killed? Oh yeah,
bro, I talked to this dude back in the day. I never thought I was speaking to a fucking murderer.
Yeah. Ronald says, Di is nowhere near retarded enough for JF. I think that's a bit far, Ronald. Someone says, you can make Reese the Discord kitten by voting for Glow Reese with your User coin. You sure can, chat. I think that's not a bad idea, actually.
Glow Reese.
Make him the bottom.
Just think how fucking perplexed he would be if he's suddenly Discord kittened. He has no idea what that even means. And
he's getting off on it. He loves it, though.
To Glow Reese as well.
Loves it. He loves it, though.
Don't say that, Di. They won't give me as much money.
True, sorry.
That's all right. He says, I do not love this. What do you mean? And yet you continue.
Buddy. Sure, buddy.
Oh, man, I hate it.
Just like a girl says she's not a whore when she has her tits out on camera. Yeah, sure.
I hate it when people react to what I say in the way they're constantly doing. Let's send the same thing again, because I don't want the same thing to happen again. Okay, buddy. Okay. Hello, Reese's Jampies. Are you retarded enough to be my new potato wife? I see some potential there. As a genius eugenicist, I recognize that forming intelligent offspring with 50 IQ potatoes is the #1 strategy.
Dude, I think this is probably why I had such a visceral reaction when Ronald was like, yeah, eugenics, man. It's because I immediately think, oh, he's like JF.
What, in that he likes retarded women?
Oh, I think it's like you're going to say French. Oh.
Basically,
trying to destroy the white race.
As a woman, yeah, Ronald does want to destroy the white race. Di, as a woman, wants people to like her for her and for her race.
And my skin.
But both.
Yeah.
Yes, but both. And she's worried that Ronald only likes her for her race, even though Ronald wants to destroy the white race. Ronald says JF is bad at eugenics.
No, my problem is he doesn't like me for my race, actually.
Oh?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I want my fucking Nazi husband that's like fucking like the white race is the top, dude.
Right, so the
and
problem...
that all white people should breed. And the moment he said that there's too many white people, he was dead to me.
So the problem is that Ronald likes you for you, but doesn't like your race.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, there you go. Shit.
Yeah, but listen, a real Nazi would never say, I don't want white people to breed, bro. Nah, you're a fucking larper. You're a larper. I don't want to hear it.
I just want you to know, Ronald, that I know exactly what you meant, but this is way too funny for me to defend you.
It doesn't matter. The wrong ones. Who's the wrong one? By your own fucking logic, you're the wrong one, nigga.
There are no wrong whites. All whites are good. There's no wrong whites.
Literally, his own logic is like, yeah, I just don't want this or this to breed. And I'm like, well, okay, as a white disabled woman from Ireland and I'm Irish, you basically told me that you don't want someone like me to breed by your own fucking logic. Dude, and you're like, yeah, but I'll be control of it. No, you won't, nigga. You'll be gone first.
This nigga has never heard of nature versus nurture and thinks it's all nature.
I'm telling you, that conversation is the most disappointed I'd ever been in someone.
It was wild to hear.
I swear, like, I was so upset.
Di, you're being heard across multiple rooms.
Listen, when it comes to the white race and people saying the white people shouldn't breed, I get very upset.
True.
I want to misunderstand you. You've literally fucking doubled down in the fucking chat saying, "Oh no, the wrong ones." Fucking retard.
Listen, white people are only
Retard,
10%.
bro.
Are only 10% of like the global population. We can't split hairs on
literally
which ones are the right ones right now. We just need more. All right.
Yeah, this is what the point is. Like, oh, there's too many people fucking psyoped by the Jew. Like, and you call yourself a Nazi. What is this?
We're only too many people because Africans, Chinese, and Indians still exist. That's literally why there's too many people on the planet. The quote unquote. That's the fucking lie. They say, oh, the world's too many people, but they don't tell you all the fucking bug people are smashed into the same areas.
What? No wonder you're one of the fallen, bro. It's no fucking wonder. Your ancestors turn in their grave every time you type shit like this.
Wiggers should be breeding because the more white people there are, the more power we have against the other.
Take a Wigger over a fucking
crazy
nigga any
that
day.
are outbreeding us.
Any
they don't
fucking
care about.
day.
No,
This
listen,
dude's around white people so much he doesn't even understand the luxury he lives.
Every other race doesn't care what level of intelligence their fucking people are, as long as that they're their people.
Bro, I've talked to Wiggers that have more intellect than you, Ronald, at this point. It's crazy.
We can play the game of like, oh, we don't want the fucking the less good people in our society, but you have to have enough people in your society first of all. We can worry about the other stuff after.
Literally, like, oh, guys, there's 0.1% of the population that's making everything better. Yeah, less of them should breed.
Ronald, why do they act non-white? Is it because they were born that way, or is it because they were raised around blacks? Do you think if you put them around a bunch of white people, they'd start acting normal?
They're also British, so
it's not in their fucking genes. It's in their fucking environment. This is such a stupid argument.
He's a child. What can you expect? He'll grow up eventually.
Yeah, maybe one day.
I understand what Ronald means, but I do agree that he's wrong that like certain whites shouldn't breed. No, I don't really mind which whites breed. The more the merrier.
I think the moment people start being like, oh no, they shouldn't do this or people shouldn't do that, like, and you try and take away that freedom, you are the bad one.
Ronald, nature selects humans pretty well. If you try to impose a regime onto it, it's going to be wrong. Even if it's mostly right, the wrong is going to catch up with you. Let it happen naturally. You are not anywhere fucking near aristocratic to have delusions that you know what civilization needs from its genes. Just let them figure it out for themselves. Give them the space they desperately need to figure it out for themselves. That's all they need. Just need to liberate our countries.
If a white woman has birthed 30 white children, she should be rewarded for it, actually.
Yeah. And plus you need as long as there's a father involved, I will say.
Yeah, right. Well, of course, somebody, like, if there's 30 kids popping out, someone's fucking involved.
Hold on, I have to clarify this. As long as there is a husband involved.
Okay, so fuck widows. Fuck widows, I guess.
Okay, like, I'm not legislating for edge cases, Di. I'm not
talking to you, nigga. It's not all about you.
Oh, okay, all right. We're not advocating for the welfare state.
So widows are whores, okay?
We've never advocated for the welfare
Muslim by any chance? What is it like in India? Once the woman becomes a widow, they just kill her. Not everywhere, not all the time, but it happens quite often in India.
I'm telling you, he's been psyoped so much he doesn't even realize it, and he dares call himself a Nazi.
I just have to make clear to anyone new that's watching, I'm neither a white supremacist, nor a socialist, nor an ultranationalist.
No, but this dude fucking claims he's a Nazi and is like, white people shouldn't breed. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit, dude.
No, Ronald's just in that phase of his life right now where he's very certain about what's right, and it happens to align right now in the opposite direction of the people that are the most wrong. So he just thinks it should be enforced as hard as possible. But
he's gonna think about the logistics of it.
When you try and do that.
It sounds good on paper. It's like any other fucking socialist policy. It sounds good on paper, but fucking put it into practice and it falls apart.
I'm gonna listen to my biology, okay? And I dry up the moment he said that, so it must not be worth it, dude. And my body and everything about me must just be like, nah, this dude isn't worth breeding with.
A bit too much information there, Di, but never mind.
There's a lot wrong with that.
Well, it is what it is, man.
Ronald selected out.
Ronald
the gene pool, unlucky.
Ronald has a ridified die.
Look. If you're gonna listen to a woman's uterus is drying up, there's a lot of wrong with society. Okay.
Speak fucking English, nigga. What are you saying? I'm so aggro after this conversation.
Okay.
Don't worry, Di. Just calm down. You will be fine. See, I get away with it. I don't know why.
Oh, you must Scarab. You must be new for what the streams we're on.
What were we talking about before this?
Some sort of news,
Black
I think.
Panther's white. He's white base, right? More white people. Important. More white people, guys. We need more white people.
Yeah.
Fuck you,
white,
Ronald.
Go breed. If you're not white, too bad.
Yeah.
Ronald, your cringe eugenicism has managed to put me on the pedestal above you because I am at least white. Wow. 10 years Di and I have been friends, and I finally managed to ascend within sight of her approved section of friends because I don't hate the white race. Yay.
Yes, Cartman. Exactly.
Look, covered in stew.
I'd like to make it clear, Ronald, that this is not meant to be a criticism at all. It's actually, I get where you're coming from. You're very strongly ironic, and that's an admirable approach to comedy. But I said before, and you told me, like, I was joking. I don't know if you are. I think there's a lot of truth to your irony. I think you kind of lost in it. And here you are taking us completely seriously. I don't know how serious Di is, but you're taking us completely seriously here. You're trying to correct the record on things that I think we know what you meant. I don't know about Di again, but like, this is a danger, Ronald.
Every time.
This is a danger.
Oh yeah, menacing scab. Oh yeah, I'm so sleepy. What time is it? No, I'm the janitor, man.
Listen,
I'm so sleepy.
I'm gonna just be clear. Anyone that says that white people shouldn't breed, I'm immediately calling them an enemy. Okay? And that's where I stand. I don't agree with eugenics usually anyway. Like that whole idea and ideal, I'm completely against. So.
Well, it depends. How retarded and or brown are they?
I mean, if they're in Africa, I don't care what they're doing. I care more about the animals over there because they have to be around black people.
Reese is clocking off of his daily schedule as a Fed monitoring cabal soon. So
well, yeah, because he's getting mad. We're not giving him attention.
He said anguloid snow monkey.
And you're dead to die. Not that you weren't already.
See, Eric, this is what I mean. It's like people can just exclude what considers what. Like it just the whole narrative will just fall down to like, oh, if you're rich, you get to breed. That's where it will end up.
Quite possibly.
Always.
Yeah. If the intent is pro-white race, which I'm not particularly racial, but I'm not anti it for all means. If the intent's pro-white race, right, that's okay.
Celtic supremacy.
But if the mechanism is government control, that's the thing I'm against.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
the problem with eugenics.
The moment that somebody's like, oh, you know what? We decide that these people shouldn't get to breed, so we're immediately going to take them in and sterilize them, so that they like that's just Muslim behavior, and I'm just against anything and everything to do with all that satanic nonsense. When it like just no, absolutely not.
But Ronald, I see the point you're making here, where you're saying your point is people who produce children out of wedlock shouldn't receive support from the state, and we agree on that. However, that was not your argument. You said that low quality whites shouldn't breed. You literally said that.
That was your word verbatim, and you literally said in this chat earlier, "Oh, Uyghurs shouldn't breed." Like, no.
Maybe Ronald was stating that as a personal preference, but not something he'd ever put into policy. In which case, Ronald, you should make that clearer, because we're getting the impression that's what you want. Given especially that you are like on the authoritarian end, you're Red Square.
Yeah, but if they're like, this is what I'm saying. The kids that come out of that, the white children, they're all not going to be fucking dumb. They're not. That's not how it works. There's so many cases of retards having kids and having really intelligent offspring.
Yeah, the people can come from surprising backgrounds. You never know what they're going to do. That's why eugenicism is generally a bad idea. You eradicate the outliers, but the outliers are usually where the really extraordinary people come from.
Oh, yeah, but this is class logic, welfare queen. So you're just attacking the people that are poor. Like, in the end, this is always what it goes down to.
Well, speaking of that, did you see the fucking thing with JD Vance was talking to? He went on Theo Vaughn really recently.
Talking about,
and there was an image.
Go on.
Yeah, there was a like a meme image that's basically had both of them sitting side by side and said, one came from like a methed out mother, and the other one is the heir to like a some sort of fortune or whatever, some weird like nobility or something like that. And they're like, which one's which? If you know anything about JD Vance, you know that he didn't have the greatest childhood. And now he's the vice president of the United States. Like, you can't rule out the fucking...
The Irish were literally enslaved, right? And then they managed to become president at many cases in America. Like, there's so many cases of people growing up in poverty or horrendous situations or brought up in these horrible backgrounds that climb out of it and become something. So the idea that like, oh no, we just have to completely not allow this class of people to breed because they're retarded is just not, it's just not how it is. You're ignoring a lot of things going on there.
Right.
I think Ronald
just against all overreach in general anyway, like that. I don't think anyone should be telling people that they shouldn't breed.
Overreach? Wait a minute. Overreach.
Taking your position, Ronald, exactly as you're describing it, it's still well open to criticism. Because you're still saying these whites shouldn't breed. And I think that's, one, not your place to say, and two, just a bad idea anyway, and certainly not a good policy idea.
That's the right to tell somebody that.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Ronald, would you ever advocate for a government to implement policies that like make selective the breeding process, or try to? I guess you're not saying people should be disallowed or anything.
Let's give the kids a vaccine at a young age, so when they hit puberty, guess what? They're infertile.
Ronald, where
have we heard that before?
If all you're saying is that welfare should be doled out to those who actually need it, who are actually forming healthy families, then holy shit, that is not what you said. If that's what you meant, that is not what you said. I can completely understand how that was not what came across.
No. He said this after the fact when everyone was like, what the fuck is that retarded nonsense you're saying? And then he started saying it.
Well, Ronald, if that's what you meant, then maybe you understand what I mean when I say optics. It's difficult to get these things across sometimes. Oh yeah, the Skinwalker delivery service. Yeah, why not?
Dude, it was really great. I had great sex with my doppelganger.
Bruh. I knew you were gay.
Oh, you only just found out now?
We've had this conversation before. Apparently, it's still gay.
Is it still gay?
It doesn't matter who they look like, Atronach. If it's not literally you, even if it looks like you, if it's a different body, even if it's a direct clone, even if it's an atom-perfect clone, if it's not literally your
Is it gay to fuck
body,
your twin, guys?
The identity, it doesn't matter. The fact that it's male and it's not literally your body means it's gay sex.
What if it's an eldritch abomination?
It's still gay sex.
I mean, is it a male body?
Oh, okay.
At that point, it's monster fucking. It's questionable whether it has gender, of course. At which point, it's bestiality.
There's so many things.
I'm afraid to say, there's no escaping this being degenerate.
Hold on, let me get my monster fucker permit. Hold on.
Oh no.
It's government issued.
What? I would never
I thought
fuck them. I
only
always
women
drink them.
I thought only women get that.
Dude, this is Trump's America, okay?
Oh,
This
true,
is what I
true.
voted
Di,
for.
I understand that you've lived in the world of women who want to get fucked by monsters, but are you aware that men have their own version of this?
Well, no, I've seen the monster girls, but
Wendy
they're just
Gussie?
like basically women with like a tail or ears or whatever. Like
Yeah.
the women, when
I
they
know.
go for monster men, it's a bit more intense, my guy.
Well, the women are into like
Pyramid
basically
head?
what they would have seen
Pyramid
the
head, yeah.
raping and pillaging
That's even
invaders
tame.
as, which is just dark, mysterious, evil beasts from a foreign land who they never get to know. So they want something mysterious, powerful, evil, and dangerous. So that's what they choose.
I don't think it has
women-
to be evil. I think it's just it's about power, and if they're powerful and they're coming in and they're destroying all the males around, instinctively their body is like, "Oh my god, breed with it so it doesn't kill me." Right?
Dude, women would look at Nurgle and go, "Oh, I'd fuck that."
Di, look, Ronald is virtue signaling about being a based white racist again. Now that he knows that you've been disappointed with him. Someone says, to play devil's advocate, what if it's a displaced time travel duplicate from a different point in time? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the identity is. If it's a
all
male
gay.
body and it's not
all
your
fucking
current
gay,
body,
Chad.
then it's gay. Like masturbation, it doesn't matter what your fucking passport says. It matters whether it's literally your body. Doesn't
All
matter
right,
if
Chad.
it's a different body that's identical to yours. It's still not your body. I'm not talking about
if you're
what it looks
jumping
like.
through,
I'm talking about which object it is. It's that
if
simple.
you're jumping through hoops to justify it, it's
Yeah.
gay. Okay?
Yeah.
Every time.
That's usually the case. Yes.
Every time, bro.
Yeah. Mavis says 100 different ways of Cabal asking if fucking men is gay. Look, Atronach and I, we know what we are, okay? Bear in mind,
And I
Ronald,
wouldn't have it any other way.
You stated one opinion about the white race needing to die off, which is what you said literally. Meanwhile, and Di hates you. Meanwhile, Atronach and I talk constantly about how much gay sex we're having, and Di loves it.
Yeah, but you don't say the white race shouldn't fucking like breed, so
No, well,
if
if Atronach was
I love the
female,
white
I wouldn't
race.
be having sex with him because he's brown.
Dude, I love the white race. One of my favorite races of all time, okay?
I don't even know where to go with
Dude, definitely top 5.
Chat, press one
There's
if you
so
would.
many avenues, bro.
Press one if you would bed Atronach were he a brown Mexican female.
Oh, they're all
She's
fucking
seven and jumps in there with
DJs.
the
They'll
one.
say
Hold on,
yes. They're gonna say yes, dude. Of course
Hold
they
on,
will.
I have a fucking.
They're
I have a
lonely
meme
men.
image from
They'll
that.
take anything they'll fucking get. This is why men can't be trusted with the fucking breeding, like continuing and picking and choosing, because they will just
Hold
fuck
on, wait.
anything.
I have a meme. I have a meme for this.
Oh,
Right,
hey,
there you go.
Atronach,
There
they
you
found
go.
a
There you
picture
go.
of you.
There's the meme. There's the meme. My name is Andrew Ryan. Is a man not entitled to a mid-brown e-girl? No, says the man in the group chat. That makes you a fake cell. No, says the racist LARPer. It's race mixing. No, says the mid-brown e-girl. What are you doing in my house? I reject those normie answers. Instead, I choose something different. I choose the impossible. I choose to LARP as a conquistador.
God, fucking race traitors. I hate them. I hate them all.
Dude, we're entitled to mid-brown e-girls, okay?
All right, then you can't get mad when the women pick Asian men. And by Asian, I don't mean fucking Indian.
You mean the one you picked, right?
Yeah, totally, bro.
Women pick Asian men?
Have you seen the thirsting they do for Korean men?
Oh, wait, Uzlu.
Mhm.
Look who's back. Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend.
I'd rather die, Ghost. I'd rather fucking die.
Who?
Thing you. Guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend.
A friend.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, Zenman, I'm not talking about you when I say that.
I must
Married
say-
men with children are already removed from what I'm talking about.
I must say, I was not expecting that. Let's
Who's back?
see if we can keep things friendly.
Wait, who's back?
The fat fuck.
That doesn't narrow it down. Fucking DM me, nigga.
Just look. Just fucking look.
No, it's way funnier if you don't.
Read.
You can't read? You can't sneed?
Oh, you're perfect for JF.
Oh,
You can't sneed?
community.
Chat, press 1 if you'd rather this had just been a dry reading news article stream, and press 2 if this is better.
Oh God. No, jeez. Oh no. Why is he here?
You know what?
I think he's a
can
scorned
see,
lover.
I can see how this
True.
could be better for everyone. I'm going to just
Oh my God, Adam
drop the
Vader, because he
hostilities
cooked
and see
him.
what happens.
Wait,
Oh.
Adam for what?
He cooked him.
What are you gonna do?
When did
Ronald
Vader
says
cook
sub 60 IQ is JF's level. Dyer is just illiterate, which is more my
cocked.
level. I see.
him?
Fuck's sake.
I'm sorry, your accent is thick. It's not my fault.
No,
Like my
you know, I'm
penis,
not
but-
going to say that. I'll let Ronald say that.
I said it.
No, dude, I have a fat cock, bro. So
Yeah,
thick, bro.
fat fucking dude. It looks like a fucking
She's
Coke can.
taken on Sally's foot to foot long.
Oh, dude, you tell I've been talking to Sally.
I can tell you've been talking to Sally because I saw you talking to her the other day.
It was so nice. She's you know,
Whenever she
She's
shows
my
up, it's a
girl,
rare
man.
occurrence. We have to have our Sally time.
it really is a rare occurrence
we-
nowadays.
Yeah, it's like seeing a rare animal in the wild. Phrase of bird in the hand is worth two in the
Ronald,
bush.
is Hyperborea when you get brown GF and you stop the white race from breeding? Diane Ronald has an instruction for you.
What was it? No.
Boreas Irish pussy. But that's not even the most north that you can get.
Celtic supremacy, always.
Right. Is it
Oh, what are
time?
you talking about? Oh yeah, White Boy Summer. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were still talking about White Boy Summer. So, Ryan Gosling to be the new Pink Panther. I know. Please say that Ryan Gosling is going to be the new Black Panther. One fan, quote unquote, posted alongside a photo of Ryan as Ken, while another begged, please Marvel and Disney, I want this. They're not fans. Daily Mail, they're not fans. And one concluded...
Technically.
Well, they could be. They could be. If they pick the right White Panther. And one
Thing
concluded
is, they're
that
going to
maybe...
give us they're going to give us white Black Panther, but they're going to give us tranny Zelda as well. So just remember that.
Tranny Zelda, oh no.
Yeah.
Disgusting. No, that really is. That really is disgusting.
No, that's what they're doing.
Like, sure, it's a Japanese IP, but Zelda is a classic princess character. Transing Zelda is disgusting.
Well, because they had a bunch of like fucking degens being like, "Oh my god, this one's be perfect for Zelda. Look at them." But like, you have him next to any fucking woman, and it's like, "Oh, okay."
John Wick in chat says
Immediately you can
Tranny
tell
Zelda got
straight away.
cancelled, so that's good.
Based, fucking
It was
based.
never really a thing.
No, they did tease it for a little while that they might pick her.
No,
Pick
it was
him.
a
Sorry,
rumor.
oh my god,
that,
Freudian slip there. Jesus, kill me.
It's a rumor
Kill
that
me.
they were. It's a rumor that they were eyeing him, but
I made the greatest sin. Put me down. Put me down, chat. That's it. That's it.
It was a rumor and it was unconfirmed, and it was just saying that they were eyeing him to play it. You know, it would have been in the contesting
Yeah, I bet
for
they were right.
No, it started off though with a bunch of people being like, "Oh my god, look at them! They're like such a woman, guys. They're perfect for Zelda. We need to push this."
Unlike all those women who are also women.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
actually-
right.
dude. Let's get Bella Ramsey to be fucking Zelda. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I'm here for.
So yeah.
Do Willem Dafoe Zelda?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that looks like Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe?
Willem Defriend. Anyway,
Willem Dafoe.
I think we can get off the Black Panther.
really? You really want to
Well, there's
word
not
it like that, Di? You really want to word it like that?
To be
All
fair,
right,
this-
let's spend another fucking 10 minutes then. All right, go on. Go on.
Well,
Okay.
To be fair, there's not much to say. Like, okay, this is what I was kind of saying about the other time. About like stream segments. It was like this one could have just been like a really quick blip. You know,
Oh
I don't
my
need a
God.
full
but
article.
I
read
feel like there's a
through.
penny still to drop here. What?
Sam Beckman's Freed's girlfriend. Yeah, they're making her this fucking beautiful white, like, because of course Jews have to make themselves look beautiful in any media that they're going to portray themselves in. Oh, it's so fucking dumb.
I just want to see if there's a penny to
she
drop
was
in
the
this
dude that
article before we
sucked
move
everyone
on.
off.
Yeah, the penny to drop.
Remember?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
That's the
No official word.
girlfriend of
Obviously,
his.
it's just a meme. New Black Panther people are pissed that it's being whitewashed, threatening to boycott Avengers Doomsday. Like anyone's going to fucking watch it anyway. Rumors, etc., etc. Yeah, here's
Oh,
the
if they make
original
him
fan
white,
art.
it might actually do well.
Maybe. No, they're not going to do. They're not going to do it well.
Well, if it turns out that they're trying to turn him into the bad guy, they won't. People won't.
Ryan Gosling's interested in playing Ghost Rider, apparently. Following up Nick Cage.
Oh.
It's a character he's long been familiar with since his longtime partner Eva Mendes starred in Ghost Rider. I vaguely remember that. Meanwhile, Black Panther news dropped Wednesday. Social media instantly went into meltdown. Thanks, Daily Mail. Really, really hit with the kids there. Okay, you got a lot of this stuff. Right, I think the article is just, they announced a white Black Panther probably so that they can make him into a villain in the comics, and then everyone freaked out, whoa, white Black Panther, that's our meme, let's use Ryan Gosling. And the Daily Mail reacted like, oh, look, it's Marvel fans opting for the next, and they didn't get it. Next. I'm waiting for Brad Pitt to play MLK. Outrage after Marvel reveals new Black Panther is white.
Dude,
Do it.
I would watch that so much. I want to see that.
Do it.
Do it.
No, he needs to be playing Malcolm X. It'd be funnier.
Gets killed by the CIA comprised of entirely black people.
The CIA niggers, they're coming.
Oh no.
It's real. We willed it into existence.
Oh no, Reese, what are you doing here? Anyway. Breaking.
I'm giving him attention. He likes it.
He's not there anymore. Breaking, President Trump is now mobilizing 700 active duty Marines to Los Angeles to the riots per reports. They are currently gearing up and on their way. They'll be assisting the National Guardsmen currently on the ground. Let's go, says this Twitter poster.
I can't wait to watch Californians get beaten into the ground by police. It's going to be so fucking funny.
They're getting paintball. It's hilarious.
Yep, I got lots of videos.
Oh my God.
Most of what I've got from this point on.
They fucking welted. That was awesome.
Most of what I got in the stream from this point on is just like videos from LA. So let's give a quick watch.
Go.
By the way, we are absolutely now in the era where if this was AI, it would be very hard to tell, potentially. Like, we all thought, okay, that's something in the future. No, it's now. It's happened.
Well, to be fair, we get a lot of angles of this stuff.
Oh, yeah, no, it's happening.
Yeah, 4K
but any one of these
beatings.
videos could be...
I
even if
wanted
the video,
slow-mo too.
Yeah, it's happening. But even if the video is like accurate to what's going on, it could still be AI generated.
You know, the best thing ever is if they did the like fucking weird Australian like haka dance and then get beaten in by the police.
Yeah, Ronald, I'm not doubting the things are actually happening. But this video could be fake, and every other ones could be true, but this one could be fake, and it would be possible, but hard to tell. That's all I'm saying.
I too have a friend who lives in LA. So they were right across
Oh,
the
my
street.
condolences, man.
Yeah.
Peaceful, fiery but peaceful riot. The beatings to be transmitted live. And thanks to Elon Musk's Starlink, we'll be transmitting the beatings to you right as they're happening. Actually, thanks to Elon Musk's X, and ironically, we'll be doing that. All right, next up. Okay, so this was a correction by the looks of it. James Wood says, if I hear one more leftist shill in mainstream media utter the words peaceful protests, I'll throw up. And then he linked a video. Apparently this is old footage from May 2020. Gavin Newsom said this video is from 2020. But the point being made by people responding to this is, holy shit, there are riots so often in LA, you literally can't fucking tell when they're from. Which is a fair response.
It's like they're France, dude.
Yeah. I also allowed rioters to burn police cars and assault cops in 2020. It's not the own you think it is. Oh, quite, Gavin. It was Gavin Newsom. He was in charge when this was happening last. Yeah, exactly. So good job, Gavin. We'll get back to Gavin later. For now,
because his mother had died, my father, as the one processing the paperwork, put my grandmother down as his mother. And so I am illegal in this country. My parents are illegal here in this country.
Get her out.
get her out.
Bye,
Yep.
bitch.
Bye.
Thank you for the announcement.
Why would you say this?
Why would you say this? A good fucking question.
People are already fucking adding JD Vance at
IQ,
with this
bro.
shit on
I
Twitter.
swear to fucking God, these people
Cool
like
story,
Jesus.
bitch. Get on the plane.
All I see is fucking memes of like JD Vance has the opportunity to do the funniest thing. It's just a Cash Patel. There's adding everyone just to fucking get these
do you
freaks out of our
understand?
country.
If fucking ICE immediately fucking arrested her right then and there, it would have been cinema, dude. Holy
Dude,
shit.
it would be the pure Kino. Pure
Oh,
fucking
the
Kino.
missed opportunity right there, man.
I would have had
They
to be
just
right back.
tackle her. Dude, they just tackle her like, get down, Mr. President.
God, these fucking
Pug,
retards. Man.
I appreciate the gift, but what's that meant to be?
It's
Okay,
obviously representing black women.
I was thinking it was representing your reaction genitally to her being arrested live on air after saying this.
This is the birth of a demon we're witnessing.
I believe this one was already born. So what's happening here is she is surface level read, saying that she's illegal in solidarity with the other illegals in the city because she believes that California can hold off the bad, mean, evil Mr. Trump man and win. They can't. She will be screwed over if Trump is not merciful. However, second layer, she's lying for clout. I honestly find that
Maybe.
slightly more likely, but only slightly.
Yeah,
Well, we
hope.
could have
What
a,
are you saying? Okay, are you? First of all, are you saying this black woman, first of all, is smart enough to be like, okay, I'm gonna lie about my status so that they then arrest me, so I can then prove how retarded they are by arresting a citizen just because they speak it? I
could see
don't
it.
think she's that smart.
Well, we
No,
could
but there
have
might
a
be other smart
Pocahontas
people
No,
behind
no.
her.
True. The Jew could be behind her. You're right.
Notably, she's not just any brown woman, Minnesota state representative. So she's an official for the state, fairly high up.
Thinks that gives her protection. That's why she's saying this. Then
Quite possibly that's what she thinks, yeah.
Politicians
this
are
is
not
not
above
just-
the law.
It's not just illegal, like border hopping, it's fraud that went on for generations. It's good that we don't know anyone else here who's recently
Bro.
admitted to being guilty of federal fraud.
Wouldn't know
imagine
it.
going up on mic and being like, "Yeah, guys, I'm an illegal immigrant. Like, what about it? What are you gonna do, huh? Like, bro."
Trump's cracking down on murderers, and I just
They
want to
still
say
think
I've
it's
killed 6
2020.
people today.
They think it's 2020 where because again, this is what they were able to do. They were able to come up and say shit like this with no repercussions whatsoever. So they still think they live in that world.
Yes, G-Servitor, if it was merely tax evasion, that would be one thing. It's not. And even if it is, like, I don't particularly care. Like, they're not particularly serious crimes, but holy shit, why would you admit to, like...
I mean,
like,
the American government might think differently, though.
Yeah, government would care a lot, and it's not just tax fraud, but taxes involved. But yeah, why would you admit to that? Crazy. Revlon says, I honestly, I think it's funnier the idea that he's actually a Walmart worker. Revlon says, there's a representative black woman that tried to bulldoze her way into an ICE facility who's facing felony charges. Good. Well, it sounds like that's good. She honestly thought her representative status was making her immune to law. Yeah, it doesn't.
Dude, if they put her in the fucking...
Uzi,
in the
look at this
camps.
fucking video. Just
Identifying all LA rioters for the authorities. All right, let's
It's a good
We
meme.
watch this. Let's watch
take
it.
a
Let's watch
chance
it.
on this video.
Is it Sam Hyde?
See if it's a waste of my
it is.
time.
It's a good meme.
Let's see. Let's see.
It's a good meme.
All right, it was not worth my time. Next up,
I love him. I
Chat,
love
press
him,
one if it was
dude.
worth your time.
Yeah. Hold on.
I don't know, man. I feel
Oh
like
my god,
anyone could do
Discord
that.
isn't letting me fucking put one. What is this?
dude. They're getting fucking.
Damn, I wish I had a hotkey that would just prevent Di from typing. I didn't think of that.
Dude, the deep.
What is this?
The deep state. They're getting you. They're getting you.
Dude, my old Discord's broken. All right, hold on. Hold on, chat. BRB.
Di, leave the channel. She didn't. What? Oh, she's probably timing out. She probably did already leave the channel. She's just timing out.
And your internet's fucked, I think.
Maybe. Yes. Honestly, Triple, that was not the worst part. All right, Di, congratulations. You successfully posted.
Dude, I had to fucking.
Are you sure
bring
the
up
post
my
went through, Di?
Wow. Wow, you fucking deleted it.
How dare you accuse me of such a thing that you could find out I did in the audit log?
Wow. I didn't even check the audit log. I just knew.
Well, of course you did. Right.
Bring them back! Bring them back!
This is the New York City Police Department. You are occupying these premises unlawfully and without
It's a really
permission.
nice voice, actually.
Unlawfully.
I bet he's so happy. Whoever is fucking saying this, I bet he's waited his whole life to do this whole announcement.
That guy's got a really nice voice. He just sounds so giddy.
I think the voice is an odd choice, but I think it's supposed to be like a civilized, calming voice, so as not to produce violence.
I'm ordering you to leave these premises now. If you refuse to leave, you may be subject to arrest. This is the New York City Police Department. Your
Department.
Well, we're gonna bring him back to jail.
Bring him in.
God, the first protester they find is struggling to wrench itself to its feet.
You are now subject to arrest.
Dude, Greta Thunberg has more balls than these lot do. At least she got arrested and kidnapped, quote unquote, by Israelis.
The arresting officer voluntarily to the prisoner transporting.
Wonder why they're using the is that common practice now? Just use the plastic zip ties. Obviously, they're special zip ties.
There's so many people they need to arrest. It's going to cost a
that
lot
makes
to
sense.
get
That makes sense.
handcuffs.
Yeah,
it is for more people, and it's quicker, easier, and just as effective. Man, most people can't break those zip ties.
Ronald, you would
criminals do it
unironically
as well.
prefer them to just like machine gun everyone in that building, wouldn't you? Like, I know that you talk about layers of irony, and it's like, no, I don't actually believe that. You do, don't you?
You just said yeah, and
that is the the eugenicist attitude talking again. It's like you don't have enough authority to determine that you're so right that you can just wipe out large groups of people. No one does or ever will, and any stable society will enforce that.
You have to have compassion. These people have been slapped by the Jews from birth. They've been spawn camped, dude.
One way or the other, they have been. They're victims of propaganda.
This is what makes whites better. They understand this nuance and they try and help.
They are willingly submitting to arrest, so just arrest them. Take them to a jail cell, process them, charge them for trespassing, and be done with it.
See, I would just throw them in jail, man.
If you do this to them, then they can justify doing it to you. Now they want
when
to
they get in
escalate
power,
anyway,
guess what?
but
They'll gun you all down instantly as soon as they have the power.
When they abuse power, it's aberrant. And that's something to stop, and people recognize it should be stopped. If it's normal to abuse power, then no one tries to stop it. We want a society that's stable, where we don't have abuse all the time, where people can get on with their fucking day, and we don't have to constantly go back and forth shooting fucking crowds of protesters just because we think they're in the wrong. A stable society is one where people don't lurch to the point of, I'm so right that these people should not exist. Even if
when
you're
the
correct.
British decided to shoot the protesters on Bloody Sunday, that sure went well, didn't it? For everyone. That was a great decision, wasn't it?
We're talking about humans here, Di.
See what I mean? See what I mean? Like, that's exactly the point. Like,
But yeah.
But the Pug, that's not true. It just emboldens them and it makes them hate you more, and then it justifies them acting against you in complete violence.
Again, like the whole idea of they already abuse us, yeah, but not as much as they possibly could. And they're only held to that because of the civility that we all play along with. Our enemy could have been
don't fight your enemies. That's not what we're saying.
Extremely tyrannical at any point, but it wouldn't have worked because people wouldn't have trusted that it's legitimate. They have to maintain the appearance of legitimacy. And if we abandon that, well, even if they're being abusive subtly, if we become abusive overtly, we lose so much support. We need to be the adults in the room, and then we'll win because we're actually doing it properly, but the truth on our side. We will win because we're right, and that's how society is supposed to change.
Guys,
no one is justified in wiping out their enemy unless it really is down to a violent war.
Listen, you have the Constitution, chat, okay? You have laws that have been made by really intelligent white people, right? The problem is it's not being enforced. If you just enforce the law, what you want to happen, and these criminals will be put away and in jail. There's no need to go and slaughter them all when you have all of these things to already put them in place. It's just your judges and all these other people at the top are corrupt pieces of shit, and you need to get them out. You need to get them out and put people in place that will actually follow the law.
Yep. This is perhaps why Di and I have remained such good friends over the years, and even though our politics differ in some specific areas, we're pretty much exactly aligned on the principles that really matter to the culture war.
Right, you say that, right? But like, we're still here. You say that, but why are the Jews in power then? How's that happened?
Ronald says these protesters will be released by the corrupt judges the day after. Yeah, quite possibly. Then again, they're being arrested by, this is New York, probably just as bad as California. But this is just trespassing. A lot of the others, that will start to change, especially in California when it's the National Guard there. They might not be handed over to local authorities. They might be handed over to federal authorities, or there might be some other process. Either way, it does need to be solved, but you also don't have the right to say, this one's corrupt, we must get rid of it. You have to go through the proper procedure, because otherwise the enemy can say that about your people. If we agree to live by certain rules in society, then it slows down corruption and decay. Now, it's already really bad, but that's because our enemy's been playing a very careful, subversive game. They've spent a long time and a lot of effort and money on it. We've just been idle too long. The solution is not to break the rules. The solution is to do it properly, and we'll win peacefully. And if that doesn't work, if violence becomes necessary, if we get to the point that it can't be restored peacefully, then so be it.
I'll give you this. If violence does become necessary, it's not the protesters you go for. You get the fucking judges. You get the ones at the top. You don't go for the little footmen. That's what they want you to do.
Yeah.
Because then they can still have power and then justify attacking you because you didn't actually get the ones causing the problem.
There we go.
I'm just saying, if that's what we have to do, and it's gotten to the point where it's so corrupt that no laws are being followed and they have taken occupation of everything and that they're imprisoning you and doing all of it and you have no way else of doing it, you go for the ones at the top always. You go for the judges that are letting pedophiles out. You go for the judges that are letting the illegals out and continuing to terrorize you.
Yep. Let's see what we've got next. Okay, so
I got a few things.
Sure, go ahead and post them. I got quite a lot more though. I probably won't need more, but I'm happy to have a look at what you have. So this is from an account called LA Scanner, which was, I gather, reporting on the location of ICE and other federal agencies. Good guy federal agencies, that is.
Yes.
And he says the following. He says, quote, I want to issue a formal apology. I should not have posted the locations of ICE raids, and I will no longer do so. I've contacted the authorities to take responsibility, and they are currently reviewing my account to determine if any laws were broken. If it's found that I have violated the law, I will cooperate fully and turn myself in, he says. To those targeting my family, he says, please, I'm begging you to stop. They have done nothing wrong and do not deserve to be dragged into this. The anger should be directed at me, not them. Someone has already come to my home, pounding on my door and demanding to confront me. This has gone too far. To anyone I may have put at risk, I sincerely apologize. That was never my intention. He says, despite the fact that he was doing the same thing to other people.
Did you see the thing right under it?
He's trying to dox ICE agents and then get them and their families, exposed or whatever, as well as I think LAPD officers and their families. He got doxed, rightfully so.
In return, yeah.
In return, yep. And then he got scared off the internet, deleted everything, and deleted
another account. Which
however, the account came back. I don't know if they deleted the second account.
No, he has a new account. It's just the same name with 2 behind it.
Yeah. So they basically said they apologized, but they came back on this essentially on a new account after deleting the current one. So they're not sorry.
Well, did you?
It's just a lie.
Did you see the thing under it, where the judge basically put out a warrant for his arrest?
I don't think so.
Hold on, let me find it. I was looking at it earlier.
I give you the moral lesson of this story.
Dude, I love that meme. That's so fucking good. Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm sewing so good. Fuck, this sucks. I hate reaping. What the fuck?
Ravalon says, it's funnier too. He's a convicted stalker, potentially of a child. Every fucking time with the leftists.
Every leftist is a criminal. Lynch them every time. You throw a grenade into a crowd of leftists, and half of the ones killed will have been convicted felons. At least half every time. You don't even have to fucking do the math on it. It just is.
And the other half are just not convicted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Federal judge has issued an arrest warrant for the person who runs the LA Scanner X account for doxing ICE agents.
Apparently. So he has an arrest warrant out. And he said he contacted them, so
He might have been lying.
I don't believe that post because they made a new account and immediately started fucking doxing on that one again too. So here's the post where they show.
Here's his new account, by the way, for anyone that wants to.
Yeah. Well, here's the post that shows their new account essentially, doing it again.
Yeah, he posted 10 minutes ago.
Oh, suddenly the left wants the Epstein files released. Now they do.
Suddenly.
Great. Good job, guys. So more shilling. This is probably a Fed. I wouldn't be surprised. He says ICE isn't federal agent. Yes, they are. But why did you spell it wrong? Are you fucking Mexican?
Isn't the federal agency?
This guy.
Yeah, is it federal agency? Might be a Jeet. That might be true.
That's a possibility, yeah. Yeah. It's it might be a different guy trying to get the first guy in more trouble. This guy says his last post was literally, boy, it sure does suck having people do to me what I was doing to them. Yep.
Oh, that's Moshi Moshi Moon is Mr. Medicare, by the way.
Apparently the arrest warrant thing is not confirmed. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Mr. Medicare.
If this account gets banned, you can stay updated by following my personal page, Jack Quillin TV. Yeah, so the 2 is probably fake then, if that is real. LA's kind of doxed himself. Jack Quillin TV.
Dude, the Catholic and the Protestants are actually standing together over here, which is wild.
Not so different after all.
Yeah, they stand united and burned down the houses of migrants who raped a young Irish girl.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. They're posting that. Looks like you got a nice little riot going on in your country
It's
as
literally
well.
the
But
meme.
yours is much better.
It's literally the meme of white people fighting each other, and then the blacks come in being like,
Yes.
herder, and then they both turn towards them. Like,
Yeah.
Look,
I ain't saying that, if they touch kids, then burn the houses down. I ain't saying that, but, that's what the Irish people did.
Oh, wait. I got a fucking meme. There's the fucking one of his. Here it is. I'm gonna post this image and I'm gonna say something.
Oh no.
I don't think they should be deported.
I know where this is going.
You traitor.
No, Die. Look at the meme format.
I know.
No, Die's just thinking about the version of this meme format where Padme has enormous tits.
I don't think they should be deported.
Oh, you're a fellow leftist and Democrat who thinks they should be protected and kept in sanctuary cities. Right?
Right? Sure.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, next up. Breaking, Craigslist's ads have been discovered for Los Angeles County offering $6,500 to $12,500 a week to extremely tough, brave men for organized protest and riot activity. Can you say astroturfed?
You won't find any of those on the left, I'm sorry to say.
Die, was that not the best thing for Ronald to say in that moment? Di is already disturbed enough by Moch and I's age gap. She doesn't need it in her own life.
Yeah.
Look at the fucking wording as well. Looking for the toughest badasses in the city. Seeking extremely tough, brave men for new crew in building.
Twigs. Yeah, they'll all be twigs that show up as well. Or just fat men.
High pressure, high risk, no room for hesitation. We need individuals who do not break, panic, or fold under stress and are basically all around kick-ass dudes. They'll all be right-wing.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take the money. I mean, that's some good compensation right there.
No, people that would meet these requirements would almost all be right-wing in practice. Yes. Anyone who applies for the job, if they know what it's for, will be left-wing.
Oh,
yeah, and they'll get their asses beat.
Yeah.
Oh, you should show the one of the Lauren Tomasi, however you fucking say that name, getting caught in the crossfire.
It's in Austin, Texas as well.
I got it right here. There you go. There's the.
I showed that earlier.
I missed it.
She got shot.
I'll show it again. No harm to it.
She got better.
We can watch that.
She got better.
She did.
It's just a scratch.
I'll show it again.
Your arm's off.
Let's see.
Your arm's off. No, it's not. Merely a flesh wound.
True. Completely different scene, but also very funny. Mass deportation is, at this point, the moderate policy, yes. Here it is, though.
This situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA.
He looks over. Bop.
Okay.
It's so great, dude. The fucking dude.
Do you hear the man in the back? The guy in the back is like, "You just shot the
Die.
reporter."
Dude, are you ready? Watch this.
Dude, the cop looks
slow-mo.
over. He looks
Let's
over.
Let's see.
He's like, disgusting. Takes aim. Bop. Back up,
he went for the leg. Dude. He was nice. I wonder if he was aiming for the ass.
He saw a journalist and he thought, that's my chance. And he took it.
Oh, dude. Give him a medal immediately.
I did give my opinion on this earlier. It doesn't look like that was justified, but at least it was non-lethal.
Dude, 40 Mike, your local journalist.
I gotta be honest, after everything the fucking journalists have done, especially during COVID, I have no care for these fucking traitors scums. Fuck them.
Boop.
He fucking knew what he was doing as
Yes, he
well.
did.
Look at her.
He really did.
She's got the fuck queued up on her fucking mouth there. She's got the the teeth curled over the bottom lip to go fuck.
I bet that hurt. It was right on the ankle.
Yeah, those are painful.
The idea that it was caught in the crossfire, as this news reported, isn't true. The community notes is saying she wasn't caught in the crossfire, as that implies she was a bystander. Instead, you can clearly see the cop aim at her and fire, making her the intended target. And it's true, and that's not really right.
Okay, maybe his visor made her skin color look black.
Okay, Di.
Maybe.
I love this meme.
That is
Great
wild,
meme.
though. I can't believe that. He just turned and shot her ankle, man. That's wild.
They even shoot a female journalist for no reason. Dude, horseshoe theory prevails again. Let's go.
Look,
2025 is wild, man.
The idea that there was no reason, but also that it was a female journalist, are just incongruent with each other, okay? You got to pick one, because that's a hell of a reason. Right. Let's see what we got next. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Apologies for the background noise. I'm not sure how much I can really do about that.
He's by a plane.
He's by a plane, yeah.
Daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
So, he was asked by the reporter, and sorry about the noise. So he was asked by the reporter, do you think Gavin Newsom should be arrested by Tom Homan? And Trump says, I'd do it.
Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent.
I love the contrast there. I
It's
love
so
Gavin Newsom.
funny.
He's a
love
nice
Gavin
guy, but he's
Newsom.
grossly incompetent.
I love him. He's a nice guy. He's a very nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. We gotta get him out. Tom Homan should arrest him.
Trump's
Put him
making
in
the
jail.
most of his last term, and I love it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, fucking Gavin Newsom tweeted out too about this with this clip, and he's like, Trump is threatening to put a
I have that as well.
sitting governor in jail. Wah wah wah.
Oh my god, I love it.
We should lock him up. Lock him
Get
up
rid
right
of all
now.
the corrupt ones at the top. Get rid of them.
Put him behind bars. Throw away the key. Put him in there with Hillary. Crooked Hillary. I always say, put them together.
Dude, we haven't
Di.
heard much
Go
from
for
Hillary in a
Kamala.
while, have
Just
we?
so you know,
Go for
Di.
Kamala next.
Just so you know, Di. Ronald is routinely using a website with the word girl cock as its main address.
And he dared get mad at me for reposting when he's fucking doing shit like that. That's wild. That's way worse than what I ever did.
Dude, Ronald wants
That's
the gawk.
crazy.
He's fiending for the gawk.
Mm-hmm.
The gawk and the gulls.
Dude, I don't care if it's not the only one that doesn't work. Don't fucking post it then.
He's gonna
Don't
go
post
gulls
it.
deep. Gulls deep.
That's wild.
Well, do you know why I can get away with using girl cock X with Di, and she doesn't instantly hate me? Well, she means she does already, but not as much, because I'm not trying to get in her pants.
True.
But also because I don't overreact when she says bad, naughty. Girlcocks.com, yeah, that's true. Hey, you could register that, Pug. Speaking of registering domains, everyone head over to weswyleven.com. Note, I do not own this domain, though I may have made this
Endorse
website.
it. Heavily
I
endorse
definitely endorse it. This, by the way, links to Cabal, and it has a caption: "Vigilance, Mr. Worf." Anyone that doesn't get the reference, watch TNG The Drumhead, and just note which character seems to have some parallels with a certain someone.
By the way, let us show what Ronald supports here. This is what he's advocating for.
Yeah, that's true. he does advocate for a 2% white makeup in every British school.
Mm-hmm. Wild, man. Crazy.
Yeah, you said you want all the whites removed, Ronald.
Yeah, you did say all the whites. I remember. I was there for the conversation.
Such a shame. Thought I knew the man.
I know.
All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under budget.
So fucking base.
Under budget, bro.
Look at this link. This has to do with Hassan crying about the riots.
God, Hassan. How is he not arrested yet?
Hassan has made himself, made an idiot of himself again. Oh, this is a picture. I was having to be a video.
Well, no, it's not the video, but he basically quote tweeted a video of a bunch of migrants running away. They're all having have the neon orange and neon yellow shirts on. And he's like, if you said something like this in public, he'd be put down like a dog. That's why he's sick to Twitter. When people say I voted for this, this is the same guy that fucking ran away from Matan, the Bill Clinton rabbi kid. We love landlords. We love landlords. 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 Landlords.
I am landlord.
I am landlord.
That's such a fucking amazing clip.
See, I heard that the feds tried to blackmail Hassan, but he was literally too stupid to understand that they were trying to blackmail him, so it didn't work.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I also heard that quite a lot of other major figures have been blackmailed by the feds. Vorsh is the most obvious, but there's many others. Now, I don't know if it's true, but they seemed quite plausible.
And then there was this other tweet that I thought was really funny. Is Sam Hyde could do the funniest thing of all time.
Citizens arrest. Citizens arrest. Citizens arrest.
Downtown in LA.
Can Trump just give Sam Hyde specifically and exclusively the letter of marque to just go and capture Hassan, and then that's it?
Oh, please.
I would give anything.
I don't know anything about them,
to
but
see it.
I do remember in real life, make that promise come true.
I wish you would, dude. It would be I'm coming to kill you in real life. Fucking years later. We need it. The loser gets deported.
15 states sue over Trump move to return seized rapid-fire devices for guns. Atronach, say the 3 words from the Second Amendment, please. 4 words. Sorry.
Shall not be infringed.
Yep.
Fucking get fucked.
Yep.
Get fucking fucked. Piss off. Tree of Liberty watered. Tree of Liberty status watered.
15 Democratic-led U.S. states filed a lawsuit on Monday seeking to block Republican President Donald Trump's administration from returning thousands of previously seized devices that can be used to convert semi-automatic rifles into weapons that can shoot as quickly as machine guns. I have a suggestion. Actually, do you want to know what my suggestion is?
What's that? What's your suggestion?
You don't need devices to convert them, just sell them fully auto.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice. But why do normal citizens need fully auto devices?
Let me direct you to the leftist violence currently going on in LA. Yeah,
LA, faggot.
Look at LA.
Hey, this is like when the judges are like trying to block the deportation things. Like a bunch of rando fucking low-level judges from courts trying to block all this. Deportations. It's like, I'm gonna ignore you. I'm just gonna ignore the fuck out of you. Who cares anything you have to say?
They held an illegal immigrant in their own home. Fuck them.
Yeah, you're not a judge anymore. Sorry, you don't have to listen to it at all.
Like, Jesus.
Yeah. The states
This
filed a
sucks to suck,
lawsuit.
my nigga.
Quite. In federal court, thank you, Busak. You always know what to say. Wait, that wasn't Busak. In federal court in Baltimore, in the wake of the administration's May 16th settlement that resolved litigation involving a ban on certain forced reset triggers, which I think is similar to bump stocks, but not exactly the same, imposed by the government under Trump's Democratic predecessor, Joe Biden. The states in the lawsuit said such devices remain illegal to possess under federal law. Yeah, but under the Constitution, they're legal.
Abolish the ATF.
Yeah. Busak, I was complimenting you. Or I was saying that you're becoming obsolete.
Damn.
The ATFE, under Biden, issued the ban after it determined that some of the devices could be classified as illegal machine guns under the federal law called the National Firearms Act. What do we all think of the National Firearms Act and the ATF, chat? What's our general opinion of them?
Something along the lines of a boo, a boo.
Sack.
Busak. Busak.
Core says deport the ATF.
Deport the ATF. I mean, you could probably do that with half of them.
I do wonder. Yeah, maybe.
What's your opinion of the ATF? Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, let's never forget that fucking horrific nonsense.
I like rubies. Anyway,
God damn it.
What?
I hate that I know what that. God damn it.
What? Ronald, this is okay, Jiffin. Ronald, there's games being played behind the scenes that you don't even know about here, okay?
I like turtles.
You know what, chat? I actually don't like cake very much.
Based, it's unhealthy.
Damn, dude. Eliza would be so mad hearing that.
Would she? Or P, sorry?
I thought Eliza was he. What the fuck?
I have the standard of lowest effort for pronouns, and I got used to using she for Eliza because mostly it was all online, and even in text. Like I think Eliza was BPD, and being a very effeminate male with BPD, they kind of act like a female, so it became easier to use it that way. And I just got used to it.
But yeah.
Well, probably, yeah. From what you guys told me, probably.
They're trans. Of course they're a pedophile.
I know.
Yes, Ronald, exactly like that.
Yes, Scarab. I know that the physical structure is different, but the function of force reset triggers and bump stocks is similar. That's what I meant. More reliable, apparently. The force reset trigger is apparently more reliable than bump stock. Fair enough. Quattro, let's not descend down his avenue. In a way. Thought you meant the way they work. No, I'm not. We're talking news here, not we're not in the Guntism channel. But I do appreciate the details.
Oh, the Jew trying to get us in trouble? Nah.
Quattro, don't pull an invader now. It was rather interesting, Di, that you realized that Invader was our biggest, optics leak.
Dude, he fucking is every time, because I remember, even with the fucking enrollment shit, he went and, jumped the gun on one of those things, too, and I got so mad at him.
Press 1 if Invader is the optics black hole of Cabal.
Dude, what fucking retard takes a screenshot being like, I'm going to report this fucking video, and then it's come on.
In case anyone's wondering,
you're fucking us over.
In case anyone's wondering, no one reported where's this video. Why would we fucking bother? No one wanted to, no one endorsed it. And as soon as Invader did it, we were like, Invader, what the fuck are you doing, you retard? And then we all posted our screenshot of the report history page, which was empty, except for a few people that reported animal abuse and child abuse ages ago. No one reported Wes. No. And yet Wes was telling everyone, sorry to get onto this, but Wes was telling everyone, Oozaloo and Cabal endorse mass flagging of my videos. I'm not joking. That's what he said. He will go to such extents to cover up his false pedophile accusations.
I blame Invader because he's giving him the best fucking ammo possible at every turn. Anytime he does anything and opens his mouth, it's just an immediate stab to one of us instantly.
Invader was in here in the pre-stream, and I mentioned this, and he was apologetic. He realized what he'd done wrong. He, understood.
Yeah, he did apologize, but fucking hell, my dude.
But yeah.
Like when I sometimes I lay it out thick, right? And I explain like, look, this is what you said. And then you said this other thing. So that's what made everyone believe this. And he's like, oh, I never thought of it that way. And I'm like, how? How have you never thought of it this way? Just
Dude,
yes,
I got the
basically
funniest clip. I got the funniest clip for you. Pull that up. Pull that up. There's a video. It's so great.
I would like to state just before we get into this, though, that for everything I hear from over there, Wes and his people are quite demoralized. Just in case you didn't know.
Fucking false pedophile accusations like that should be like. I'm glad. Oh
yeah.
Fuck him.
I maintain my position.
They are what they hate.
We will meme him while he's funny, and we will leak from him while he's lying, which he still is. Next up.
And what crime has he committed that would warrant his arrest? What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
A crime has he committed?
Yeah, to warrant his arrest, as you had
I think his
earlier.
primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
I love him, dude. I love Trump, man. Dude, anytime he's on like the Irish television and my grandmother's watching him, she's just like, I love this man. He's so strong. That's what my grandmother says every time.
Amazing.
Now Trump is.
But just today, she was like, "Why can't we have someone like Trump?"
He's the best. He's just the best.
Now, obviously, you shouldn't take that exactly literally. Governor Newsom's committed many crimes, presiding over a sanctuary city, which
trolling.
is a big crime. But I love the way Trump responded to that. It's fantastic.
He's a meme lord. We do a little trolling.
Dude, you could arrest Governor Newsom long before any of this shit happened. You'd be justified in doing so. Because the sanctuary city is a criminal. Dev's Minecraft blocks contributes, thank you, and says, I identify as Wes's Minecraft blocks. Absolutely got him. Wait, where's his Minecraft blocks? Wes, start a Minecraft server, mate. We'll come, keep it active.
Hell yeah. Yeah! Dude, I got so many lag machine ideas.
We made a lag machine to avoid being banned, and it worked. Ginger says, please read this. Okay, I've read it. Let's see what else there is. Just those 3 words, I assume you meant.
What he's done is like what Biden did to this country. And that's pretty bad. It's the wrong philosophy. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space in schools. They're taking up your hospital.
No, he wasn't as clear as he could have been on the fact that Gavin Newsom has voluntarily, enthusiastically presided over the concealment of all of these illegal immigrants. He's focusing on the effect on the nation, and she's asking about the crime. So again, I do sometimes wish he would be more direct in his answer, even if he goes for the funny answer first. But the point is there. It's not difficult to figure out for an intelligent observer. The crime
I just
is
love how unserious he is with every reporter that asks him these questions. He just either calls them trash and then spends the whole time shitting on the one reporter that asked him a dumb question, or he just memes it. It's great.
Okay, so Ginger on the slightly previous topic says, in case anyone is wondering what the reasonable course of action is, this is Ginger's opinion. He says, make Wes rage by taunting him in his comments and forcing him to react in a hilarious manner. Wes is an evil, manipulative bastard who deserves to never spend another second of his life in a state other than rage or depressive loneliness. However, don't take it one step further. Don't report him, don't try and dox him, don't attack him or his friends, just make him furious. Yeah. Here's the thing.
I'll do that, but I don't care enough. I'll just make him mad by existing, usually.
Fair enough. Much like the discussion earlier of just gunning down protesters, it's not necessary. And in fact, we look worse doing it. But the main point is it's completely unnecessary to do that. And obviously, the morality comes into it, but just talking practically, completely unnecessary to do that. All you have to do is make him aware that Cabal is nearby, and he will not be able to continue. He was running a stream, just like a 5-viewer stream, which was all us, by the way. And he was just playing Dune with Driven. And Quattro dropped one pretty innocuous comment in the chat, which was just neat absentia, including a few memes. It wasn't even under his own name. And Wes just went silent and rage quit the stream 5 minutes later. He is so easy to trigger. All of you who enjoy trolling, You have never had an easier target.
It was a boring stream even before then.
Yeah, like Ginger, this is the thing. Your power level is not strong enough, man. Like, for me, all I have to do is say hello to him, and I ruin his day. Like some other people just have to send a comment in chat. We don't have to go through psyop levels of nonsense to fuck with him. He just gets angry at our existence. That's all it is.
This was the comment, by the way.
I managed to piss him off just by talking slowly. Trust me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I don't know exactly how, but I managed to piss him off by making this website. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. Isn't that strange? This was about 20 minutes in Notepad writing the HTML, by the way, and the CSS and the image I already made.
I got another little tweet here, which is really funny. I'm gonna pull that video up.
He just keeps getting better, doesn't he?
Dude, it's bangers after banger after banger. It's amazing.
Please play this one.
I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
Dude, put that on the meme board. Put it in the soundboard.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you. What? Thank you for what? For existing.
Dude, I hate how they make me think Greta's being based because she's literally getting fucking kidnapped by Jews. Like I can't believe
Dude,
this.
it's the arc. It's the arc, right? Child porn of a, not that kind of child porn, but porn, PAWN, of a parent-led cult driven to be an activist her whole life and lied to manipulate her into believing this stuff, which she probably voluntarily would have done anyway, and then arrested and kidnapped by the Jews. It's just the classic arc.
No, they were praising her. They were praising her, and then she went and actually started finding out the truth of things. And then when she started turning against them, they had to
Are we going with that
her.
angle? I'm not sure if that's true.
Might as well. Might as well. Do you not remember how much they were praising her for the fucking like climate nonsense she was pushing? They loved her. The Jews were all over her, dude.
Oh yeah, Daddy. If she comes out suddenly with the Jews did climate change, it's gonna be quite the turnaround, isn't it?
Dude, I don't think I can handle it. I really don't think I can handle the turn of events.
What if at that point Trump's like, bring her home, bring Greta home. She's fantastic. She's got to come home. Bring her to the White House. We'll have her in the White House. She talking about climate change, Green New scam, right? Sure, but she's whatever. She's an American. We got to bring her home. Well, actually, you can do the voice way better than I can.
You can.
The Trump voice. We gotta get her back. We gotta get Greta back. Send her home. We need her back. Take her back from Israel. They got her. The Jews got her.
Oh, is she not American?
I never thought we would be here when she first made that fucking whole thing.
German?
I just,
yeah. Okay.
I thought she was German.
Yeah, she does have the accent, doesn't she? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Bring her back here. She'll love America.
The Jews kidnapping a fucking German, dude.
We gotta invade Germany. We gotta invade Germany. I don't know what else to say. We gotta get in there. We gotta bring her home.
You know what happened last time the Jews kidnapped the German?
Of events.
Greta Thunberg, she's here listening. Thank you for the contribution. She says, the sun on the meadow is summery warm. The stag in the forest runs free. But gather together to greet the storm. Tomorrow belongs to me. Whatever that means.
Oh, Swedish. I was wrong.
Definitely sounds like cult.
It sounds like a Nazi occult chant, doesn't it?
You know, yeah. All of fucking those languages are all the same. You know, they're all the same.
That's what I keep telling Spooner. Right? He keeps saying he's from Belgium, and I'm like, Belgium, Poland, Sweden, same thing.
Bruh.
Fuck off.
Oh, he's still here.
Yes, I'm still here, motherfucker.
Hello, Spooner.
Belgium,
are you
France?
Are you still
Germany?
Finnish?
You know.
Praise.
A Belgian Congo, you know, it's all the same.
You know, one thing I really shouldn't go so far as to accuse you of being is Sicilian. We have enough trouble with those already.
That's yeah.
No, if you do that,
ban all Sicilians that join.
Melchizedek says she basically did already something like the same destructive forces that are destroying the climate is killing the people of Gaza. Oh wow, that's pretty blatant, isn't it? Jesus.
Dude, I cannot. If she turns against the Jews like hard, I just
Dude,
I don't know where to
be fair,
put myself anymore.
It's not unusual for leftists to be massively anti-Semitic, often in ways that aren't justified.
You say that it was crazy. No, that's not true, because I swear to God, until recently, when I opened my fucking Twitter or whatever one day and suddenly saw all the leftists shitting on the Jews, before that they were all like, no, the Jews are our friends, you can't be anti-Semitic,
No, she's right about that. They were Jews were a protected class up until October 7th, and they fucking Palestinians invaded Israel.
It did change around that time, but there was a lot of variation in the left of their opinion on Jews. A lot of the time, it's the more sort of classical socialist types who are the most anti-Semitic. Fucking what's his name? The red boy, Corbyn, and his lot had a lot of anti-Semitic drama. Maybe that's just go with anti-establishment, actually. But yeah, the left does have a history of this.
I woke
but yes,
up one day
worse.
and everyone was shitting on the Jews, and I was like, where am I?
Well, when it comes to leftists, it's just oppression Olympics, and the Jews are no longer as oppressed as other groups.
Well, I'll
so
tell
they
you
get
why.
fucking shafted on the totem pole.
I'll tell you why. It's because Jews appear white and have power and are allied with America and are quote unquote oppressing browns. Nothing else matters.
Yeah.
Seeing the blacks go down the route of like, well, actually, let's find out who profited the most from all of our suffering, and then they're like, the Jews.
The funniest
Kanye
part,
was right. Kanye.
Right. Well, the funniest part about all that is that at one time it was like Jews and Asians were being attacked in New York, and the left was, on side. But then there was a little bit of schism because, who was attacking them? It was fucking blacks. And so then once that kind of started getting spread around, I was like, oh, well, maybe we can drop Jews. Yeah, maybe we can drop Jews. And it's really funny because the Jews were, I think, a very high proportion were
the Jews thought they could
leftists.
Control the monkeys, and they're finding out that they could not.
The Jews were primarily leftists. They were, a lot of these leftist policies because they thought it helped them. And then the fucking October 7th happens and just blows the whole thing up completely. And they're just like, oh, our power, no!
I did see the sudden split that happened in the US as around that as like, who's benefiting from this? Because the Jews were suddenly, it used to be that the Jews were not really hated by any section of the political spectrum, except somewhat by sort of our area.
The right wing, more right wing.
The right weren't big fans. And the far left weren't big fans either. But then that happened, and it just put a split right perpendicular to the existing culture war split, where the half the public, and not necessarily just the left, suddenly didn't like the Jews at all. Half of them because they liked Gaza, and half of them already didn't. But then the other half split, as I said, perpendicular from the normal culture war split, liked the Jews for two different reasons. So it didn't even help with the culture war. And what it ended up being is that the right cared about it less than the left did. So in the end, it just split the left, which is what I was thinking. Like, you can't say that all of these problems, all this psyop shit is just the Jews. Because what fucking retard planned that for the Jews? It was just bad for them. I think it had to have been that whatever. Sure, one way of putting it. The various sort of psyops and astroturfed leftist groups in the US are not primarily run by the Jews. Sure, they're involved. Israel specifically, they're definitely involved, but that's not probably their main area of interest. I would guess those are more run by China and Chinese directed powers who are at odds with Israel because they're both trying to take the same pie. And when that happened in Israel, suddenly China activated, okay, new narrative, let's do this to try and hurt Israel's influence over the US, which worked. But it also helped Trump get elected. So I'm not sure if that was a miscalculation either. It's all hypothesizing. I'm not sure of any of this.
It's a bunch of people thinking they can control shit, and then it just gets out of hand. They're like, oh my God, wait.
Wait. 80-year self-destruct timer kicked in. It's interesting.
I don't think actually anyone was like planning this like 4D chess. I think it was just like retarded Browns going, Israel's oppressing us, we have to strike back, and then they fucking attacked them, and it was like a big ass music concert.
Literally, you would think at this point that the whites would learn, or whoever that thinks that they can control Africans. It just doesn't work out.
Right.
Like, it just can't happen.
so the Browns have fucking attacked Israel or whatever, and then the leftists see that, and they're already fucking like hot on the trail of like the war effort, performative activism from Ukraine and Russia. So now they got to be like, oh, there's oppression happening over here too. The Palestinians are being
brown people are being attacked by white people.
The Palasoys are being genocided by the Rizraelis. We have to stop this right now.
I don't know where to go. Everyone's attacking each other. Everyone hates. Like, it's just I at this point the Jews and Muslims fighting. I'm stepping back and I'm like, all right, kill each other. Okay, I'm over here.
Yeah.
But it's just wild seeing people turn against the Jews when they were like dick sucking them for so long.
Dude,
for so long.
We have to help the Palasoys. They're being genocided and murdered by the Rizraelis.
You have brain cancer. I just can't, man. Oh.
They're being genocided.
For real.
For real, dude.
No cap on God.
No cap on God, bro.
No cap on God. My wizard.
Those are probably a bit outdated now.
Damn, we're getting old again. Fuck.
Again.
Dude, I was so hip. I was so with it, man. Now I'm just skibbity.
Nah, I'm just skibbitying on my own in Ohio.
Yeah. Just skibbitying on my own.
You know, you're the one that I've heard that fucking meme about the most. Like, I think the kids have already moved on because the old people made it fucking cringe, and you're that old person.
Quick, we need to get our finger back on the pulse. What's the latest lingo from the kiddos?
March, what's the latest lingo?
Dude, March is getting up there nowadays as well.
She's ancient.
Did you just call my girlfriend old guy?
Oozaloo, how do you feel that you're fucking hag maxing right now? You got an ancient GF. How do you feel that her biological clock is running out? The wall is being hit.
Too loud. Don't say that too loud. You'll remind certain people of certain
things. She needs to get used to it, man. Because it's going to start coming a lot more of these comments.
Ronald says, print the oozlings. Ronald, there's no point pretending you think I should breed. I'm white. I know you don't want me to.
Yeah, right. Exactly. You fucking white-hating traitor, dude.
White. Disgusting. You fucking wigger.
And with that, I've managed to trick Astronauts and Die into saying that I deserve to define the next generation. Yay!
I never said you shouldn't, bro.
Well, thank you, Die.
All white people should
breed. People should breed, yeah. You're
Yeah.
white, Oozaloo. Yeah. Be thankful.
Your country needs it now more than ever.
You need to step up, man. You're getting old.
What? Do you know that I'm male, Die?
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, you're still getting old.
I got time.
Okay, we got plenty of time. Our biological clock is like 60.
Listen, the Jew could take you out any day.
Look, he's already halfway to becoming a silver fox, so we'll get there.
You're into a bit of silver fox, aren't you?
Oh, you know, baby girl.
Okay, all right, guys, don't make it gay.
26.
Etronok, should we make it gay?
Oh, absolutely.
Why are you asking his age now? Christ.
Insert here the noises of me aggressively smothering Atronach's tongue in mine.
Christ.
Oh, I got this. Hold on, wait.
Yes, I take 17 licks a day. Yeah, look at me in my dress. I know I was referencing something there, but I can't remember what it was.
Well, I assume you were referencing like whore trannies.
Oh,
down,
it wasn't
Aiden. Settle down.
I know. I'm only
settle down. Back to your den.
Back to your 17 dicks
I'm
den.
not black. Don't use the whip on me. Free.
Someone looks as died be like goth.
Well,
I didn't know you were German.
It's not a German thing.
They're the goths.
Not the other kind of goth, die.
Oh.
Ginger says, the older a man's sperm is, the greater the chances of the child being autistic. I thought that was the older the woman is, but I
it's
suppose it
already
could be
very
both.
high. It's for both.
Let's face it, that's the path I'm on, okay? There's no way around it. He says, you're already a spaz. Do you want Mach to birth a double spaz? Do you? Double spaz, wizard sprog?
Have you seen Mach and Uzlu? That's the only options they have, bro.
Yeah, I think we know what we are, to be honest, Ginger. Yeah, as Zenman and JPG are saying both. Yeah, I thought so. Don't want to get too technical, but Mach isn't at that age. So we're not, if anything, we'll have less autistic children.
Well, she could save you, yeah.
Okay, that's one way of putting it. Ronald says, imagine Uzlu trying to raise a child as a father, sorry. Ronald, I think it's fair to say I've had a lot of fucking practice. There wouldn't be anywhere near enough abuse. One day, Ronald, I'll have the option to introduce you to my children, and I'll be hesitant.
Yeah, don't. No. He
That's a
doesn't
good
want
point.
white
He'll
people
probably
to
kill
breed.
them because he doesn't like the white race
Yeah,
breeding.
he doesn't
Exactly.
like the white race. Yeah, it's honestly dangerous.
He's an anti-natalist, but only for whites. Someone says, never forget that when Chris Chan was born, Bob was in his mid-50s and Barb was 40. That would explain quite a lot.
Mm.
All the babysitting that happens here, yeah, checks out. Yeah, fucking Reese. I'm expecting my children to be more aware of their surroundings than that by 10, let alone fucking 18 that Reese claims to be.
I'm so worried. I'm so worried that they'll be like Kid Sarah and go the exact opposite direction of the parents and become like a retired leftist.
I have a theory, and it's quite an optimistic theory. It might not end up this way. That if what the parents are advocating is not too restrictive and rings true to reality and nature in a very deep way, then the kids don't rebel. Not sure about that, and obviously it could come back to bite me, but I think that's the formula. I think kids rebel mostly when they're either too restrained in what they're allowed to believe, or the ideas they're being shown don't ring true to reality, again, in a deep way. Not just on the surface. So we'll see. We'll
Just love your children, guys, and I'm sure it'll work out.
That's a good first step, yeah. You should generally try to love your offspring.
Because they can sense when they're not liked, and that
Yeah. Just like Ronald can currently sense that he's not liked. Ronald says, monkey paw curls. The kids have all your beliefs except they're all monarchists. Nah, they'd have a higher IQ than that. Be part of their lives and make them part of yours.
They
That
talk to
95% of data gets
Aiden,
their shit.
and then that's the first thing she's going to do is try and turn your kids into monarchists.
Aiden would be fucking terrified. She'd be less socially capable than they would be at sick. No, I wouldn't say that. But no, Aiden's lovely. But she did have that story she told us about accidentally terrifying a Japanese child. She might be a bit shy of kids. No. No,
I don't know the story. I don't know the story.
She went up to the Japanese child that's probably never seen a Westerner in their lives and started talking perfect Japanese to them. And the child burst into tears, apparently.
The fuck?
It's a demon.
Oh my god! What if the child?
Aiden.
Wait! What if the child doesn't speak Japanese?
Dude, it was like Blue Eye Samurai. She thought.
What if she went up to a Chinese fucking kid and spoke Japanese to him?
She saw
they all look the same.
The child saw Aiden and went, "Mama!" and Onryo. No,
Onryo, dude.
Gaijin.
Yeah, Gaijin. Fucking keck.
Somna says, is it true that Marcusi isn't one of your kids? He's the nephew you're fostering while your brother is in wizard jail for offensive communications through the orb.
What?
Stick that on the fucking Cabal wiki. That's where it belongs.
That's wild.
I didn't even know this. Good. If you'll excuse me, chat. I've been talking too much. I need to take a indigestion pill. This is my cross to bear.
Jeez, you're getting old.
I've always had this die. Why do you insist on saying getting old? You're just trying to encourage me to breed. How dare you?
God forbid I want white people to breed. Fucking Ronald's frothing at the mouth.
Exactly. You've suddenly got someone that doesn't want it, and now you're trying to encourage everyone you know to breed. Who's white?
Yeah,
notably not Atronach. That's interesting, isn't it? Zemma says, but you are getting old. I'm not at that point yet, guys. I'm still younger than my dad was when I was born, so I'm okay. But I'm aware of the ultimate clock, yes. Kaiser Holt has contributed in User Coins a generous amount and says, Charcussy for Discord Kitten. He is much closer now, but unfortunately, Matthias has ensured there's a huge gap between 8-bit and Charcussy, so it'll take a while for that to be made up.
Matthias is fucking... Jesus. He has too much power, man. You need to nerf him. Put him in jail like the judges.
There's decisions to be made, which the new economy system is, I am working on it, it's coming along, but there's a lot to be decided on how things should be balanced, such as to keep everyone happy. So I'm going to be careful with that, but hopefully I'll end up with something that will keep, the big money bags and the little money bags all happy.
Oh, look at the gotcha systems that help you.
No. We're not doing that. Ginger said, so if Di is saying that Ronald hates it when whites breed, but Ronald wants to breed Di, does this mean Di is admitting to the Irish not being white? No, you missed the point, Ginger. It's way funnier to make Ronald the butt of these jokes, not Di.
No. Ronald has made it clear that he is the one making the decisions. So all of the nonsense and like things that you say in response doesn't count because he's in charge of the system. So he gets to determine what is and isn't white.
I don't think Ronald's
what is and
white.
isn't low class.
I don't think Ronald's white.
He's Celtic, he is.
Ronald's like pale
he fucking
blue.
Better be.
Pale blue.
Picked. Skin clad in woad.
Oh, I will not have this slander. He is white.
Melchizedek, I could do something like that, but I wouldn't do like financially abusive gacha gambling shit. Ronald, Astronaut didn't say that he's whiter than you. He just said you're not white. Okay, he's allowed to do that. Di, did you know that Moo is from Albania?
I don't believe anything that comes out of Moo's mouth, to be honest.
And I think that's how he likes it, to be honest. Vil says change live chat to Arcanian when. Funnily enough, Phil, I had thought about doing that. But I'm not exactly sure.
Oh, by the way, congratulations to Hannah and them for their new baby.
Oh, yeah. Hannah and Ezreal, the clown guards.
Speaking of breeding.
In Cabal, speaking of breeding, recently had a second baby. I assume it was her that actually had the baby, as is tradition. But,
yes. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of questions I'd have.
Quite a lot, yeah. But those of you that are able to view it, have a look in Conversarium. Images were posted of the newborn. Yes, Cabal be too
male
electric.
genes defective. They're only having a woman. Just let's not forget that point.
Is that his fault though?
It usually is, yeah.
Is it? Is that how it works? I thought it was random.
No, you know the whole fucking Bluebeard and the reason that he kept having women. It turns out when they checked his genetics, it was because of him.
This sounds like
his wife kept.
This sounds like an ideological cope to blame men for something.
Look it up. No, look it up.
Fair enough. Ronald is saying it's usually the male genes, and he, other than JF, he is our expert eugenicist here, so I'll take his word for it. Damn. I guess I need to prove my worth by having an heir.
Well, that's why the whole thing was like having a male son first and all that was like so praised in the old days.
I guess there's, I guess Henry VIII maybe had the same issue.
Mm-hmm. No, he was genuinely the actual reason.
So
poor wives kept getting killed.
Someone is saying the mother can only provide the X chromosome. The father can either provide a second X chromosome or... So it's random, but it's randomized by the father. By the father's genetics. So it's not the father's fault. However, if what you're saying, Di, is true, that there is like defects where they only provide an X chromosome, then yeah, that could produce...
Well, no, because he did have a male son with one of them, and she was the only one that got buried because she was the only one able to produce him a male heir. But apparently the reason that he was only having women so many times was because of his own issues.
Yeah, Revlon is father cause, not fault. Yes, that's true.
There's nothing wrong with having women, but it's like when it's only women, you're like, oh shit.
Well, I assume they were executed and cremated. If because burying is the respectful thing to do in Christian culture.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite insulting if they're not burying you and are just like burning you alive. They're like essentially saying, yeah, you don't deserve to come back. It's kind of it's quite an awful fate, and when you look into it.
Well,
like the
insult
of
if the man had a faulty Y chromosome, that can lead to them only having viable female offspring. Let's see. Okay. Thank you for the biology lesson, chat. So it is basically random. It's just that the randomness originates in the male. Okay.
It's not fully random, like it is what they're saying, but there is a random aspect to it. Yeah.
It's random as like it's not predictable before. Well, maybe it is actually. It depends on
well, maybe nowadays it could be, but
if there's a genetic defect, I suppose it is. But like, yes, you can predict it after conception, sure, but before conception, I doubt you could.
There's so much things nowadays. I'm not sure what is and isn't possible, to be honest.
Maybe it's possible to just like take a sample of sperm and say, like, here are the chances of this sperm producing either male or female. If that's the case,
they're already going down the line of editing
genomes
genomes to have certain colors of eyes and skin tones and everything. Like, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, we're not quite there yet, but China will do that first, inevitably.
I think we are
Hopefully,
there.
China does that first, and they'll fuck up their culture as a result. And even more than it already is.
Bro, I might need to disappear soon.
Why are you being eugenics?
I know what
out?
happened.
Oh no! No! Is the foot to footlong calling?
Yeah, she might be. I don't know if she's.
Oh, never mind. She said she might be free this weekend. Fucking hell.
Die? You fell asleep during anime last time.
Shut the fuck up. Slander.
Yes. But yeah, I would love to invite you to do something after the stream, but I really want to get this code done. It's the actual economy system, chat. That said, currently it is a prerequisite, but it's the last prerequisite. It's the thing that allows me to say like, okay, here's your this account for Discord. Okay, that one got banned. You can use this one for all the same stuff. Like, I don't need to transfer anything across. They're just, if they're linked, then you can use either one at any time. And you can also use like email, subscribe stuff, they're all linked. It's the thing that brings up the network of this is all your accounts. Which means that it's more censorship resistant. That's what I'm making, and that's almost finished. When that's done, I'm straight into the economy system. And I have a design for it I'm okay with now. Right.
Do we news?
I suppose we're back to news, yes. I might take a quick break, but let's do a bit more of news first. What's this? Trump did it. Executives and administrators are increasingly using TDI to fight DEI.
TDI?
Yeah. I didn't know either, but below is my column in The Hill, he says, on a new emerging mantra from businesses and universities seeking to roll back on DEI and other programs. Trump did it. The TDI defense is allowing executives and administrators to do what they lacked the courage to do for years. Here is the column, he says. Quote, Trump made me do it. Across the country, this is a virtual mantra being mouthed everywhere from businesses to higher education. Corporations are eliminating woke programs. Why? Trump did it. Universities are eliminating DEI offices and cracking down on campus extremism. Trump did it. Democratic politicians are abandoning far-left policies. Trump did it. Do you love Trump enough? Can we ever love Trump enough? For those who lack
he has
both.
his problems, but everyone does. He's only human, but my goodness.
Are you sure about that? For those who lack both courage or conviction, the claim of coercion is often the next best thing. The TDI defense is born. Of course, they did not invent Trump, but they needed him. For years, schools like Harvard and Columbia ignored warnings about the rising anti-Semitism on campuses. Do not care about that. They refused to punish students engaged in criminal conduct, including occupying and trashing buildings. That, obviously, I do care about. In principle, these administrators did not want to risk being tagged by the far-left mob for taking meaningful action. Then the election occurred, and suddenly they were able to blame Trump for doing what they should have been doing all along. You know what? Fucking spineless cowards, but if they're doing the right thing, they're better than nothing. Administrators are now cracking down on extreme elements on campuses. They should still be replaced by someone worthy, though. At the same time, hundreds of schools are closing DEI offices around the country. Again, most are not challenging the Trump administration's orders on DEI or seeking to adopt more limited responses. They are all in with the move while professing that they have little choice. In other words, schools are increasingly turning to TDI to end DEI. I could keep going, but I think we get the gist. Good. Doesn't fucking matter what they have to say to justify it. Get rid of that shit.
Get him out. Get him out.
Get him out.
Respectable Zoomer chat. 21 years. Are you sure about that?
Dude, he's just like me for real, dude.
Di, are you sure you want your boyfriend to be in a wheelchair?
Then I'd be just like her for real.
Just imagine the like bump of the attempts to sex with two people in a wheelchair. Just rolling into each other.
Di, can you say just like me for real, please?
What? No.
But it's me, Holden Blood Feast Jr. I want to nuke Mexico.
Like, can you shout England forever at your loudest possible volume?
No. Rather die.
It's remarkable how much you hate the country that I love. Like, and yet we still get on okay. It is the meme though. It's like, oh, we're absolute rivalry. Look at the rest of the world. It's like, maybe we're not so different after all.
Dude, it's
yeah, but
right.
still, fuck you. Fuck you still.
Fuck me. I barely think about you.
Wow, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
How could you think of fucking when I say fuck? That's not how we use the word fucking British cunt.
What? Why did you think I meant sex?
What do you mean?
I didn't say anything that implied sex, Di.
I don't even remember what you said, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Newsom sues Trump over National Guard deployment as media calls LA riots peaceful.
The word fucking peaceful is driving me sad. I'm sick of seeing them say peaceful with literal bombing happening behind them. Like, it's fucking crazy. The words mean nothing when it comes to these fucking succubus demons. I swear, it's all they do is confuse words, make everyone call them they, them, he, she when they're not. And then they say peaceful when there's literal destruction on screen. I hate them all so much.
Wait, he's suing? Anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Like, mate, you're going to be in prison soon if things go the way they probably should.
The military is fucking knocking on the door right now. I mean, brother.
Yeah.
You have no power here, Gandalf the Brown.
You have no power here, Juandalf the Brown.
Juandalf the Brown.
Well, that didn't take long, says Zero Hedge. California Governor Gavin Newsom issued a statement on X that he will be suing the Trump administration over the deployment of the National Guard to bring a halt to the violent but peaceful riots spreading across LA.
Violent, peaceful. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
The violent, peaceful protests.
Quote, this is exactly what Donald Trump wanted. He flamed the fires and illegally acted to federalize the National Guard. Bullshit. You have been presiding over an illegal kingdom for years, you and several other US states. It's finally come back to bite you, Gavin. How long did you think you could get away with just flagrantly denying the Constitution? That you would just give all this access to non-citizens, just import millions of Browns that should not have been in the US, had no justification for being there. The order he signed doesn't just apply to California, it will allow him to go to any state and do the same thing. We're suing him, he says.
Do you have any confidence that Pete Hegseth will be as principled as Mark Esper was?
Hegseth's a joke. He's a joke.
Yeah, but he's better than you.
Everybody knows it. So in over his head. What an embarrassment. That's just guy masquerading.
He's using Trump talking points.
Did I think this argument from anyone else? anyone else but you, Gavin Newsom, you fucking soy-filled faggot loser. Get the fuck out of here.
It's so nice and refreshing.
You're not the man. You're not the one to make this argument.
You're not, mate. He really wants to run in 2028, though, doesn't he? He really wants to run in 2028.
He really wants to. Well, Democrats have nobody. They don't have anybody. So, like, the fucking who's
Used
the
car
Democrat
salesman.
of the biggest state? Yeah,
Dude, they're gonna run Hillary again. That'd be great. I'm sure that'll go wonderful.
Currently, they're thinking Kamala again. That's their
Dude,
current thinking.
Hillary is in the basement doing fucking sacrifices, trying to get Trump dead, and it's just not working.
I heard Newsom being floated. I heard AOC being floated. I heard Buttigieg being floated, which is fucking hilarious.
Isn't it Buttigieg?
It's whatever you think is funniest at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's Butt Judge. That's his real name. It's Butt Judge.
Right.
He's the officiator of everything's fucking anal. It's a fucking flaming faggot.
Anal officiator.
Anal
Butt
aficionado.
chug. Yeah, there you go, J-Dub. Butt chug.
What was I going to say?
Yeah, fuck all of them.
Yes, that's true. Gav, I had something to say. I can't remember what it was. I'll continue.
This moment. I mean, this Human guy, these guys. It's just it's the band of misfits.
Yeah.
It really is. This is serious. The people's.
What you mean? The people that the people voted for?
Yeah,
They seem to be fitting in quite well to their job.
That we won the popular and electoral votes.
Quite, yeah.
Oh, the band of misfits that the entire population loves.
The moment the elections aren't rigged, you get people in office who, they might not be the most articulate political operatives, but they're doing the right thing. Gavin.
Dude, he's fucking seething. He's seething. He's coping. He's sneeding.
He's seething.
Those lives are at stake. The reputation of this country is at
Lives
stake.
are, you don't give a fuck about lives.
No, not great American citizen states. Formerly great American citizen states. They're the ones that are focused because they're the ones full of foreigners who hate America, much like evidenced by the fact that they were waving Mexican flags. But oh no, don't send me back to Mexico of all places.
It's crazy.
Dude, was the country's reputation not at stake when fucking Biden was in office, tripping over fucking stairs?
That's the low point for America. Yeah. At least in the last 100 years.
Come on, brother.
Yeah. Oh, actually, we have something about that, tripping over stairs. Don't speak too soon. We'll try and get to that today.
This is a preview of things to come. This isn't about LA per se. It's about us today. It's about you, everyone watching tomorrow.
Yeah, there are other sanctuary cities. They'll be next. Trump had better get through them all by the time he's out of office.
That's what I'm saying.
I promise
Just be quick about this shit.
I mean, this guy's unhinged. Donald Trump is unhinged right now.
Lol.
And this is just another proof point of that.
If Trump unhinged is this fucking successful, then I don't care. He's doing the right thing for the right reasons.
The amount of people I've seen, like, if I knew Trump was going to do this, I would have voted for him. Like, there's so many people that are like, well,
was
I
this
wish
not
I
what
voted
he
for him now.
advertised? This is exactly what the people that voted for him voted for.
Right, no, but they were thinking that he would have been like his first term, and so far he's been way more.
I said that.
Than his first term.
that was the case, didn't I?
Yeah, I think after the whole getting shot and like them trying to ruin his life and attacking his kids and upsetting his wife, he was like fucking
and rigging the election.
Of course he brings it up himself all the time.
Indeed, right too as well. Eric says, "My man Donald doesn't need hinges. Eat dick cheese, Newscomb. Got him." Yeah, true. What I was going to say just now is that isn't it nice to have a stream where we can talk about Gavin Newsom without someone in chat piping up to sing his praises? Yes, that's right. Field is no longer with us because he found false paedophile accusations more appealing than occasionally being mocked by me for being Californian.
Lost the return field. Oh no! Whatever
he was a Redditor, by the way, and from what I understand, homosexual. But never mind. Moving on.
Somebody post his fucking fanfic.
Whatever. And the people that we lost, it is a shame, but it's a shame that they were so weak as to simply be avid pawns of Wes's narrative, not even
I'm glad I
hint of
knew
skepticism.
I'm glad we found out what they were like. It's best to know.
Yes, it is indeed. It's almost as if all this is scripted, says this article. But then again, that sounds like a conspiracy theory, right?
He has read it. Therefore, he must kill himself.
Besides, it's just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn. An ABC 7 News reporter suggested that law enforcement shouldn't attempt to stop the mass violence being carried out in LA because just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn. You know, suddenly I feel a bit less bad about that journalist getting shot in the leg. Oddly. The anchor, Mark Brown, stated that the situation could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there. You bitch. Oh, it'll turn violent if you try and stop them from committing crimes. Fuck off. It's already violent.
Yeah, if you try and stop us, we will attack you. That's essentially what that just said.
Fucking crazy.
And term one is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation, altercation between officers and demonstrators.
We're just burning other people's property.
Throw them out the country.
What happened to all caring about environment? I'm sure burning cars and the smoke going up into the air isn't great.
Yeah, fair point. No, but they'd far rather tax the average working person so they can't afford to drive their car.
No, that's the worst thing is they're going to go and poison our fucking cows while they go and burn cars.
Yep.
The animals suffer. I hate them all, dude. Fuck. These pieces of shit.
Large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a
wrong way.
People, having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers.
They're just having fun.
If I'm being fun, I can be generous enough in my interpretation to see what he meant there, and it's not as bad as it sounds, but that's a bit too generous. Honestly, it's a fucking journalist. I don't really care at this point. Yeah, there you go. Peaceful scenes, chat. Peaceful scenes.
Should have went for her ass as well.
Dude, mostly peaceful.
Despite hundreds of arrests and numerous reports of police officers being attacked with Molotov cocktails, fireworks and other objects, along with widespread burning, looting, and destruction of property, basically the leftists are throwing whatever they have to hand, which is about 80% dildos for some reason. The mainstream press is still ludicrously insisting the chaos represents largely well-behaved immigration protests. This echoes their treatment.
Peaceful. Yeah, sure, buddies.
This echoes their treatment of the 2020 George Floyd riots, which were infamously described as fiery but mostly peaceful by CNN, while other outlets followed a similar narrative.
Peaceful means nothing. When you see peaceful in an article, assume there's violence.
Gavin Newsom says the federal government is taking over the California National... it's elided. Deploying 2,000 soldiers in Los Angeles, not because there is a shortage of law enforcement, but because they want a spectacle, he fucking speculates. No, mate. They're doing it because the city is being burned to the ground by violent rioters who are trying to protect other criminals from the law.
They're all rapists. They're all pedophiles.
The rate is shockingly high. Mario Norfall says, JD Vance to rioters... Protest away, just don't break the law. Yeah, if you're actually peacefully protesting, fine. But they're not just peacefully protesting. They're also rioting. If I see
burning and shit exploding in the background, that's not a peaceful protest.
Quite.
No, but you can't change words that much, bro.
Yeah. No, but he is right. If it is, like, it's different places, obviously. In some places, it probably is just peaceful protest. That's fine. As long as it's on
but that doesn't make news stories because there's nothing happening. Shocker.
Indeed. See, the thing is, that's probably what CNN meant with the fire, mostly peaceful. Like, obviously,
I don't know,
really badly worded, but like, it was fiery, which was violent. But if you were to assess it in a certain way, probably the majority of activity across the entire day and night was peaceful protest. Because I remember seeing footage of, like, during the day there was mostly peaceful protest. It was during the night it was violent. But them choosing to say that was grossly misrepresentative. The fact that it was
white people
arguably technically true in some sense, it doesn't escape him. Someone says, I propose that Kash Patel arrest Gavin Newsom and send him directly to the penis explosion chamber. 100%, yes. Completely.
And have his penis exploded immediately.
Bailiff, smack his nuts.
Whack his pee-pee.
That's the JD Vance
Honestly,
version.
if they actually started doing that, we might get changed.
If you don't say please, I'll smack your pee-pee.
Let me get this, official. We must ensure that you never appear here again. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
What is that a reference to?
That's a meme for Judge Judy. You ever seen the Judge Judy meme?
No.
Judge Judy's great.
I don't know what that is.
Bruh.
No, I've heard of it, but I don't
Thank you, Sick Puppy. There it is. There's the meme.
We must make sure that you do not appear here again. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
God.
That's the one.
Moo, surely normies would be the ones to know what it is. Anyway,
Which is
Mexico's president-elect just said, if necessary, we'll mobilize. We don't want taxes on remittances from our fellow countrymen.
Oh my God, we're getting
from
rid of
the
Mexico?
US to Mexico. A head of state openly
Getting
calling
rid
for
of
protests in the
Mexico.
US. This is unprecedented. So a few things. Firstly, Scheinbaum here. Have you noticed something about the name? She is the cartel's dog, and she runs Mexico for them and Israel.
and Jewish, yeah.
The idea, this is remarkable to me, right? The idea that a state shouldn't be able to tax people sending money outside of the state if they're there to work or something. No, states absolutely should be able to do that because you shouldn't be exfiltrating wealth from their economy. They should at least be able to restrict that. And that is not an act of war, Scheinbaum. Mobilize for fucking what? They are giving you your people back. And we'll go to war over that. Fuck off.
Who wants it?
Down,
Mexicans.
bitch.
Certainly not fucking Mexico.
Yeah, sit the fuck down, bitch. Know your place.
Not only do Mexicans in the US love Mexico, but hate Mexico. They don't want to be there, but they love it. But Mexicans in Mexico hate Mexicans in America who really want to not be there, but love it. It's just, it's so obviously a grift. It's nothing about this. It's about national pride or duty. It's just a fucking grift for easy cash. Send them back. Let them fix Mexico, which I'm sure they'll do a great job fixing. Quatro says, never forget the 36 candidate assassinations during her election cycle. Oh yeah, no, it's natural selection. If she got into the position of running in the first place, for survival, she'd have to kowtow.
I just don't understand how every fucking predominantly Christian nation just they always have a Jew at the helm. Why does this keep happening? I just don't get it, man.
Someone says, don't forget the only reason Mexico City wasn't razed to the ground in the 1850s is that Santa Anna surrendered unconditionally to the US, and we only took part of their land in exchange for sparing them. You can't trust swarthoids, dude. Can't trust swarthoids, right, Atronach?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Basically, anyone who spent a significant amount of time near the Mediterranean in their genetic history, it's over.
So real.
It's over.
So real.
Particularly those Sicilians.
True.
Anyway.
True.
Real. So real.
You like
for
this.
Real, for real.
You like this.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah.
So I believe this is a bunch of protesters, rioters. They don't appear to be rioting here, to be fair, but protesters either way, crowding around what I think is like a police station or police headquarters or something in the US, in LA, I think. LA rioters outside the building, probably yelling things, obstructing the way. Die. Pay attention to this.
I'm watching.
They're coming out. They're coming out. They're coming out. Watch out. Fuck you!
The giggles.
They just get fucking lit up.
They ran like rats. Do you see how fucking
efficiency?
Let's see this. Look, the fucking thing isn't even up fully and they're gone. They're running.
There's an arrow view of this if you can find it.
The efficiency and the
rats,
effectiveness
the
is
fucking
so impressive.
cockroaches running in every direction.
Like, okay, one, White Boy Summer is officially in season. Two,
White Boy Summer!
Two, I don't like the image of a bunch of police officers in riot gear shooting at civilians. It's paintballs, but still, I don't like the image of that. But sometimes you do need order in a society. It doesn't have to be authoritarian. If you've got chaos, but what you need is ordered liberty, would have stored the order part. Basic rule of law.
Have you ever tried
And that's all they're
talking
doing.
an ape out of being angry? Doesn't work out well.
Well, no, I know. I'm not disagreeing with this. This is correct.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why. This is why it has to be done. It's because they're just fucking animals that just destroy everything around them.
Ronald, in terms of like just the aesthetic, it is cool, obviously, but when it's government doing it to people, I get uneasy. But in this case, it's fucking completely justified.
No, you let me be angry because I'm not going around fucking firebombing like places. Like I'm just yelling.
Do you know what this building is, right? It's an ICE detention facility.
Oh, right. That makes sense. That makes sense.
That's what they're outside of. So they're fucking dispersing the crowd to keep them from like interfering with anything. So, yeah, get fucked.
Sick Puppy, will you actually listen to what I said? Eric says, I was calling you an ape as a joke.
I wasn't as a joke.
Green and orange ape die. So I half expect someone to yell fix bayonets. See, when it's this aesthetic, shooting aliens or elves with real guns, 100% on board with that. When it's humans, I have to at least have some pause and think, is this right? But yes,
I'm just glad it's rubber bullets and not real bullets.
Yeah.
Oh, they're paintballs in this thing.
Yeah. I doubt they'll need to escalate further than that.
Have you seen this, Uzlu? Their nice little statement from our...
Her middle name is D. Does it stand for all the D she cut to get to her position?
He's nuts. Oh! Got him.
Yeah, I do got those nuts. Kamala D. Harris says, Los Angeles is my home, and like so many Americans, I am appalled at what we are witnessing in the streets of our city. Deploying the National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. The chaos was already there. It's meant to control the chaos. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California and across our nation, ICE are performing legitimate business legitimate government business for once to prevent illegal immigration. It's part of the Trump administration's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division.
I mean, he literally warned everyone so many times.
This is literally what everyone voted for him to do.
The amount of people that are like, oh my God, they're ruining our streets. Please, someone do something. He does something. This is cruel and unusual punishment. Why are you doing? We're just burning your cars and cities to the ground. Why are you shooting rubber bullets at us?
The only reason Kamala and others are saying this is because they no longer get to have carte blanche over the ordered chaos they control, because now Trump has moved in to take over for the order, to make it ordered liberty rather than ordered chaos. She says, this administration's actions are not about public safety. They're about stoking fear of a community demanding dignity and due process. You mean the people noting there's illegal immigrants here committing crimes, please Trump fix our city? Like, Kamala, I just want to mention, like, as a proxy here, LA is a shithole. I haven't been there, but from everything I've seen, LA is a shithole. Almost every Democrat city, which is almost every city, has become a shithole more and more and more over the years. That as a proxy for whose side has the correct argument is pretty strong. Let's start with that, right? They're also illegal immigrants. What are you saying about that? Sanctuary cities. Why is that acceptable? Why should they be? There's already a process for them to acquire legal access to the US. When you and Biden were in charge, why didn't you reform that? If you think it was wrong, you had the president office. Why didn't you reform it?
She was basically the president, like regardless of what they say. She was the one making the decision. That's why everything was.
I understand that narrative died, but I think the group behind Biden hated Kamala and iced her out. The group behind Biden ran the country, who were also the same group behind Obama. Though Obama did actually run things more so than Biden did, obviously.
Why'd they pick her? I just don't get it.
Brown woman.
And what a great choice, I guess.
Yep.
You're brown! You're brown! Disgusting! Get out of my country, brown!
It sounds so much better
Gross!
coming from a brown. Solder says it was money. That's also possible, yeah. Probably both. Because I think she's got rich parents or something, isn't she?
Of course, they had to get the rich brown, because the normal brown they couldn't even hope to converse with.
Mm. According to former DNC Vice Chairman David Hogg, Jill Biden's chief of staff was the guy actually in charge. That's roughly it, as I said, yeah. Kamala's father is an economist. Yeah, that would explain it. She says protest is a powerful tool essential in the fight for justice, and as the LAPD mayor and governor have noted, demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors, illegal immigrant, criminals by definition, she says, have been overwhelmingly peaceful. By definition,
peaceful again.
Yeah, but by definition, this is the trick. By definition, the protests have been peaceful. The moment they become violent, they're no longer protests. So, Kamala, that's a fucking tautology. Have the riots been peaceful?
Well, by the nature of them being riots, I don't think so.
Exactly, that's my point. But if you were to use a group term to refer to both of them, you could no longer call them overwhelmingly peaceful, could you?
But I'm saying the word peaceful, when you read peaceful, it means nothing. It's just another word that they're trying to change the meaning of.
She says, I continue to support the millions of Americans who are standing up to protect our most fundamental rights and freedoms. What fucking fundamental rights and freedoms? You don't have a freedom to welcome illegal immigrants into the country. That is illegal. It's not in the Constitution. In fact, it is in the Constitution. They're not allowed in. Sanctuary cities are just illegal. It's basically a rebellion against the US, the federal government that you were in. And now someone else is in there because you couldn't rig that one. And now you're getting exactly the comeuppance that you've bought over years. It's once again, boy, do I love sowing, but why do I have to reap? Zero Stock 30 says the night OJ's wife died was also mostly peaceful. Yeah.
So true. He's innocent, you know.
Shut the fuck up.
Glove. Glove. All right, let's continue. Breaking, Russia has accused China of stealing military technology, recruiting Russian officials, and showing interest in Russia's Far East. News, water is wet. Russia's FSB has warned that China poses a serious threat to national security, labeling it an emerging enemy of Russia. This is very interesting to me. Because I have long suspected that Russia and China, despite the fact that they're both in BRICS, don't get along very well. They're right next to each other. There's territory they'd both like to take from the other, I'm sure. Russia's probably generally more chill about it, but China's probably a lot more aggressive. They have more power on the world stage. Not enough power to invade Russia, though I'm sure with Ukraine they feel a bit safer doing that, but still not safe enough. They're prioritizing Taiwan anyway. Not that they're ever going to do that. But here's the interesting thing. Putin saying this doesn't necessarily indicate what he believes. He could believe it without saying it. Why would he need to say it? Because the US is becoming more powerful. Because the US is becoming more confident, more worthy an ally. That's my theory. And Russia wants to be on the right side of the China-US conflict. And the US is the right side of that. So he's naysaying China. This is BRICS deforming before our eyes, which it was never particularly well formed, but they were making a fucking go for it. I see this as an absolute win.
Some interesting times, man.
Yeah. Fuck Russia, but fuck China harder.
Yeah, one is objectively worse than the other.
Not Russians, as Ravelon and plenty of others, I'm sure, and not necessarily Chinese, though a little bit less.
What they do to animals, fuck them. They're not people.
Ravelon says, considering the kind of terms he demanded for peace, I doubt that's the direction he's heading in. He's playing hardball, but I don't think he's doing it in a hostile manner. Yeah, the terms he demanded for peace were basically, I'm not going to make peace. I either want the whole thing or we're not making peace. But he's not, I don't think that's him naming the US an enemy. It's just him saying it remaining strong. But yeah, Ravelon, it could be a bit of both. Maybe he's feeling like the US needs some encouragement that he doesn't hate them, so he wants to badmouth China as a response. Or maybe there's something else going on behind the scenes. Like, my suspicion on what this is obviously missing some details behind the scenes. But yeah, like every country's doing this to everyone, but China does it the most. Ronald says the US are an enemy of Russia. Anyone in the US with half a brain recognizes China's the bigger enemy. Eric says it would absolutely be best that Russia and the US get along. There's no reason not to. China's the real threat. All right, next up.
For peace is an option. I think people should pick it.
Yeah, where it's genuinely possible. Iran has reportedly delivered its response to the US-derived nuclear deal, rejecting the initial deal and instead proposing their own agreement, which maintains nuclear enrichment in Iran, and this is funny, calls for the forced destruction of Israel's nuclear arsenal, according to the New York Times. Now that's playing hardball. I don't think Trump's going to go for that. The thing is, Iran might feel that with Trump being cold to Israel, they can just swoop in and demand this, and Trump might give them something close. At this point, this could be a wedge. Like the thing is, fuck Iran, right? But this could be used to fuck Israel. If Trump wants to put pressure on Israel to make them stop being such assholes on the world stage, he could just say, Iran, you make an interesting deal, and just say that very loudly so Netanyahu can hear it. And Netanyahu would be like, whoa, Trump, hold on a second. What can we give you to not consider this deal? Sorry, but I don't want to always assume the 4D chess angle, but wherever there's an option for Trump to use 4D chess, he usually takes it.
Well, he'll probably come back with a retort of not enriching Iran and anything nuclear in Iran, but potentially, going for the destruction of Israel's nuclear nukes.
I don't think Israel should have access to such weapons anyway.
No, they shouldn't be as powerful as they are, seeing how fucking small of a country they are.
This the person in the chat here says so much for Trump's side of the deal. You don't understand how this stuff works. It's not one step. None of this is one step. And honestly, because of the position between Iran and Israel, this is probably better for Trump. Like, Iran saying no doesn't mean that Trump has to abide by their deal. This is Iran using art of the deal, trying to use it on Trump, but he understands it better than anyone. He's not just going to agree to that. When has he ever just been like, oh, okay, I guess you asked for something more, I guess I'll just give it to you? I don't remember any time he's done that. We'll see what he does, but I think the offer that he gave them, a lot of people were disappointed, and understandably, that it was very similar to Obama's overly generous offer. Yeah, maybe there's something more going on there that we don't know that explains that, or maybe it was just a bad choice. But if Iran's saying, no, we want more, Trump might say, bad Iran. And bitch slap them and say, no, either you stop enrichment entirely, or we'll do this, this, and this. And there's all kinds of levers I'm sure he could pull to disadvantage them. Stooge says, you misunderstand. I said Iran was using the art of the deal. Sorry, I know I was referring to the comment in chat. I wasn't criticizing you, Stooge. Ronald says, Israel is one of the worst possible countries to have nukes, actual psychopaths with nukes. Yeah, that's a good argument there. Not just that, but weird schizo death cult Jews convinced the end times are near. And the argument could certainly be made.
See, this is the point, right? Regardless of if you don't believe in demons and angels and all that, like, religious stuff, you have to understand we're dealing with people that do. And when they believe in these things, they go and do the rituals that are asked of them, which is like, murdering children, putting them up for the demons to eat, and doing horrific things possible in response to what is asked of them in their religion or whatever you want to call it. It is literal demon worship.
You can absolutely call that demonic, whether you believe in demons literally or not.
Yeah, this is the thing, is like, regardless if you believe in it or not, they do. And that's the problem. They are demon worshippers.
A lot of them are. I don't know much of the details of that and how well distributed that is and who does it exactly. But yeah, a lot of the upper class of the world do for some reason. I know Dai has a good idea as to what the reason is. But yeah. All right. I tell you, can we? I'm just going to look. There, just
fucking bricks keep showing up constantly in every fucking
Where did those
peaceful
come from?
protest, bro.
They're all definitely-
expensive bricks. Do you know how much that shit is? Someone's putting them there.
Dude, they're
Look
all
how
definitely
look how neatly
fucking-
they're placed. Look how nice they are. That shit costs money.
It's just construction. There's construction in the area.
Oh, right.
Die.
Yeah.
You have to be
Sorry. Yeah,
reasonable.
right. The protests are coming up and propping up around construction site conveniently. And they're just using what's around them. You're right, which is another
Must
thing.
have been the wind.
If that's the case, who's deciding where these protests are going?
It's not a construction site. This is a fucking lay-by. Like, this is a parking area. I know you know that, but this is a parking area in a residential street. This is not a construction site. And none of the bricks have been touched. They're all in neat fucking stacks.
How much money do you think that is for those bricks alone? I wonder.
A couple thousand, I guess.
Who's just casually leaving all of that down on the street and be like, "Hey, protesters, I was gonna wipe my hands of these. Let me look down the street. I need to go grab a coffee. Don't touch these, though."
Yeah, as Quattro says, Soros or similar people.
Fucking crazy.
So, I don't know for sure if this is from this year, but it it rings true whether it's a literal picture from this year. It probably is happening this year anyway. This guy says the international sign that a very real, organic, totally not pre-planned left-wing protest will shortly emerge. Like this from the people who are allied with Kamala, who just talked about Trump wants panic and chaos. No, bitch, you want panic and chaos. And here's the evidence.
How are we not seeing who's leaving these bricks? It's happened so many times. How has nobody just managed to get a video or clip of them placing them down?
Say what you will about Grok and how accurate it is. He reckons it's a real picture from June 7th, 2025, just a few days ago. Near the Home Depot Home Depot, which happens to be the head fucking quarters of the leftist protesters. On Alondra Boulevard.
They're just leaving them around, just in case.
Yeah. On Alondra Boulevard during protests against ICE raids. Thank you. What's his fucking name? Owen Wilson. A reverse image search found no stock photo matches, and an X post from that day mentions bricks on pallets at the same location. News reports confirm protesters used bricks and rocks during clashes. However, it's unclear if the bricks were for construction or protest purposes, most likely the latter, I think. The claim of a pre-planned protest is speculative without evidence. Yeah, but come on, Grok. This is not the first time we've seen this.
It's the picture you see right there.
Yeah.
Why does this happen? It's not just this is almost in every fucking protest. It's just a group of bricks in the corner every time.
Mm.
I don't know, is this the current picture or is this from the last time? Like, even people asking her is like, is it the last one though?
It's so fucking blatant. This kind of thing, like, it's very disappointing to see that it's happening, but very moralizing to know that our opponent doesn't fucking exist without arbitrary enticement, arbitrary astroturfing.
And they have to try so hard.
Yeah. They have a very expensive project to do this. Because what they're trying to do is not normal for humans. Restores one's faith in humanity. It has to be faked for them to get the results they're getting now. And it's very expensive. And they're running out of money.
I don't know if they're running out of money, but they're definitely wasting money.
Next up. Free civics lesson, says Grums. Left picture equals dangerous riot. Right picture equals peaceful protest without incident. So his argument here that, the press lies about which one's which, this being dangerous riot and this being peaceful without incident, his argument is correct. However, he has unfortunately done the exact same thing that they do. He has picked the peaceful part of the Jan 6th riot, which did have violence and a particularly violent image from the LA riots, in which I'm sure there were some peaceful protests outside of the riots. Grums, I'm afraid to say what you've done here is barely better than what the mainstream press do. So let's pick up the pace a bit.
It's still better. It's still better, I think. I don't think it's just barely, but because we look at the scale of it, I mean, you know, how many people died on Jan 6? How many people were like, you know, like violent on,
No,
on Jan
I
6?
agree.
You know,
I agree.
like,
The riots in LA are probably much worse. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that him just taking the best of one side and the worst of the other side. It's exactly what CNN and all the press outlets do as well.
Well, I'm not of the opinion that we should shouldn't be playing by their rules. You know, if they're gonna say something, it's fine to like use that against them and do the same tactics. I don't think that it's all's fair in love and war, as they say.
I think our best strategy.
Any point taking the high road.
I think our best strategy is the truth, and we have so far been winning via that strategy. I think if we start abandoning that, then we'll lose the support of people who have the right motives for civilization. We only build a worthwhile civilization if we abide by truth and effective methods. It's not going to work if we try and cheat or shortcut our way there. Same thing with making movies. A comparison I gave earlier for Lord of the Rings. That's the equivalent of a truthful process which produced excellent material for relatively little money versus Rings of Power, a non-truthful, shortcut attempt which failed completely for way more money. That's the comparison I would prefer to use. Now, I get it. Sometimes small-scale shortcut strategies, tactics, and diplomatic finesse, sure, but let's not take it too far. And I'm not even saying it's wrong for him to do this. I'm not saying he shouldn't have done, but it is somewhat dishonest to the same extent the press are. And I would prefer we don't need to do this. I don't think we do need to do this. Eric says, in defense of guns, they legally went after the podium guy, and California courts likely won't go after the guys in the car. Yeah, that's very similar to what Ravelon's saying above. It's better because in Jan 6, the peaceful were punished, and now, as well as during the Summer of Love, the violent were not. Certainly, I agree with both of those statements, but I don't think that touches what I'm actually claiming here. He could have included that detail, and I would completely agree with it from what he said, but he's still cherry picking. Someone says both images are portraying the norm for their respective eras, or very close to it, and they're being done for very different causes. There's nothing wrong with this. We don't know that for sure. There was a fair bit of violence at the Jan 6th thing. I've seen the footage of it.
How many were feds, though?
A lot of them were, I think, yes. But I think it was instigated by the feds that were there. I mean, you saw the footage of them protesting in the grounds and the feds just wantonly spraying gas into the crowds. And the riots here, I don't know what proportion of human activity in LA around the immigration stuff has been violent riots and what proportion has been peaceful protests. We'll probably never know.
I need to see what Alex Jones has been saying with all this shit going on, because like he's either very fucking happy or like gone down a whole nother rabbit hole.
I think JPG, for most of human history, you had to be brutal to win. We are actually in an era now where that is no longer the effective strategy. And being the superior moral actor, the more civilized person is the correct strategy to win. Now, unless it becomes like large-scale violence, then of course you go to war. But short of that, we're still in the civil phase. You win by being better. Still effective, of course, but with the truth as your guide, you win by being better. I believe that, unlike in the rest of history, is actually the correct strategy for today. Just having the truth on your side isn't enough. There's more to it than that, but you got to go as close as you can. Next up. We're missing the context here, but I did find it funny. Like Canada was saying, like a Canadian was saying, wow, look at what's happening in LA. The US sucks, criticizing Trump. And then this guy just said, just pretend they're shooting at some truckers and they'll make it all better.
The video is a bunch of police officers with paintball guns. It's essentially the same firing line that we saw in the journalist clip.
Somnovox, the Muslims in the UK and the abundance of caution has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm saying. Do you think I'm saying don't be strong? I'm not. The truth in the case of the Muslims, the correct and better approach is to remove the Gibbs and deport them. The overreaction is massacre. I'm not recommending that. That's what I'm saying. There are strategies that would be effective and fast, but completely uncivilized and would do arguably more damage long term than a more controlled and reasonable but effective approach that takes longer, but we survive it in principle. We remain human in so doing. It's not even that, we'll lose something like abstract or spiritual. No, if you create an institution, you create a system which promotes violent means to justified ends, you are giving power necessarily by the nature of who needs to do that to violent people. You are promoting psychopaths in your ranks to do that work. And that starts to become endemic. We want people in positions of power who are civilized, trustworthy people who are effective at getting things done without the need for psychopathic methods. And that's exactly what we're doing. I couldn't be more proud, frankly. But there's nothing wrong with that strategy. I think it's the correct one. Yeah, Melchizedek, there's a lot of truth to that. It's the proportions aren't quite that bad, but it's a lot of truth to that. Okay. Next story. Gavin has lost control of California, it says. Jesus. How long do they think they can keep this up?
Immediately.
Yeah, how long do they think they can keep this up?
It's been so funny seeing the leftists as well with the whole gun reform nonsense suddenly being like, oh my God, I'm understanding why we need this in the amendment. It's for this exact reason. Oh, why can't I get my gun? Because I tried killing myself in 2013. Well, who put these restrictions in? What is this?
Sick Puppy, my first and most important advice to you is argue with the position your opponent actually holds. Don't just sort of like hear a third of it and then make up the rest. I didn't say psychopaths shouldn't be harnessed or used or involved in a society. I said don't promote them to high positions of political power as part of your right-wing death squad's like main institution. If you have death squads, it will be led by psychopaths most of the time. Or eventually.
Yeah, but you don't have the psychopathic death squad as the very top that you're answering to. That's retarded. What do you think's going to happen?
Yeah, having them in the army, fine. Keep them under the watch of other people who are there, but don't make them like chief inquisitor or something, which is where it would end up for what some of people are suggesting. Like the extreme of that is you just give psychopaths too much power. If you have a society where you use shortcuts, you use quick, effective, but immoral and untruthful methods to win, you are selecting for bad people to enact those actions. You create a normalization of strategies that psychopaths are best suited for, and they will gain power. Roland says the most important part that authoritarians overlook is that the problem is not the lack of harsh measures, it's the fact that the people in position to use harsh measures are the problem they want to solve with those harsh measures. Which is very often the case, yeah. Very often the case. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, this was the one we already saw.
We'll be heading off soon, by the way. Just so you know.
Screech. Are you getting tired, Di? You said you're heading off?
I'll be heading off soon, yeah.
I can't really fully endorse this because it was completely capricious, but it's funny.
It is. I do, to be honest, I do feel quite conflicted because, like, at the same time, like, she's reporting on the news, right? And she should have the right to just, like, if she's not in their way, in the enemy lines, like, involved in, like, attacking officers, and she is just there reporting the news. Whatever narrative you say she wants to spend, that's another issue entirely.
Yeah.
But she's just there doing it and reporting on it. And then
It's
this
so wonderfully petty. Just
it is wonderfully petty. It is, and the thing is, like, this is the frustration so many people have with what the news have been doing, is because they've been just lying so much that, like, anytime somebody sees a reporter now, they know immediately or assume immediately that, oh, they're trying to spin this narrative. Fucking shoot her in the ankle. Like, it's kind of you know.
I can't endorse this, but it's really funny.
It is quite funny.
Sondra says she's in an area where people were ordered to disperse because of a riot. By remaining in the area, report it or not, she's contributing to the riot. If that's the case, then that's somewhat of a justification. But there are other people there. There was only one shot fired in this video.
To be fair, we don't know. We don't know if she was told prior to this to get off the area. Like, they could have been trying to get her off this area for a while, and she's just not complying. So this dude is like, oh.
Yeah. If
hey, we warned you to get out of the area, bro.
Yeah, if this is after a final warning, then yeah, I don't fucking care. It just doesn't look that way heuristically. It might be.
To be fair, we don't know what happened prior. Then that's what they do. This is the best thing that could have happened to them. Unironically, because they can spin this to be like, look, this poor innocent reporter woman just got fucking attacked in the ankle by this officer. I don't know if it's ankle or thigh or ass or whatever. It looked like ankle to me.
I think it was thigh, left thigh.
Yeah, it was like a left thigh.
Damn, it would have hurt more in the ankle. Could have broken her bone though. To be fair.
High school is forced to apologize and pay up to student they suspended for using term illegal alien in class. Good.
Based. Honestly, they shouldn't have been suspended to begin with. So, like, the fact that that even happened is retarded. Yeah. But I'm glad that they at least remedied the situation.
Yes. This is probably in the US, given the term illegal alien. But yeah, good.
Get sued, lol.
Yep. Good. Next up. Oh yeah, this is good. This is what you've been waiting for, chat.
Get your hands off these poor people. They're just trying to live their lives, man.
These poor fucks.
Paying their taxes. Been here 10 years.
They're not paying their taxes.
No. There's no reason to assume they're paying their taxes, Governor. They don't have to.
They're mooching off the taxes more than anything. Yeah.
The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over
with. How
can
they pay their taxes when they're illegal immigrants?
You know?
Wouldn't that tell them that they're illegal?
You talked over the important bit.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Get arrested, get deported.
No,
to do it.
It's okay. We can't do it now because he said he wants it. He's put it up as like, if you do this, I win. Don't care.
Yeah, reverse psychology. Yeah.
No, like again, Trump saying ran for governor. That's his crime. No, he presided over a sanctuary city. That's a giga crime. Presided over everything that's wrong with California as well. Not everything, but for the last 5 more years.
I think we should put these people in space, as Zenman says. Yeah.
Should have sent this guy up instead of the dog. Yeah.
Poor dog.
Arrest him. Hell, you could probably try him for treason.
Send him to Mars.
I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this.
He doesn't give a damn. There we go.
The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Arrest him! Arrest him! That would be so funny.
He cares about his community, but he's just letting a bunch of hardworking Americans get their fucking jobs, wages, homes, and
the illegal immigrants are his community.
Yeah. But that's who he's referencing, yeah. Not the actual people wanting them out, his actual people.
Not the Americans, yeah. He's...
Somnus says we can't do treason because we aren't in declared war. Seditious conspiracy is the best we can hope for now, or insurrection, as Somnus says. Yeah,
you have to be in war for somebody to declare treason against you.
I'm not sure about that, but honestly, I usually stop short of saying
America's always in war, though.
Treason, it's a bit easy to go to, or anything similar like insurrection or seditious conspiracy. But no, in this case, it's Gavin Newsom. He knows what he's doing. The sanctuary city thing is completely untenable by U.S. law, and it's a city.
Somebody that knows about U.S. law, do you have to be in war for somebody to be charged with treason?
Solon says treason has to be in the service of another country. I don't think it has to be in war.
that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, does war have to be declared for somebody to be?
I don't think it does.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah. Now this one's funny too. Remember Maxine Waters? She's that woman who was like, basically, you know, the whole idea of like Trump called for violence. Elon did the Nazi salute. Maxine Waters actually called for violence back in 2020, I guess. She actually called, probably earlier than that, actually, maybe during Trump's first term. She actually called for violence publicly. And this is her. And she's in LA.
No, I want you to, hello. Congresswoman Waters, I just came to use my congressional authority to check on David.
Ma'am, we're logging securely now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public affairs office.
I need to get in.
BTFO'd. Bitch, BTFO'd. You have no power here.
I love it.
Maxine
Oh my God.
the Brown.
Oh, this is so great. Oh my God.
Get fucked. Get fucked, cunt.
Look at her face. Look at her face, man.
She's so distraught.
Oh, goodness me. Goodness me.
Yep.
What are you hoping to do, Congresswoman?
I just want to see David Werta. Right.
Would a congressperson normally be able to enter the...
Normally, yes.
What is happening?
Yes. Well, there were some
Fucking liar.
I don't know who they were. And
I expect, maybe she's right, but right now it's under federal control because the locals can't be fucking trusted. Local politicians can't be fucking trusted. Particularly you, Miss Waters.
I'm trying to get in to see David Werta, who they have arrested. He is the head of SEIU local union here. I don't know why.
Oh yeah, the union head got arrested because he was an illegal immigrant. I remember this. That happened, by the way.
Have notice how her tone changes to like this pathetic, sad, woman tone that she's taken. That the door was slammed
Honestly,
in her face. The fucking manipulative tactics.
She sounds like she has dementia. I don't think she does, but she's talking like she does.
No, it's just a black.
I don't know what they're doing with him.
She's about to burst into tears.
I want to report back to my caucus about what's happening, but they have...
Do you want to see it again?
No, I want you to... Hello. Congresswoman Waters, I just came to use my congressional authority to check on David.
Ma'am, we're logging securely now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
All visitors.
I need to get in.
Give that guy a raise. It's white boy fucking summer, lads. That's all it is.
Yeah!
It really is, dude.
Sumner says, let her in, then accidentally deport her to Liberia. Yeah, she tried to keep the door open. Yeah, he just fucking closed it. Oh, look, the white military officer was stronger than her.
There's a difference between male and women. We just saw it right there. Wow, guys. Like, she couldn't keep the door open. She just wasn't a strong enough woman, obviously.
Atronach, what would you say to someone who asks for White Boy Summer to be explained? Like, bruh. It doesn't need to be explained. If you don't understand it from the words alone and from the fucking vibe.
What comes to mind when you hear White Boy Summer, my dude?
Okay, you know what? Let me explain White Boy Summer to you, okay? Ready?
I need to get in.
Contact our public affairs office.
I need to get in.
White Boy Summer!
Get fucked, bitch! White Boy Summer!
Hey!
Yeah!
Get the beers, bro. Get them out.
Dude, break out the brewskis.
Or you'd best start believing in White Boy Summers, Miss Turner. You're in one. Any opportunity, frankly. Any opportunity to break out the pirate accent. All right. Next up. We have only about 5 or 6 articles left, chat.
Oh, geez.
Chat. Do I go ahead and do the articles?
Take 7 hours.
Or do I request that chat contribute for an encore before I continue?
I mean, we're not working for free around here, my nigga.
Yeah, that's a good point. Tell you what, chat, let's have a look at this. Amuleth are about to get a shitty icon, and Matthias or someone from Spire will be the one to choose what it is. I think I know what Matthias would choose, but he's not here right now. Any other representatives from Spire want to choose an icon for Amuleth? Because, Di, you might be about to get a new icon.
I mean, if I don't like it, I'm defecting from Amuleth.
You can't move.
She's gonna defect to Weenie Hut Juniors.
Wouldn't take very much, chap.
But people let me down.
Amuleth, bottom of the board.
I know.
Not a good situation. Not a good.
I think we do need. I
mean, I feel like my team was my team was sabotaged from the beginning because they gave me Jack and a few others that were like crazy.
To be fair, Di, Amuleth was way ahead for almost the entirety of season 1. Wes was in Cauldron and did nothing. Outreach were in Spire and did nothing. Orbus was the only competition you had, and you stayed ahead of them almost the entire game. You don't have any room to complain.
I mean, I can complain. I'll have you know. It's the one power you cannot take from me.
I mean, I can mute you.
I mean, but but that goes against your principles, and you'd be a fucking conk. Conk?
Okay.
What the fuck is that?
I assume that you were trying to mix cunt and hunk, which I appreciate.
Cock and cunt.
No, I'm pretty sure you meant hunk. Nighthawk. No. Thank you, Nighthawk. He says, Charcussy, Amuleth ascends.
Oh, thank
you.
You
know what that's done to Amuleth? It's no longer in last place.
Yes. Ace. Pat. Well done.
There we go. Cauldron is now in last place. If anyone has 157 Oozer coins, that's all it would take to put Cauldron back above Amuleth, though. Soldner, as a representative of Spire, are you ready to propose the icon for either Amuleth or Cauldron? Whichever one ends up being the bottom. I reckon I could, he says.
How long has the stream been going on? 4 hours?
4 hours 10. Good showing, longer than my normal streams.
Yeah.
So, chat, I have a few more articles. We will do the articles if someone contributes for an encore.
Yeah, but I'm probably going to be heading off.
All right. Are you going to bed, Di? You're going to do your dailies, aren't you?
I already did them.
I was going to ask if you wanted to watch some anime after the thing.
No, probably not tonight.
Oh, because you're too tired because you're going to bed straight away?
I'm probably not to bed straight away, no.
She's going to go hang out with Sally.
No, Sally's leaving me till the weekend, actually. Sag.
Moo says Spire is pretty gay, to be honest. Also Zant. Moo, you just contributed towards Spire, which you're also in, so I guess it makes sense. Ronald says, Chair 69 Amuleth, drown me in Mummy Dies Milkers. Have you noticed how Ronald added a space between die and the apostrophe S so that you'd be promoted for kitten? Die?
Not again. I managed to stay away for years.
We can't wait till apostrophe S makes it to the top.
All right, let's have a look at the houses board, shall we? Amuleth is the bottom again. Absolute bottom fatherless behavior. What'll it be, chat?
Di is quite the pillow princess.
Who was it that said that? Atronach, who was it that claimed that about Di? Yes, it was her, wasn't it?
She said it about herself.
I just like pillows.
And then she went, I know what it means. I didn't know.
I have 50 pillows. I just like pillows.
Didn't
I thought
know.
it was like licking pillows.
Hold on a second. Ready?
I actually am a pillow princess.
So sad.
Sad, bro.
Sad indeed. Ooh, sick puppy with the £92.50 equivalent for Amuleth. That puts Amuleth a fair distance above Cauldron. It's pretty safe now.
Well done, sick puppy.
I will consider that, sick puppy, a encore request, and I shall continue. Thank you for that. So on this, I propose whichever house is on the bottom gets... What is that? APAC. The Israel lobby in the US.
I will literally just leave. I'll never have that on me. How dare you even try?
Sick Puppy says, that was my last of my meme coins from the first season. Well, don't worry, Sick Puppy. I am currently working on the economy system, and the plan is I'll have a system that runs back through all the posts in Cabal's history and gives apt rewards for the popularity of those posts, like the Hall of Fame, but better. Congratulations. Amuleth, you are no longer in last place. I wonder, could Amuleth even hit second place? Probably there are people with enough User coins to do it. Triple says, will Cabal Shrine means get User coins? Of course they will. It'll look in almost every channel. The thing is, Hall of Fame only looks in certain channels. Obviously, it can't repost NSFW stuff into Hall of Fame because it's not an NSFW channel. I could make an NSFW Hall of Fame, and that's something for later. But the content, Discord Content Manager, whatever I'm calling it, which will look through all posts and give you rewards based on the interaction with them, that can look at any channel. It won't look in every channel, but it'll look in a much wider range of channels than Hall of Fame. Because Hall of Fame also can't look in channels which are not public, because it's public. I think Conversarium, Cabal Shrine, Community, a few other channels, definitely it could reward posts in them as well. Quantus says, will it also be able to see threads? Yes, probably. I mean, in principle, I can do that, but that will be a lower priority. That's a lot of extra stuff to look through. But yes,
what are you
the whole
hiding
idea
in the
of it,
threads, Quattro?
the whole idea of it is it's going to be looking through every message in Cabal's history. It'll take a long time to get through them, but what'll happen basically is that if you've been active in Cabal for a few years, you'll just never stop gaining user coins for like a year or like at least a few months while it goes through every message.
Dude, my 10-year salary coming in soon.
Right, inflation is so real. Uzucoin inflation is so real. For more information, look up Uzulu inflation.
.com
Oh yeah,
or
the
something.
famous economist Yakatiro Futanari. Yeah, he did a lot of research into inflation. If you want to learn more, look up Futanari inflation.
Bro, that's
results,
wild.
Honestly, so for real.
So true, so true.
So
real,
so,
real.
so
Oh
real.
God.
Look, God didn't give her breasts. He gave her something else in return.
A massive cock.
Ronald says, didn't someone fucking make NSFW Uzlu porn years ago? Yes, they did.
Yeah, they're called Lozzie.
It was called Equals Trunk for a while. No, not Lozzie. I mean, she did it too, but it was called Equals Trunk for a while. I don't know where it's gone now. Lou says, don't fucking tempt me to ban the domain for this meme.
Hold on, there's a lot of memes that seem to have disappeared from the meme bot.
It was a trunk. Yeah.
Yeah. There it is.
That's crazy.
The fact that
That's
it's still
fucking
in there
crazy.
is so fucking funny. Bro.
Cabal prevails, everyone.
It's crazy because at first glance it's like nothing because it looks like a third leg.
That's what it is. Yeah, sometimes if one of my legs is feeling a bit tired, I just walk on the other two.
Just tripod it?
Yeah. Well, no, still bipod. Yeah. I could tripod it. If I want to be really stable, you know, I just think about something sexual.
My legs are feeling a bit weary. Let me just lean over a little bit.
Eric with the 10,000 Uzucoins, £100 equivalent. Very generous. Voting for Cauldron, Clovey, Die, Jack Vader. Uh-oh.
Oh, goodness me.
It's put Cauldron back above Amuleth. Die, you're back in last place. Not by a lot, though. Jack Vader. Yes, make both the unsuspecting plants, make both Agent Oranges, Discord Kitten, put them both in the sack and hit them with the kitten stick. I like this idea.
Hell yeah. Jack hasn't been around. We need to get him back in here.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Oh God, one block message.
Jack is our strongest soldier. Okay?
Wait, what?
We need to reward him for his efforts. Okay.
Bro, Bill, how do you
Bill, that probably didn't get registered. You can just do it again and move the J. It'll work. There you go.
That's right. I forgot. If they're removed from level 3, they die in real life. I do keep forgetting that.
You do, Moo. You're so right. I completely forgot about that. He's dead. We have to mourn him.
It's just back and forth kittens. Daddy Bill's trying to get Eric as kitten. Eric's trying to get retard Bill as kitten. And Jack Vader as well. Fantastic. I'm so proud of this community. Current standing, Cauldron in the last place, but only by 76p.
We have retard Bill, but where's our nigger Jim?
Jimbo?
And before nigger Jim
that's
joins.
true. He is black.
That was Ronald's last 4 Oozer coins for Amuleth. He says, gun down protesters with SAWs and paint a love letter to die with the blood and round casings.
See, that's more my style there.
You should have just like put the last 4 on the entire copy pasta of TND.
Oh God, I found a real blast
I
from the past while sorting out old download folder.
That's
what is this?
Eufio's suicide note.
Oh! Forgot about this. We've had so many.
Mutually assured kittenhood, says Daddy Bill. Quite. All right, Amuleth's back in last by 21p. This is the battle of the century, chat. We're not ending the stream until this is resolved. Like, I'm still going to do some more news.
It's not going to be resolved, dude.
Well, we'll see. We'll see where it settles. I'll get to the news again, but right now we're seeing how this develops.
He lied as easily as he breathed.
Says the die that said she was going to leave.
I actually might take off with Die because I have to go get food. I haven't eaten yet. But you should probably tag in Quattro. I'm sure he'd love to.
I could do, yeah. It's only for the last few minutes though, up to Quattro, but it wouldn't be for very long. 1488 for Amuleth from Daddy Bill.
Thank you.
Careful, Daddy Bill, you could be arrested for that cheer.
Oh no.
I mean, it'd be worth it.
Cauldron behind by 15 quid for last place. Thanks so much. I'm not sure why Greta.
That's horrific, dude.
Greta Shapiro-Berg is relevant to this, but okay.
I mean, she's been
Greta Thunberg.
The fucking Jews kidnapped her, bro.
Gret Piero Benberg.
I never thought I'd actually say that when she first made her appearance, that the Jews fucking kidnapped her.
But will that ever be better?
Wild.
Will that ever be better than my JD and JF mashup?
You did not say please or thank you to the nice president man.
I have to go back looking for it. I don't think I have it saved.
So, Lady Di, will you stay for longer, or are you a free spirit?
Nah, I'm going into the woods. You'll never see me again.
That's how I like them.
All right, have fun, chat.
Good night, Di. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for your service, everyone that is upping our
house.
The fuck house. Yeah, sorry, I forgot words for a second.
Hell yeah.
All right, good night, chat. Enjoy.
Good night, Di.
I will take my leave as well.
All
Thanks
right.
for having me. It was fun.
Oh, I'll have you anytime, babe.
Make sure you buy me dinner with all those Oozer coins. Quattro,
I thought
you
were the dinner.
Well, I'm the dessert, actually. I've got plenty of cake for you.
I do like a bit of a banana split.
Oh, you can split me any day, big boy.
We could keep going all night in more ways than one.
I saw it was in that Oozer trunk. I saw it was in that Oozer trunk.
Chat, he only loves me for the Oozer trunk, but I don't even mind. Bye, Ronald. We managed to chase him off with homosexuality. Ronald, are you not very secure in your sexuality, my dude? No, he's gone.
He left.
joining me, Atronach. I'll see you again soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Quattro tagging you in. Get in there.
Quattro, you're welcome to hop in. It won't be for very long, but if you like, you can hop in. He says, hell yeah. All right, it's time. Welcome, Quattro. I see Triple has just thrown some coins at Cauldron and Orbos.
Hello.
So, yep. Triple helped to get Cauldron above Amuleth again. So the battle for bottom is still on. The battle for the bottom. So,
Funny.
what? Am I being judged, Triple?
No.
I didn't hear what you said. You said,
I
I just heard the word funny.
Think,
it didn't sound,
we need to
it
get
sounded
Marcus
sarcastic.
in here.
Sadly, Marcus
Marcus knows a thing or two about bottoming.
Yes. Sadly, he's currently asleep. Interesting.
What a shame.
So, news. The board seems to have settled for now, with Amuleth in last place. We'll see what happens next. News. Mike Lee proposes constitutional amendment to oust Congress when deficit is too high. This is a story that I had open, which I was going to give fairly nuanced perspective on. It would be quite a not necessarily long, but just sort of in-depth, careful conversation about why this is not a great idea. I'm not in the right state of mind for for a careful deliberation on the weird nuances of indirect consequences of a seemingly sensible action like this at this moment. So perhaps this is not the one for right now. Basically, just this is well-intentioned, but too direct a way of thinking about politics, and it would probably end up causing more problems than it would solve, even though it seems like a good answer. Like if you have a good Congress and this happens for some reason, and they just get kicked out, and then you've got to scramble to find someone new, even though you all know what the solution is. There's going to be weird exceptions where it's actually way worse to do it this way, but I can generally agree with the idea. Just I think this is the wrong way to do it.
But if pro is the opposite of con, then is progress the opposite of Congress?
Some would argue such. So maybe I'll come back to this on the stream.
Many such cases.
Many such cases, indeed. Oh yeah, this is I think I'll have to use the. Oh no, it's working. I think I'll have to. So this is the guy Thomas Crooks. This was the assassin. In 2022, Thomas Crooks is a soft-spoken community college. Yes, a soft-spoken community college student who made speeches like this one for class. Thanks, website. No pause button, no unmute button. Can't even pause it with the space bar. Thanks, New York Times. Fantastic fucking job. Less than 2 years later, he mounted a roof and fired 8 bullets towards Donald J. Trump. The quiet unraveling of the man who almost killed Trump. This also is quite a deep and nuanced topic, and I don't know if I'm in the right frame of mind for it. Then again, I've tagged in Quattro, so maybe he can handle the the nuance here, while I just vegetate and laugh at the House War stuff. Thomas Crooks was a nerdy engineering student on the dean's list. He stockpiled explosive materials for months before his attack on Donald Trump as his mental health eroded. Dude, feds be crazy. They're really good at manipulating people. I mean, we've seen how well they did on Driven. I mean, definitely not on Driven, because that was definitely not Fed-style manipulation tactics and behavior. Picking a vulnerable person, making them your fucking shield. Thomas Crooks was acting strangely. Sometimes he danced around his bedroom late into the night. Other times he talked to himself with his hands waving around. These unusual behaviors, that's not that unusual, intensified last summer after he graduated with high honors from a community college. He also visited a shooting range, grew out his thin brown hair, and searched online for major depressive disorder and depression crisis. His father noticed the shift. Mental health problems ran in the family. On the afternoon of July 13th, Mr. Crooks told his parents he was heading to the range and left home with a rifle. Hours later, he mounted a roof at a presidential campaign rally in western Pennsylvania and tried to assassinate Donald J. Trump. That scene has been etched into American history. After a bullet grazed Mr. Trump's ear, he lifted his blood-streaked face, pumped his fist, and shouted the words, "Fight, fight, fight." Mr. Trump has said that God saved him in order to save America, and the White House recently unveiled a statue in the Oval Office commemorating the moment. Hell yeah. This was written by the New York Times. Okay. Yeah, surprising. By Steve Eder and Tornell D. Hobbs. Tornell looks brown. Don't know about Steve, but yeah. Good article so far, New York Times. First time I've said that in like 10 years. Then, yes, Abe. The near miss revealed alarming security lapses that, well, maybe that's what the article's covering for, because it wasn't accidental lapses, many suspect, that allowed an amateur marksman barely out of his teens to fire at a former president less than 500 feet away, former and near future. And it galvanized support for Mr. Trump, sure did, inspiring voters who saw him as a righteous hero triumphing in the face of smear campaigns, relentless prosecutions, and even an attempt on his life. Again, New York Times article. There he is. Fucking amazing
no mention
photos.
of the media that incited it.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get to that. Now, nearly a year later, with Mr. Trump in his second presidential term, much of the world has forgotten about the 20-year-old who set out to murder him. Mr. Crooks, who also killed a bystander, the comparatore, and wounded 2 others before being shot dead by the Secret Service, had kept to himself and seemed to leave little behind. His motive was a mystery and remains the source of many conspiracy theories. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. Does it, the press? A New York Times examination, I suspect that wasn't all there was, but I mean, with the mental illness running in the family and the press, maybe that's enough on its own. New York Times examination of the last years of the young man's life found that he went through a gradual and largely hidden transformation from a meek engineering student critical of political polarization to a focused killer who tried to build bombs. For months, he operated in secret using aliases and encrypted networks, all while showing hints of a mental illness that may have caused his mind to unravel to an extent not previously reported. This account offers the fullest picture yet of Mr. Crook's life, although many, I love his name is Crook as well, although many aspects of his background and mental health are still unknown. The Times reporting is based, no it's not. Well, this one is, on so far, sort of, on thousands of pages of his school assignments, emails, and logs of his internet activity, as well as text messages, government reports, and interviews with dozens of people who knew him or were familiar with the case. Mr. Crooks followed his dark path with seemingly, we won't read the whole thing, by the way, chat, it's way too late for that, with seemingly little notice from those close to him. He stockpiled explosive materials in the small house he shared with his parents in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. I think that's Pennsylvania. When his face was plastered across the news, plastered in more ways than one, his classmates couldn't believe it. Investigators later found a crude homemade bomb inside his bedroom, not far from where his parents slept. Fucking the tea in space of America right here. His parents, Matthew and Mary Crooks, did not respond to interview requests and their lawyers declined to comment. But on the night of the shooting, Matthew Crooks told federal agents that he had been concerned about his son's visits to the gun club. Quote, "I should have known better," Mr. Crooks said, one of the agents later told congressional investigators. I don't know how much information his father had. It may be that the son was actually very good at hiding it, so maybe the father couldn't really have done much here. It happens sometimes. Good night, BritTwit. I think people are starting to wind down here a bit. Shall I? Okay, chat, press 1 for me to go more in depth on this story, and press 2 for me to lightning round the remaining 2 or 3 stories I have.
I, for one, have plenty that I can say on this story, but
okay.
Up to you.
Any preferences from chat? 1 for this story more in depth, and 2 for faster through the other stories. Either way, I'll try to take the same amount of time. And now we can go back to this if we finish the others in time. 3, do all in depth, says Zen-Man. I see what you did there, Zen-Man. Quattro, do you have any thoughts so far?
Well, there's a few things I think it's weird that they have omitted. Firstly, and foremost, how his body was treated after he was found. They cremated him absurdly quickly. Unusually so. That's not usually standard protocol, which suggests that they're trying to hide something. On top of that, there's no mention of the fact that there was somebody in that household that was routinely going to the FBI's headquarters. And I believe the week before had been there again.
I think we did. I think I remember that news. Yeah, I think you have a better memory than I do because I vaguely remember hearing about that, but I don't remember the details.
Yes, I don't recall if it was found exactly whose phone it was, but because of the records and the geo-tracking, we know that. Because that somehow got leaked. It was confirmed that it was somebody in that household. But I believe, as it was mentioned before in the chat, that his house had been professionally cleaned afterwards.
Yeah, it sounded a bit more suspicious, doesn't it, if that's true?
Yeah. But as they were doing their investigation, no less, which doesn't sound right. Normally, you'd want to leave everything as is, not have it professionally cleaned first and then investigate. It doesn't make any sense unless you're trying to dispose of evidence.
Indeed,
but as I mentioned before, there's the other thing as well, which is the media's part to play in this, because they outright incited this. And any other potential collaborators that he had, let's be real, it's the media's fault, directly.
Ooh, sorry. The media certainly bears some culpability. Yeah. It's more abstract though. I doubt they directly, guided him to doing it. But yeah, they produced the atmosphere that allowed him to probably be guided gently by some hand of a federal agent or someone else.
Let me put it this way, right? They were actively propping up people who were actively calling for Trump's head. Not proverbially, not like in the way that Wes thinks, but no, genuinely. Not only that, the rhetoric right before as well is we need to fucking kill him. We need to get rid of him. Anything for the cause. All cards on the table. Anything that we can use.
Mm.
And oh, hey, right as the rhetoric was heating up to the hottest it's ever been, that's when it happens. And suddenly, oh, well, we can't condone this. And only then they backed up for like a week. And it's right back to it.
Yeah. Yep.
And then they try to fucking memory hole it.
And now they're trying to control the memory of it.
Again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because after enough time has passed, and they go, oh, well, here's the real story. And then deliberately omit a bunch of really key details that completely change how you view the story.
Mm. Yeah, that's a distinct possibility.
This is the same play that they do with a lot of these tragedies.
Mm. Yep, that seems to make sense.
I've seen it so many times.
Yep. By the way, the poll to determine whether we should allow couples to be reassigned to be in the same house marginally passed in favor. 55% to 45%.
Yeah, I did see that.
So, I will consider that on a case-by-case basis. I did so for Quattro and Triple. And initially I did it in the funniest way, but then I did move Triple into Quattro's house. So yeah, that is that sorted. Those of you that have access to the community channel might want to have a quick look at the message put in there. But not that urgent. Anyway, shall we read more, or do we think we figured out what they're doing here? I actually don't care about the guy.
It seems that they're trying to paint the picture of, he was a lone wolf. He definitely didn't have any help at all from the FBI. Oh, but he was on their radar. He was working for them. But no, we can't say that.
Mm.
Oh, wait, hang on. I just remembered. Was this guy in like some kind of BlackRock ad or something?
Oh, yes, he was.
He was, yeah.
Roo!
Yeah. I wonder if that was sheer coincidence. It doesn't seem likely, does it? But I think I remember seeing the ad. He was like he had one line and it had nothing to do with politics, I think, but I can't remember exactly what it was.
Oh yeah, he got enough good goy points in order to end up in a BlackRock ad.
Yeah, I don't know what the arrangement there would be. I mean, he wasn't the type to be an actor, was he? So he wasn't hired for it. It might have been that they were doing a feature on a particular school he was at. For some reason. But yeah, it's very fucking suspicious,
You go
isn't it?
far enough down any rabbit hole and you start to ask yourself, is the T silent?
Is BlackRock run by Jews? Is BlackRock the...
Yeah, Larry Fink is.
Yeah, Fink, that was it, yeah. I don't know about the others. Vanguard
like
and...
Archpike.
Yeah. Vanguard and what was the other one?
State Street.
I guess so. I think there's one more I'm forgetting about. But I don't know if they're all Jewish. I wouldn't be surprised if most of them are, though. So yeah. Good. Now it's time for us to be careful we don't end up hypocrites. So especially right now, while everyone is, reeing about the Trump Elon and the riots going on, I think that these things don't reflect too poorly on Trump, but many people do think they do. And the fact that his big beautiful bill was expensive, and the fact that the tariff war seems to have petered out. People have a lot of reasons to be critical of Trump, especially right now. Again, I don't think they're particularly good reasons, but other people do. And then you see him stumble up the stairs of Air Force One in the same way that Biden did. But there are a few differences. If you watch carefully, let's go back to here. Trump just caught the edge of the step with his foot, stumbled briefly, and then grabbed on and kept going. He's in his 80s. He did fine. He just tripped in such a way that pretty much anyone trips up the stairs sometimes. I'm really willing to be consistent here, but I cannot fault him for this. Biden fucking collapsed and then struggled to get back up. Wrenched himself up one more set of stairs and then tried to get up, failed again, got up again, and then started walking up like nothing happened. With Trump, he almost nothing did.
I should also mention, he was trying to run up the stairs that time. And fell multiple times. Yeah, Biden.
Yeah.
If you go back to the Biden clip, he was taking it at quite a fast pace, and there's no way he could have kept up.
Yeah,
as is evidenced by the fact that he didn't, and fell over multiple times.
Yeah,
in the span of just a few seconds.
As JDiv says, Trump really works himself hard, unlike Biden as well. Which, yeah, I'm not again cautious. It's something minor, but I'm cautious of hypocrisy here. With Biden, it was not like that was the only thing we had. With Biden, it was just yet another cock up and piece of evidence of infirmity in a just unending series of evidence, which frankly, it's baffling that even the left didn't realize, but the media just successfully hid it from them. With Trump, it's like, yeah, fucking icon of health for his age. And he briefly trips going up the stairs one time. I think he's fine.
And JDev, I'd probably be tired like that too if I had to babysit Elon Musk.
Yeah. And babysit, I think, is the correct word for Elon. Babysit the Rocket Man. All right.
What is it with Trump and dealing with the Rocket Man?
Yeah, quite.
He just keeps doing it. I guess he's got a real knack for it, huh?
All right, last thing we'll cover today.
Stop here, where the guns are. I want y'all to take pictures of these guns and let people know that they're in our city with guns. And I'm sure they have orders to shoot and kill. I don't know, but otherwise they wouldn't have guns.
One question, Representative Waters.
That reasoning. I'm sure they have permission to kill, otherwise they wouldn't have guns. Not necessarily. Besides which, would you recognize the difference between a normal, bullet gun and a beanbag gun or a rubber bullet gun? Many of you in chat might, but she probably wouldn't.
If there's
no way in hell she would.
A message that you can send to Donald Trump, what is that message here today?
My message to Donald Trump is you are a cruel human being, and that you're using the poorest people in the land, the most vulnerable people in the land, to promote your politics.
Note that she didn't say citizens, just people in the land.
You are wrong. We know what this is all about. We have people who are immigrants here who are trying to seek a better living, who've come from places where they have experienced this kind of thing that he's doing here today.
Okay, so how about they go back there then? If it's only as bad. And why is it so bad there? Why, Maxine, is it so bad there? And there's people that have experienced worse. How many people should be imported into the US? Well, how about if all 8 billion people go and live in the US? Would that work? Just the slightest questioning about this narrative of there are people in the world who are unhappy, therefore they must become our charge. And it falls apart. Maxine, how many of them live in your house? How many? No, I know it's more than zero. How many? Oh, what? It's zero? Oh, that's interesting.
People who work every day, people who are paying taxes, who are raising their families.
You have absolutely no reason to believe the illegal immigrants are paying taxes. Jada says, I bet she's against the Afrikaner refugees.
Sure.
Yeah. Go on, Quadro.
Oh, yeah. Something interesting to note is that nowadays you can get conversion kits for regular guns that get them to fire paintballs.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
so this one here is a G36
that,
that's being given a very easy conversion to fire paint rounds.
I believe that was my favorite gun in Call of Duty 4. That's all I know about it. That's all I know about it.
Yeah, like if you don't know what to look for, it looks like a regular G36, right? Yep, and that's by design because normally these paint rounds are more meant for training, but not really anything stopping you from, say, I don't know if you're an enforcement agency contacting the company that makes them and going, hey, can you just replace the paint with, the same fluid we use in pepper spray?
Yeah.
The reason why they can't.
Yeah. I've got no doubt that you could, even if it's not a conversion kit, if you could build a gun that looks like a real gun but only fires paintballs, absolutely you could. So yeah, she wouldn't have any reason to know for sure that they're real guns. They could be. In which case, I would say that's probably too far, but still, it would be standard issue for any police in the US. Like everyone in the US, in principle, is armed. So the police have to be as well. Doesn't mean they intend to use them to kill. Actually, and that's a bit of an exaggeration. And if they're being fired upon by civilians with real firearms, yeah, it's understandable they retaliate. Like, it's not ideal, obviously, and we don't want this to happen, but it's understandable they'd retaliate. I think I've had enough of Maxine Waters tonight, chat.
Having a good time. Yeah, I too am getting kind of tired of looking at fish people from Innsmouth.
Yeah, Innsmouth. So next thing we have is this.
How wonderful.
Yeah. I think it's time to wrap up there, chat. And I am very tired. I might just go to bed. But I am working on code. I'll keep you guys updated. Hopefully now you will start to hear updates on the progress of the economy system. The plan is that I'm going to build what is sort of the kernel of the system first, such that you might, depending on how I do it, you might be able to do a /balance and just see how many coins you have, and it'll be 0. But the entire system and the UI will be there, and it'll be way better than the old UI. Depends if I build the UI first. I probably shouldn't, but it might be fun to do that. So you can just see the number 0, and then gradually as I add systems, that number will start to go up. And then once I got it going up by some means, probably initially just Subscribestar, then I'll add ways for you to spend it. And then we can trash the old system. Once we've transferred everything over to the new one, we can use it less, that kind of thing. So that's all on the cards in the near future. So I'll keep you guys up to date. It's a fabulously complex system to organize, though, with everything I want to put into it and everything I might later want to put into it. Fabulously complicated, but I've worked through the design phases, and now I'm relatively confident in the idea that I have. So yeah, that's it for the stream chat. Thank you for joining me. Let's do the house thing first, because it appears that the house war has settled down. Amuleth, as of now, is getting the embarrassing icon for a day. Even if someone cheers right now, I'm afraid that's too late. We've got to end at some point. So we need a representative from Spire. I think I said earlier Soldner. Soldner, please pick an icon to give to Amuleth. And I am going to put some limitations because I'm not going to have... I don't want Dai to have to be represented by a Jew icon, preferably. Try to keep it on theme, if you possibly can. I know I'm not sure exactly how you'd do that. The thing is, like, the 8-bit kitty one is silly. The toilet one is silly. We want something silly. We don't want something defamatory. The IPAC one is a bit far. The Orbos one with the Negro, that's Orbos' theme is Clarence Thomas, so that is okay, but it's still not quite ideal. So I tell you what, Soldner, tell me whenever you want, and we'll set it up. Just whichever one you can think of. Just, it doesn't have to be on theme for Amuleth, for like amulets or whatever. Just something funny, something embarrassing and funny for them. Pearl necklace, maybe. Anyway, thank you for joining me, chat. I will wrap up here. I'll hop down to pit 1 for a bit, but I probably won't stick around long because I'm very tired. So I shall see you all down there. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, Quattro, for joining me, and thank you earlier, Dai and Astronaut. Good night, everyone.
Pleasure to be here.